This young man was sent to the mortal realm by a supreme deity to eradicate evil spirits and save the world. But he mistakenly chose a modern server where people no longer believe in ghosts. During Gu Yun's most desperate moment, he was helped by a kind and adorable little girl. And from then on, protecting his younger sister Gu Tianchen became his primary goal in this world. To help Gu Tianchen grow stronger every day, he forces her to perform 100 push-ups and weight lifts. And the moment he hears she is being bullied, he immediately brings a dragon-slaying saber to school, ready for a bloody confrontation. No evil spirits within a 10-mile radius of his sister are allowed to approach, as he incinerates any he finds. And today, Gu Yun intends to apply for a position at the Foundation, an organization for eradicating evil spirits. There, he happened to meet a young man named Wang Lu, who possesses the yin-yang eyes, a special pair of eyes with the ability to see through anyone. Unfortunately, modern people no longer believe in ghost stories, so aside from the protagonist, no one else signed up, leaving Wang Lu with only Gu Yun's $100 registration fee, which wasn't even enough for a bowl of noodles. Just as he was feeling dejected, Wang Lu's yin-yang eyes suddenly spotted a receptionist being haunted by an evil spirit, a creature so filled with resentment that she certainly would not survive the night. Upon hearing this, the honest Gu Yun went and told Enling that Wang Lu said she was about to die, leaving Wang Lu speechless at his friend's absurdity and his tendency to cause more trouble than help. In the end, Enling reported Wang Lu to the authorities for spreading superstitions, leading to his arrest and leaving only Gu Yun and Enling at the reception desk. When she asked why he hadn't left, Gu Yun replied that if he did, she might actually die. And while Enling was touched by his concern, the young man then made a rather chilling statement. He worried that if his sister happened to pass by and saw her dead body, she would be terrified, which left Enling fuming as she wondered if he considered anyone other than his sister to be human. At that moment, Gu Yun's phone ran out of battery, making her hopeful he would finally leave. But the young man then produced 5 power banks, leaving Enling speechless as time passed until 11 o'clock. Enling finished her shift and stretched tiredly before preparing to head home, calling her father to ask if he could pick her up from the train station. Right then, something began following Enling as a female ghost reached out with her long, spindly arms, her voice sounding incredibly eerie. "Away, are you by her side?" the female ghost asked with glowing red eyes full of malice, questioning why he was picking her up instead of coming for her. She lunged forward screaming that she would not allow it. While nearby, Wang Lu rubbed his head as he was finally released, only to widen his eyes in shock at what he saw. At that moment, 2 eerie hands were reaching for Enling from behind as she approached a restricted area, and seeing those filthy hands about to touch her, a desperate Wang Lu grabbed a bottle of water and salt to ward off the ghost. A second later, he hurled the water bottle with all his might, but it struck the railing directly, causing the wall beside him to crack and crumble. However, Enling was pushed right in front of the oncoming train, her face pale with terror, until Gu Yun suddenly appeared, grabbing the female ghost with one hand while pulling Enling back to safety as she continued to tremble in fear. The water bottle Wang Lu had thrown earlier bounced back and hit him in the head, while the female ghost shrieked, demanding to know who dared to interfere with her plans as Gu Yun pushed Enling into the train. "You should leave, a fight is about to start here," Wang Lu shouted as the furious wraith prepared to strike, forcing him to bear the karma that Away had created. "The lady in white! It's the lady in white!" He screamed a warning that ghosts would appear near midnight to avenge all the agony they endured while they were alive. "Run now, ordinary people cannot even see her," Wang Lu cried out in despair as the wraith's eyes filled with hatred. "We are doomed." Gu Yun blocked the attack with his bare fist, and a second later only dust remained before him as he sighed in disappointment. "Is she dead?" Another weakling. Wang Lu's jaw dropped in sheer amazement, his voice filled with disbelief and admiration for the man, just as security guards appeared from nowhere to seize Wang Lu. "It's this guy again. I didn't cause this massive damage to public property," he pointed at Gu Yun, but the man had already bolted, leaving Wang Lu to plead. "It was him. Don't do this to me. I already paid, so do not falsely accuse me of skipping the fare," Wang Lu cried in utter despair as he watched the tracks. "Oh, last train, please do not leave me behind." After the 2 guards pinned him to the ground, Gu Yun, who was resting on the train, suddenly jolted awake and realized something was terribly wrong. Gu Yun recalled saving Enling and how he had accidentally stepped on and broken a strand of her hair, causing his eyes to fill with absolute panic. "She won't demand compensation like that Grandmaster did, will she?" he fretted, realizing why she hesitated to speak before. This world is just too dangerous. Meanwhile, Enling sat on the train with her heart racing as a voice broke through the silent night. mentioning that over half the funds for the victims' families had been spent. Then we shall use the Employee Injury Compensation Fund, a voice suggested in a room full of lively discussion. As Shen Yue slowly opened her eyes on the video screen, she snapped at them irritably. All of you be quiet. You are interfering with my private matters, causing the others to cry out in terror and immediately obey. Chen Jiang scratched his head in confusion and asked if this was truly an S-rank, while Luo Song calmly thought that their combined strength couldn't match her, as Shen Yue was AI City's only S-rank demon hunter. She currently held the record for the most monster kills, though no one realized that by the time she reached the scene, the evil spirits had already been dealt with long ago. She was curious about what kind of terrifying individual could accomplish such a feat, while elsewhere, the very man she was thinking of had just arrived home. He wore a bright smile, noting it was 3 minutes before midnight and he had not disturbed the neighbors. Tian, I made it home right on time today. When no one answered, Gu Yun called out again, and the silence made him panic and scream that his sister had been kidnapped and he would tear the city apart, just as Tian walked in looking pale. Don't be so loud, I was just tutoring a bit late, she said, though she had been acting strangely lately. And before Gu Yun could respond, she dropped her bag and collapsed face down onto the sofa. With a sigh, Tian reminded him to stay quiet, and as Gu Yun worked diligently in the cramped, dark room, he suddenly froze mid-motion. Gu Yun's voice was so loud that it jolted the young girl awake. He had made his decision. Gu Tian woke up with a grumpy, confused expression and glared at him. Gu Yun shouted with an air of majesty, solemnly announcing that he would earn a fortune. That way you won't have to work part-time and can come home earlier. Trust me. Gu Tian wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she responded with complete composure. That's the 7th time you've said that this month. In the 3 years since you arrived, the global economy crashed, Mom remarried, and Dad vanished to who knows where. In their hazy memories, Gu Tian's biological father had sped away without a hint of regret when they were still small. I'm going far away for work, bye. As for you, you're in your 20s, but have you ever held a job for more than a week? Gu Yun's habit of playing while working terrified his bosses. He even broke the glass while working at a convenience store. He delivered food so fast that it ended up a mangled mess. With a look of dejected contempt, Gu Tian mocked him. Without an education or patience, what could you possibly achieve? But he only gave a faint smile and replied, an education might be useless in our village, but I certainly have patience. Gu Yun raised his voice as if it were obvious. I work every job until I'm fired. I've never once given up. She waved her hand in exhaustion. Enough. Her expression grew increasingly helpless. Having a brother like this must be a trial sent by the heavens. Gu Yun reassured her. Don't worry, it'll definitely work this time. I've researched it thoroughly online. What is it exactly? As he spoke, he began to fantasize. It says online that everyone uses digital currency now and cash only exists in banks. Right, so what's next? He indulged in wild delusions, imagining himself holding 2 bags of money. Then I just need to rush in and take it to get the money. Lost in his own thoughts, Gu Yun muttered to himself, don't you worry. Whether it's the capital of the god race or an undersea prison, I can handle it all alone. Gu Tian tried to shake him back to his senses, but it was no use. That wasn't even the issue. Pouting, he pointed at the computer and explained, but that's what it says online. They say the way to make big money is all in here. Gu Tian clung to his leg and wept, hoping he would come to his senses. Brother, I beg of you, can't you just live a decent life and get married? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The person outside asked, is Mr. Gu Yun home? Inside, Gu Yun muttered, that voice sounds familiar. As soon as he opened the door, and Ling walked in with full confidence. Gu Yun's eyes filled with panic as he shouted, is it the consultant whose hair I cut? Are you here for money? However, she only gave a gentle greeting. I found you. He pointed at her face and barked angrily. How did you find this place? She smiled and explained, you dropped your phone next to my desk. The navigation history led me here. Gu Yun backed away, admitting his own blunder. He had been far too careless. If he had known, he would have crushed that phone into dust. Wait, no, I don't have the money to buy a new one anyway. And Ling turned gracefully at Gu Tian's words. If I had known, I would have gone out to make money early this morning. She made some strange movements as she gradually approached him, shyly handing over an envelope of money. Thank you for saving me. This is a token of my gratitude. I hope it's enough. Gu Yun was startled, unable to grasp what was happening. Wait, he said in utter surprise. You're giving me money? And Ling's eyes were full of anticipation, her cheeks flushed bright red. He didn't know how to respond. What was your name again? She introduced herself. I'm in Ling. Yesterday, I almost fell into a trap. Fortunately, you were there. I didn't know how else to properly thank you. Gu Yun's eyes sparkled as he held the cash. My God, 2,000 yuan. Gu Tian had never seen such a large sum of money in her life and began to take a liking to her. A rich potential sister-in-law had practically delivered herself to their doorstep. The young girl quickly welcomed her with some milk, while he showed her a newspaper clipping of his 5-year goal. a treadmill priced at 3,999. I'm already halfway there. Are you some kind of secret tycoon? He wondered, while Enling worried if he was subtly complaining that the amount was too small. Actually, I spend as much as I earn. After getting my paycheck, I couldn't help but place 4 orders, so this really is all the money I have left. Calculating that 648 times 4 plus 2,000 equaled being dirt poor, Gu Tian felt helpless, realizing that supporting her brother was exhausting enough without adding more family members. And Ling felt awkward and offered to fulfill any request if it wasn't enough, mentioning she'd stay at her father's house until next month's pay, causing Gu Tian's attitude to flip instantly at the mention of her father being a local. That means you're rich. Sister and Ling, let's add each other. Don't worry about the money. Brother, say something. Gu Yun finally snapped out of it. He was shocked to realize that exercising spirits could actually earn money. The young girl was speechless at her brother's denseness as he proudly reminisced. He remembered the time he took down a spirit that caused a media frenzy, only to be hauled to the police station and interrogated as a suspect for the entire afternoon. He grabbed Enling's hand with a bright smile, realizing he could just ask the person he saved for payment, and thanked his first customer as she confusedly withdrew her hand. Gu Tian awkwardly tried to smooth things over, explaining that while her brother was a bit delusional about his own strength, he was a good person she could rely on. Gu Yun grandly declared that he could handle anything from exorcisms and assassinations to hunting and bombings, leaving Enling completely bewildered. Suddenly remembering something, Enling asked if he was proficient with a sword, to which Gu Yun replied that while he usually preferred his fists, the weapon masters in his village were no match for him. She then asked if he was free to go dinosaur hunting with her that day. Dinosaurs? Gu Yun asked skeptically before excitedly hopping into her car, urging her to hurry before the dinosaur nest could recover. And Ling was impressed by his knowledge, wondering if he was a hidden expert, but later, Gu Yun stood wide-eyed with shock as they entered the game world. They spent the entire afternoon gaming, and though they were using rented accounts, and Ling couldn't help but notice how terrible he was as she focused with determination. Determined not to lose out on today's rewards, and Ling controlled her 2 cart-pushing mice and fought with all her might, activating her demon transformation to charge forward. Can't even get up yet. Take this, she cried as the dinosaur was finally defeated, leaving empty water bottles rolling across the floor. Gu Yun took a sip of water and remarked that the beef was too salty, though he added it was normal for girls to be unable to cook, just like the female warriors in his village. And Ling wept inwardly, thinking she certainly knew how to cook and that her hands had only shaken because he intimidated her. But he simply stood up and left once the water ran out. He told her he was going to the stream by the park to practice and encouraged her to keep trying, leaving her biting her handkerchief and vowing to succeed next time. As Gu Yun entered the elevator, he wondered if Enling was a Middle Eastern princess since there was so little water in the house, when he suddenly sensed someone nearby. Gu Yunfei lunged forward out of the elevator to confront the person lying in ambush, causing Wang Lu to cower in terror as he saw the man charging toward him. The man begged for his life and identified himself, causing Gu Yun to stop and ask him what his name was again. As they walked and talked, Gu Yun remarked that Wang Lu the prophet's prediction about the murderous evil spirit appearing had been remarkably accurate. Wang Lu confirmed he had seen him defeat the creature with a single punch, though he looked grave and admitted he didn't dare recall what happened afterward. He explained that he had tracked down the girl's residence and waited at the door all day because he wanted to ask him a specific question. He asked if he was truly serious about destroying all the evil spirits in City E, and Gu Yun confidently raised his arm, confirming his plan to find spirits and collect fees from the victims. When asked how he found spirits before, Gu Yun showed him his phone and explained that he simply checked local hot searches to see where incidents were occurring. Wang Lu was left in a daze when Gu Yun told him that if no spirits appeared, he would just go home to eat and continue scrolling through the news. Wang Lu was nearly 40 and unemployed, living off his mother despite his innate talent, but his obsession with the supernatural made him refuse to return to a mundane life. Wang Lu had envisioned himself becoming a superhero, hoping to use his minor skills to serve as a sidekick like Robin to a powerful master. His face darkened as he realized this master was actually a fool, while Gu Yun focused on his phone and declared that everything was safe for the day. Suddenly, Wang Lu's expression shifted as he calculated that since the man was powerful but worked alone, he was essentially an unpolished gem of an exorcist. Realizing this was his big chance, he rushed forward and began speaking to him with great urgency. He called out to Gu Yun, claiming to be an expert in all things supernatural, and proposing they form an alliance to hunt spirits together. He offered to be the eyes while Gu Yun served as the fist, an arrangement Gu Yun accepted as they happily gave their new group a name. The Evil Spirit Extermination Association was officially established, but Gu Yun suddenly sensed a strange breeze and glanced toward it. When asked what was wrong, Gu Yun dismissed it as an illusion, and Wang Lu promised to use all his connections to secure their first contract. You must be ready to ambush the enemy. We'll split the reward 50-50 afterward. He ran off but turned back to remind him once more to stay prepared for the ambush. As the sun rose, Gu Yun hurriedly brushed his teeth. For the first time, he took his shirt from Gu Tian, who cheered him on and told him to work hard. A hand slammed onto the advertisement, confirming a 50-50 split. Wang Lu stood there awkwardly, breaking into a cold sweat as he noticed everyone around him was armed with guns. Wasn't this job's deposit only 1,000 yuan? Why were there so many undercover police officers? Wang Lu spotted a head in the distance and realized it was Gu Yun, so he called out to him cheerfully. He ran over carrying a massive blade and greeted Wang Lu while police cars chased him from behind. He reached out and told him to be ready for the ambush, causing Wang Lu to retreat hastily. That wasn't what he meant. A mysterious figure made a call saying, "Yellow River, do you copy? This is Long Shantu. An accomplice armed with a blade for robbery has appeared." As the team prepared, Gu Yun aggressively hoisted the blade onto his shoulder and asked who he should strike, while Wang Lu collapsed in terror, crying out that he was just an honest citizen. As the police cars sped away, Gu Yun walked along complaining that the blade had cost him 648 yuan online, leaving the other man utterly speechless. Wang Lu said helplessly that he was lucky not to be in jail for buying a sword in public like that. Zia Xin then remarked that their arrival at the gate was quite grand, assuming they were the professional spirit masters the old man had invited. "Of course, we are quite professional," he replied. The old man glanced back and said he meant no offense but requested that no matter what happened later, they please remain calm. Gu Yun was stunned when they reached the villa, gaping at its massive size along with his companion, wondering if this was how the wealthy lived. He wondered how it compared to Enling's place. Zia Xin pointed toward a corner and introduced the target as the young master of the Jin family. A chubby boy named Jin Shan sat in the corner eating, which surprised Wang Lu. He wondered if that was normal for the wealthy as the boy pointed at the two of them. "Are you the two sports coaches my father mentioned? Come and have breakfast. That portion is for you, but the rest is mine, so don't try to take it." He stepped forward to introduce them, saying they were there to exorcise spirits. But Wang Lu quickly covered his mouth and whispered that the client wanted to keep it a secret. It seemed the lady of the house disliked such matters. He told him to be quiet, then decided they should win over the young master first, rubbing his chin as he calculated his next move. He worried that children these days were quite wary of strangers, and wondered if he'd have to show off some elite childcare skills, only to see Gu Yun already sitting and eating with the boy. "This is delicious. You really have good taste," the boy said, while Gu Yun told him to try some more. Wang Lu ignored them to inspect the scene, as a large purple eye appeared to scan everything with absolute clarity. Wang Lu walked over and patted his shoulder, telling Gu Yun to stop eating because they should leave immediately, which made Gu Yun turn around and ask what was wrong. "Did you see the young master's death date?" he asked. Wang Lu replied that it wasn't just him. Everyone present in this place only had until the end of the day to live. Gu Yun remained composed while eating, remarking that a major incident was likely to occur in the building. "I'll set up a formation here," he said. "You go scout the perimeter for any explosives." Wang Lu pointed a finger in frustration, asking if he just wanted to stay and eat more. Wang Lu began his reconnaissance around Gu Yun's residence. He knew Gu Yun was powerful, but he worried about what might happen if the situation spiraled out of control. While searching, he entered a room and noticed several photos hanging on the wall. He reached out toward them. Meanwhile, Gu Yun was still eating with Jin Shan. Gu Yun asked if any strange people or events had occurred lately, or if there were any signs of ice tundra mammoths or the two high officials. Jin Shan simply replied that the food was delicious. Instead of answering, the boy offered Gu Yun a piece of cake. Gu Yun took a bite, thinking to himself that this chubby kid seemed to care about nothing but food. A luxury car pulled up to the villa. Qin Jiao stepped out excitedly, calling for Jin Shan and telling him she had brought a surprise. Jin Shan guessed it was food. Seeing Gu Yun inside, Qin Jiao demanded to know who he was. Gu Yun stood up slowly and introduced himself as the new sports coach. She covered her mouth in disdain, asking Jin Shan why he was associating with such low-class people, and warning him to stay away from strangers. The chef unveiled a slab of meat, revealing Kobe A5 beef brought from Gang Kong. She had specifically hired a chef to prepare it right there for him. Both Jin Shan and Gu Yun began to drool at the sight of the beef. Suddenly, Wang Lu rushed in, warning them to leave immediately as things were far more dangerous than they seemed. He held up the photos. "Look at these pictures of the boy," Wang Lu urged. "He's been nothing but skin and bones his entire life. Qin Jiao snapped at him, asking who gave him permission to speak. She argued that Jin Shan had simply lacked a sense of taste before and was now finally eating well. Wang Lu's expression darkened as he pointed out that the boy's transformation only happened a month ago. He questioned if Jin Shan was even human anymore. Qin Jiao turned to see her son staring hungrily at the raw slab of beef. His eyes turned blood-red like a starving beast as he demanded to be fed. He lunged for the raw meat while his mother tried to hold him back, fearing the social embarrassment. Jin Shan suddenly bit down with immense force. As the sun began to set, casting a gloomy light over the villa, a memory of a despondent Jin Shan appeared. Servants whispered about how the young master was bullied at school because his illness made him afraid to eat, while his father was always away. Even his mother was starting to give up on him. When Xiao Lan brought him dinner, he irritably knocked the tray away, sending food flying everywhere. Terrified, he begged for the food to be taken away. Jin Shan clutched his head in agony, wishing he could just die rather than live in such a state. Suddenly, a hand reached out to him, calling his fear of food interesting. Back in the present, Gu Yun used his own hand to block the boy's bite. Jin Shan's teeth shattered against Gu Yun's hand, which began to bleed. They pulled Qin Jiao to safety as the boy went feral, tearing into the raw meat and inviting Gu Yun to join him. Wang Lu watched, trembling behind a wall. Is he even human anymore? Are you okay? Did one bite turn you into a total wreck? It's already healed, he wondered. He hasn't become an evil spirit yet, but what will he turn into if this continues? What should we do? He didn't answer and just took out his phone, making the other man shout. Is now the time to be browsing your phone? Gu Yun interrupted, telling him to be quiet so he could find someone to ask. He asked back, what expert? Isn't that just Shizu the know-it-all? He continued irritably. What can that person do besides talk big? Jin Chan finished the meat and complained that there was too little raw meat, while he hurriedly interrupted. Hey, I think you'd be better off asking a Taoist priest or a monk. Do you have any more raw meat? His body suddenly transformed into a massive, terrifying demon. Gu Yun tossed the phone to him and told him to get the others out and retreat. He stood confidently before the creature and said he would handle it. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the phone. Someone had replied, asking which neighborhood night this was, as Jin Chan lunged frantically at him. He looked at the received message with suspicion, wondering who this person was and why they sounded like a powerful supernatural authority, questioning if they could be trusted. Gu Yun turned back and called him an enthusiastic online friend, asking what to do in this situation, but he grew more frantic upon seeing the message, saying they were out of options. Everyone has fled, so we should run too. The police will come to clean up the mess, but Qin Jiao tried to stop them, shouting that they couldn't do that to her Chan Chan. Wang Lu quickly held her back, telling the lady to stay calm because her son was no longer human. Standing before the snarling Jin Chan, he calmly agreed that if he was no longer human, he should be killed. But memories of the boy offering him food flashed through Gu Yun's mind as he clenched his fist in determination. But he's a good kid who shared his food with me, so I must break the curse on him. Hearing this, Wang Lu's eyes widened in shock as he asked if he was joking and how that was even possible. He picked up a knife to cut his hand, recalling that the great elder had taught him that breaking a curse only required 3 simple steps. Then Gu Yun leaped onto the boy's head while continuing to speak. First, pass the trial of the abyss, he said as he opened a can of water. Second, prepare a cup of water, and then he dripped blood from his wound into it for the 3rd step. Wang Lu shouted, asking what kind of nonsense those 3 steps were, and telling Gu Yun to run because he was exhausted and shouldn't throw his life away there. Jin Chan bared his sharp teeth and asked Teacher Gu to let him have a bite so they could eat together. But he lunged forward and threw the can of water straight into the boy's mouth before jumping down as Jin Chan began to choke. Wang Lu watched, sweating with tension, as a black aura suddenly erupted from the boy's body. He struck the spot where Gu Yun had been standing, shattering a corner of the villa and leaving the mansion in ruins. Qin Jiao turned pale but still tried to speak, telling Ah Chan they were deceiving him and questioning how someone could collapse a house with one hand, fearing they would cause a death. Wang Lu ran out of the rubble and shouted for everyone to be taken away immediately, urging as many as possible to escape as the hideously transformed Jin Chan stepped out from the ruins. He was terrified by the sight, wondering what on earth was happening as Gu Yun rushed forward to block him, raising his hand to strike, while realizing the antidote hadn't been absorbed, but had instead reinforced the iron armor. Gu Yun delivered a heavy blow to help him digest, shattering the boy's armor with a single punch. He struck the boy's stomach repeatedly with great force, not ceasing his frantic assault until the body finally returned to its normal state. The boy began to vomit everything he had consumed earlier, prompting Gu Yun to ask if he was all right now that the power had vanished, just as loud voices erupted nearby. Following the sound of the blast, police officers rushed to the scene, identifying the group as the terrorists who had attacked their benefactor after seeing them earlier that morning. The arriving officers pinned Wang Lu down, judging by his appearance that he was certainly a terrorist, while he lamented his misfortune, wondering why he was always the one targeted. Gu Yun emerged from the drifting smoke, causing the police to shift their focus and prepare to arrest him, with one officer addressing the captain. Believing he looked like the terrorist leader, Gu Yun quickly pulled Wang Lu away, as the latter complained that Gu Yun's actions had caused a disaster and destroyed the entire house. They argued while fleeing, worrying about whether they would be sued for damages, as Wang Lu feared the wealthy capitalist would never let them off the hook. Wang Lu suddenly froze, his face turning pale as he spotted Mr. Jin Wan Hua approaching them. The man waved and asked if they had finished early, to which Gu Yun replied that his son was safe. Wang Lu interrupted to discuss the payment, leading to a handshake between him and Wan Hua. Wan Hua claimed he wouldn't let such great masters suffer a loss, but mentioned that business had been difficult lately as he showed them his wallet. When he showed them, he only had 5,000 yuan left. Wang Lu politely declined more, insisting they should stick to their original agreement. They decided to conclude the matter there without further talk of money, and a satisfied Wan Hua watched them leave, happy to have achieved his goal. Thinking he had easily dismissed the two naive fools with just a few thousand yuan, the capitalist reached his front door and suddenly froze. Wan Hua was struck by a massive shock at the sight of his ruined home, screaming that he would kill the useless fools responsible, until Jin Ken softly called out to his father. Qin Jiao and Wan Hua rushed to embrace the boy, while the servants and butler wept nearby, as Gu Yun and Wang Lu happily began to divide their earnings. They split the money equally, receiving 2,500 each, but Gu Yun then suggested they should perhaps contribute 800 yuan toward the house repairs. Wang Lu begged him not to cause any more trouble, prompting Gu Yun to run off to buy a treadmill while telling Master Wang to prepare for their next contract. Wang Lu returned to the villa and stopped Jin Kan's parents from thanking him, stating it was merely their duty. He requested a private moment with the young master, and standing by the bed, asked how his anorexia had transformed into such monstrous gluttony, to which Jin Ken responded with a question. He asked if Wang Lu believed in the existence of gods, then recounted meeting a man who claimed he was destined to become a deity. Hearing that, he quickly interjected, "State your wish. The god is listening. Let your fear transform into my strength." Jin Ken felt helpless and told Master Wang not to make things up before asking what the person looked like. The boy replied he wore a black cloak. "I couldn't see clearly," he said as he left the villa in deep thought, realizing the person Wang Lu remembered was different from the god he met. He continued to wonder when he would see her again, or if something unexpected would happen, unaware that someone was watching him from the roof. Baring his yellow teeth, that man declared he would vanish in the coming storm, while Yun returned with a treadmill and happily showed it to Tian. "Here is a treadmill for you. It cost 3,999, he said, but she was skeptical since he never had much money, suspecting he had robbed a bank. He quickly explained it was a bonus from their work, but Tian teased him, asking why he didn't just rob a place instead. She asked if he borrowed a suit for this and where the blade was. He replied the police took it, though he intended to use it against the man-eater. She started to call the police, but Wang Lu had to call Qin Jiao, who thanked Master Gu and Master Wang for their help the previous day. Feeling indebted to Master Gu, she finally believed him and called him a good brother, while Qin Jiao winked and said she would make it up to him. "I'll be waiting then," he replied as she sighed, admitting that while it wasn't much, he did work for it, so she offered to pour tea for Master Wang. Wang Lu sat down and told Yun that he had thought it over. Without that helpful online friend, he might have killed the kid or been turned into a steak. "Don't worry, you aren't that fat," she teased. But he turned serious and said that wasn't the point, as he believed their mission needed to expand. He suggested inviting that kind online friend to join their group, so she agreed to message them while Wang Lu examined the profile picture. Judging by the avatar, he assumed it was a bearded, muscular man standing 188 cm tall, which surprised her that he could tell just by looking at a screen. Claiming he had seen this often, he sent a message inviting the person to join them in hunting spirits, preferably someone muscular who could take a hit. When the person asked about the benefits, the two plotted to offer the remaining money from the treadmill purchase as an incentive. Thinking it was enough, Yun transferred a portion of the previous reward to the person as a gesture of sincerity, promising to split future earnings. In a room filled with eye-catching models, a girl sat smiling at her screen and wondered what the man wanted before replying that the boss was generous. He suggested it was time to arrange a meeting, but she read the message and chuckled, thinking that such a small amount of money wasn't enough for that. "You're overestimating yourselves," Shen Yue replied, declining the meeting. "I see. In that case, would it be possible for you to provide us with his contact information?" She was wondering, mine, when someone entered calling for President Shen, causing her to turn and tell him to knock as he apologized. She turned and asked if he was there to report on the man-eating demon at Phoenix Villa, noting it was nearly time for its mutation, to which the man immediately replied, "Yes, the Jejin Association is sending more reinforcements. This is a vital client for Mr. Jin, so there can be no delays." Hearing this, Shen Yue simply yawned. "Tell everyone to disperse. The man-eating demon is gone." "What?" The man hurriedly made a call, asking if young Master Jin had already finished, noting it was expected of an S-rank. "I won't disturb you further." She handed him a flyer, telling him not to leave just yet, before Shen Yue turned her focus back to the computer to check the upcoming weekend event. "It won't cost much to secure a ticket for me." She was relaxing, feeling like the elite of the elite, which felt wonderful until she suddenly realized it was already Friday. Shen Yue hurriedly rummaged through her things, realizing she wasn't ready and needed to finish quickly, so she sent a final message. "I am Shen Yue. Look for me here later, bye," she said, leaving Wang Lu annoyed as he realized they were two of a kind since he had also used a fake name, Lin Zio. "Stop joking, aren't you, Gu Yun? I'm not blind," she messaged, making him jump out of his chair in shock at how she knew his identity. He hurriedly claimed she was tracking him and that her backers could easily decide their fate, shouting that in this digital age, they were transparent to the elite. Gu Yun finally spoke up, stating his account name was Gu Yun DBG, which left the man stunned before he bolted out of the house. Complaining about the heat, the man left, telling Gu Yun he was free for now, while Gu Yun sat deep in thought about failing to recruit anyone. He wondered if he could take back the red envelope he gave, then turned to call Tian Tian, startling her with his calculating expression. "Look, no one can stop us now. You know what needs to be done," he said, causing her to back away and tell him not to act crazy since she had to go out. And Ling was happily skipping down the street, carrying a bag of sandwiches that included 2 peanut butter ones and 2 ham and egg ones. She was determined to clear her reputation for being a bad cook today, but then a plea of "Brother, please don't," echoed from Gu Yun's building. She rushed up to check on Tian Tian, blushing as she pressed her ear against the door, wondering what they could possibly be doing in broad daylight. Upon entering, she realized the situation as Gu Yun asked what was wrong with her before telling Tian Tian to keep running since she had only finished 15 kilometers. It wasn't even halfway, leaving Ling speechless while Gu Yun explained the girl lacked exercise so he made her run. Then he picked up a sandwich and began eating. He muttered to himself that an old lady in his village once said anything toasted was edible, a comment that left Ling completely at a loss for words. When she asked what happened to that lady, he revealed she died after eating something toasted, and Tian Tian added that they weren't related to her anyway. The two girls immediately agreed never to let him cook again. Then Ling turned her attention to the treadmill and remarked that it looked expensive. Gu Yun lamented that the 4,000 yuan was gone, and the world was dangerous because money vanished so easily, but she pointed out he just spent it too quickly. She explained she wanted him to join her for a part-time job, but Tian Tian interrupted, noting that her brother's part-time gigs never lasted more than a few days. And Ling shyly explained it was only for today since she wanted to play the game, and a publisher needed 2 staff members, so she wanted Master Gu to accompany her. She thought to herself that while this was a rare opportunity for those older men, youth had its own price, and calling out to strangers was simply too embarrassing. Her master was the most reliable of all. Once Gu Tian was ready, she asked if he wanted to visit a major company in city, and Gu Yun agreed since he was free, so she reminded him to help her pack while she went to her tutoring job. Gu Tian whispered, asking what he thought of her. Gu Yun didn't catch her drift, so she spoke plainly, noting that the woman treated him well and asking if he liked girls of that type. Gu Yun remarked that she was fine in most regards, but didn't fit his traditional tastes. This surprised Gu Tian, who sighed, realizing her plan to set them up wouldn't be so easy after all. The scene shifts to a tournament venue. Gu Yun wondered what kind of cult gathering this was, but Ling explained it was an unofficial organization. She proudly boasted about today's offline gaming event, where the grand prize in the lucky draw was the latest VR computer set. Because of that, tickets had long since sold out. He claimed to understand, but when she questioned him, he joked that someone would explode soon and they were there to handle the aftermath. And Ling was speechless and told him to be quiet. Below them, a man announced himself as the co-organizer and chairman of Liu Real Estate. Liu Shengchuan introduced the partnership with Nitin Hall as a key project for foreign investment, featuring the meticulously crafted game, A Great Dream Escape, as their upcoming flagship release. Before noon, free battles would take place in the square, where the winner would be whoever managed to seize the prize draw stars from their opponents. Meanwhile, those in black would battle to take stars back from the participants, so everyone was urged to stay focused and prepare for what was coming. Everyone was excited as the event officially began with wishes for a Liu family home purchase. As participants took their positions, and Ling scoffed, noting that only young people were there and none could actually afford a house. With a devious look, she suggested they play the role of the black-clad squad to crush their dreams, using spirit bags to force the participants into a difficult retreat, and Ling was thrilled at the thought of them giving up in tears. Gu Yun finally caught on and pointed toward a young boy standing nearby. Before the confused boy could react, Gu Yun threw something with such force that it left him agape, causing the ground behind him to shatter into pieces. And Ling sighed in exasperation, explaining that wasn't how the bags were used. She demonstrated a proper bag duel against a boy in a green hat, as their creatures fought under their commands while onlookers gossiped. Someone remarked that he looked like an old man from a manga, realizing the black-clad squad was cosplaying. When Gu Yun turned around, they asked if they could take a photo with him. However, he made a wretched face. A boy named Ruby refused to back down, declaring that no matter how scary the boss was, he would still issue a challenge. Feeling ignored and unworthy, Ruby felt dejected. Meanwhile, Gu Yun was preoccupied, frantically searching for his missing equipment. He worried that losing the bag he was given might lead to a pay cut. As he searched, a pair of glowing eyes watched him intently from the bushes. It swiftly leaped over Gu Yunying as he reached out to grab it, thinking he wouldn't let it escape, just as a car came to a sudden halt. Blood leaked from the vehicle as the person inside told their boss to report that the demon had escaped, Boss Liao. Meanwhile, Xin Chuan watched from a distance, reviewing a video on his phone where two guards were suddenly killed while protecting something. The car windows shattered amidst the chaos before the vehicle was incinerated, leaving Xin Chuan trembling and muttering to himself. He muttered that it could still be controlled before tasking his subordinate with the event and leaving, while Ling wiped away sweat during her intense battle. Dealing with various participants required diverse skills and tactics, and it was only through her years of experience that she managed to defeat 5 of them. Suddenly, the crowd buzzed with news of a 100-man slayer who had defeated 100 players, while nearby, monsters were being drilled, trapped, and frozen, making Ling wonder who achieved such a feat. She was stunned to see Gu Yun with a rabbit, as she had memorized every known species and knew this particular rabbit shouldn't exist. Furthermore, with only a 30% success rate for that move, she couldn't understand how he hit 100 people in a row before Gu Yun noticed and greeted her. Gu Yun claimed he had mastered the game by treating it as a contest of speed, but Ling frustratedly shouted that he was completely wrong. She wondered how such an idiot could exist just as the guards blew their whistles to announce that the event was canceled due to an incident and everyone had to leave. The area was being cordoned off, and Ling inquired about their wages and the lucky draw, to which the guard replied that rewards would be distributed via the website based on their rankings. Feeling like the morning was wasted, she asked if he would return the rabbit that seemed so attached to him, but San suddenly leaped off Gu Yun's head and bolted. It surprised her by heading to a hand-pulled noodle stall, and though she wondered if rabbits ate noodles, she realized they didn't have any money to pay for them. She had expected to be paid that day and had already placed an order, but then the 4-leaf clover on San forehead began to glow, startling everyone nearby. The stall owner suddenly invited them over, offering the girl some free offal because of his bad luck and telling her she didn't need to pay. Gu Yun pinched San-er's mouth to stop it from eating while telling it to stick to the noodles, ignoring Ling's teasing about rabbits not eating such food. After Gu Yun commanded it to eat, the terrified rabbit complied, leaving Ling speechless before Gu Yun decided to name it San because of its third eye. Ling complained about the strange name until she noticed Gu Yun's expression darken as he showed her a trending topic on his phone. This was the reason for the square's lockdown, and as Ling marveled at how close the horrific accident was, Gu Yun wondered if an evil spirit was responsible. "You stay here and eat. I'll be right back," he said, leaving Ling puzzled about his connection to the evil spirits before he vanished, only to return moments later because the police were checking IDs nearby. and Ling grew somber as she thought of the 4 lives lost so quickly, then shyly asked Gu Yun if she could join him for dinner at his place because she was feeling frightened. As night fell, Gu Yun mentioned that Tian Tian didn't have any tutoring sessions today and would be home soon, so they headed to the supermarket to buy ingredients for noodles. Just then, the 4-leaf clover on San Er's head began to glow, and a group of people suddenly surrounded them, calling out for the guest to stop and wait. Meanwhile, Tian Tian arrived home in high spirits, but as she opened the door, she froze in shock and covered her face, unable to believe what she was seeing. "Brother, have you finally hit rock bottom?" Tian Tian asked, pointing at the scene before her and wondering if he had actually formed a looting gang. Behind them sat a massive pile of items, and while Ling quickly denied any wrongdoing, the room in Gu Yun's house was indeed filled with goods they had just been gifted. As Gu Yun organized the kitchen, noting that the herbs were the least of their concerns, and Ling wondered aloud if all this good fortune was due to the rabbit's arrival. It seemed as though they were under divine protection ever since it appeared, with absurdly good luck following them everywhere, prompting her to pull out a card to put it to the test. After feeding San Er some herbs, she initiated a 10-fold draw, which resulted in the incredible appearance of 9 gold stars and 1 purple star. And Ling stood there agape, stunned by the 5-star luck of 9 golds and 1 purple from what was supposed to be just a standard daily draw. She cradled San Er affectionately, wishing they had met sooner, though Tian Tian dismissed it as a mere coincidence and insisted they should trust in science instead. Ignoring the skepticism, and Ling praised their incredible luck in receiving so much food and offered to cook dinner, though Gu Yun asked if she was truly up to the task. Gu Yun reminded her that he had already experienced her cooking, but a bashful Ling insisted that her previous failures had reasons and that her current luck would surely prevent another disaster. She happily headed into the kitchen to prepare the meal while Gu Yun and Tian Tian watched with doubt, and before long, a bowl of meat was served. The two of them began gagging as soon as they tasted it, demanding to know what she had added, to which a startled Ling replied that she had simply used the soy sauce they left out. Tian Tian asked where they had even found those cups, pointing to 3 containers lined up that actually held black sesame soup, red syrup, and tortoise jelly. And Ling was left speechless, realizing she had forgotten to taste the food before seasoning it, while Gu Yun observed her dazed expression and noted that very look in her eyes. He seriously advised her that her mental energy was severely lacking and that she needed to intensify her training on the treadmill if she hoped to reach the Qinglin waterfall. And Ling argued that the two were unrelated, suggesting they share the treadmill to cut the time in half, which Tian Tian happily agreed to, encouraging Ling as they prepared to take turns. She complained while running, "Why must a shut-in like me endure this torture?" There were still 20 km to go. After finishing, Ling was drenched in sweat and groaned, "I want to quit. I'm useless. I can't even cook." Gu Yun praised her. "I didn't expect someone in your state to actually finish the run. You have potential. If you keep this up every Saturday, you'll be able to master the destruction art." And Ling's arm dislocated as she reached out to pull his head down, questioning him. "Have you ever considered that out of the 3 times I failed at cooking, you were the one who ruined it at least twice? If you want me to run every Saturday," and Ling said angrily, "then you must come to my house this Sunday afternoon to help me gather resources. Even if you can get me home in just 10 minutes every time, I'll accept it." Gu Yun casually agreed. Suddenly, Ling checked the news on her phone. The Liao Group announced the VR set giveaway starts at midnight. "I have to get home and wait by my computer." Gu Tian asked if she wanted to stay longer, and Ling's eyes lit up as she looked at San Er. "Right, the giveaway." She picked up the creature as she left. "Lucky San Er let me borrow you for the night." And Ling was deeply grateful. "Thank you, Gu Yun. The fear I felt from seeing that car accident today is gone." Her words left Gu Yun confused as she spoke up. "If I were the one in danger inside that car, would you come to save me?" "Of course," Gu Yun replied, though he criticized her poor fitness. "If it were me, I would have jumped out before the car caught fire." And Ling left in a huff, saying, "I'll pretend I didn't hear that last part. Goodbye." The scene shifted to a high-rise building where someone was speaking to Shang-Chi. "Young Master Liao, your business seems to be thriving. Thank you for your concern, Captain Shi. I'm sure you remember why we initially poured all our capital into the foundation." He reminded him it was for the public benefit. Shi Tao then questioned, "So, is that why you snatched the Mud Pond Hall deal from Jin Wanhua and then ruined it?" Hearing this, Sheng Chuan gave a mocking smile. "That was simply due to my own lack of ability." Shi Tao warned him that businesses rise and fall. "I don't want to interfere, so I hope you handle things wisely. But never forget who provided everything you currently possess," the old man said, closing his eyes. "I'm getting old and will retire soon, but I hope that before I leave." Sheng Chuan bowed obediently and replied, "You are absolutely right, sir." The man then pushed his chair back and sat down. A moment later, Sheng Chuan smiled triumphantly just as Liao Yun arrived to report. Sheng Chuan waved him off and speculated. That old fox must have sensed something, but what can he possibly do? He isn't the only one who holds power. He had taken notice of San-Er. This four-legged life form was the key to testing the legend that a white rabbit could bring good fortune. However, human greed remains constant. The moment the white rabbit disappears is the moment luck will be no more. Sheng Chuan was annoyed. How could this rabbit fall into his hands? This is the masterpiece that person created using my own fear. He spoke with arrogance. I am not as foolish as those subordinates. Once I have that rabbit, wealth and status will naturally come to me. Finally, Xing gave instructions to Liu Yun. Issue the order to offer a 1 million reward for its live capture. She complied, saying, "Yes, father." Xing Chuan smiled with delight as an unstoppable storm began to brew. At that moment, his location had already fallen into someone's crosshairs. A discussion could be heard, confirming the target. Shen Yue appeared and received her orders. Since there was no remorse, execute him on the spot. The identity scan was successful, and the guard opened the door, ordering her to enter. As Shen Yue walked inside, the guard outside muttered, wondering what hall master she was thinking. Such a young child caught in this situation. She looked up at the glowing demon control armament lying among the fallen bodies. Shen Yue considered the risks. If she wasn't compatible, she could die instantly, but she had nowhere else to go besides the Mecha Gold Society. A shadow of a person standing above was watching her, while a dying person reached out a trembling hand, signaling for her to run. Shen Yue recalled her past, from being rescued from the rubble to her days of relentless training. Those memories strengthened her resolve, and she leaped up to grab the demon control armament. I'll take the risk, she thought. The man watching from above finally made his move. As she leaped to seize the divine artifact, she finally obtained her own armament and earned the title of an S-rank mercenary. Shen Yue looked back on her early days. And to eliminate evil spirits, she stepped off the train in shock. What? A high-tier evil spirit? Am I already here? Shen Yue charged forward excitedly upon hearing of the spirit terrorizing the city. Her years of grueling training were for this moment. Attack, Demon Legion. However, when Shen Yue arrived, the evil spirit had already been defeated, leaving her stunned. I just got here and haven't even attacked yet. Why is it already down? Chen Jiang ran over from a distance and exclaimed, Heavens, an S-rank has already handled it. It wasn't me, she replied. He tearfully embraced Shen Yue and spoke. Who else could it have been? This evil spirit took the lives of my brothers. Thank you for avenging them. Shen Yue looked up at the sky with a heavy heart, silently vowing to take action next time. But the next time she arrived, the evil spirit had already been dealt with again. It happened again and again. She awkwardly accepted her commendations. That's right, Shen Yue's kill count on the evil spirit elimination list continued to rise steadily. Shen Yue looked on listlessly. This city was nothing like she had imagined. While she was focused on her game, a mission notification popped up, and she replied with a forced smile. A mission, huh? I get it. Let me finish this round first. I won't make it in time anyway. Shen Yue kicked her feet up on the table and laughed. Is that my escape route? When the Friday appointment arrived, Shen Yue felt revitalized and rushed to the location. The Friday appointment is over. Server, here I come. She froze upon arrival. Shen Yue rushed forward in despair but was held back by security. Why has the event been canceled? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? The crosshairs were aimed directly at the head of the man sitting in the office. It was all his fault. After aiming for a while, she hesitated, but regardless. He is just a human, not an evil spirit, despite the many assassination attempts. An angry voice erupted from the radio on her wrist, demanding to know why Shen Yue was hesitating after receiving her orders. There have been rumors lately regarding your work ethic. Shen Yue gritted her teeth in silence as the radio relayed an offline alert about a swarm of evil spirits appearing on the North District's Denghua Highway, prompting her to stand and report immediately. President, give him until tonight. I am still the one in charge of City E. She abandoned her sniper rifle and radio before dashing away. A voice came through the radio remarking on how lucky things were. While over at Shenghua Avenue, Gu Yun stood with a trash bag in his left hand and smoke still drifting from his right, looking bewildered. Evil spirits lay scattered around him after his attack, yet he remained puzzled, thinking he had only come downstairs to take out the trash when two spirits hijacked a bus to ram into him, terrifying the driver. Acting quickly, he leaped up and delivered a precise kick to the evil spirit before smashing through the window, causing the vehicle to crash into a nearby utility pole. Gu Yun jumped down just as the street lamp wobbled and fell toward his position, and though he managed to avoid it, a billboard unexpectedly crashed down on him. prompting witnesses to call emergency services to Hepping Road on Shenghua Avenue. Someone was just hit by a bus and crushed by a billboard, they reported. But as they wondered about his injuries, Gu Yun suddenly sat up looking completely dazed. His nose was bleeding, making people wonder if he was even human, but he just scratched his messy hair and dismissed it as a bit of bad luck before noticing a rabbit chewing on leaves nearby. Realizing Ling was in danger, Gu Yun tried to board a taxi while evil spirits clawed at him, but he managed to shove them away and spoke to the driver. "Driver, hurry up and get to the Tiandi apartments." The driver was a woman who, upon hearing his request, smiled and asked if he had ever heard of any urban legends. After clearing the spirits from the car, he pulled out his phone and told the driver to wait a moment because he needed to warn someone that leaving the rabbit would be dangerous. He needed to inform Ling, but his phone suddenly exploded, leaving Gu Yun to apologetically tell the driver that he hadn't meant to damage the seat. The evil spirit mocked him, noting his incredibly poor luck and how his constitution naturally attracted the supernatural, then asked if he'd heard the warning never to accept a ride from a beautiful woman at midnight. A thick mist enveloped the vehicle as the evil spirit grinned maliciously, thinking that this car would drive forever until it reached the depths of hell. Gu Yun shouted to the driver that he had no money to pay for the damaged seat, but the spirit transformed and laughed wickedly, asking him where he even saw a seat in his vehicle. "It is all made of my own bones," the spirit declared while Gu Yun looked on in confusion, before telling him to prepare for death and enjoy his special service. In the city recently ravaged by spirits, Chen Jiang watched Shen Yue approach from a distance, and as they observed the cleanup crew, he asked if she was the one responsible this time. "You were the one who reported me, weren't you?" she accused, but he claimed he only wanted to do right by his comrades while showing her a group chat that left her wondering how he knew about it. The taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the Tiandi apartments, and as Gu Yun jumped out, the evil spirit was left weeping with bones in its hands, while Ling gradually woke up on the ground. "What's wrong with me? I was just gathering resources, so why am I on the floor?" She touched the back of her head and felt blood. Recalling the moment before she blacked out, she realized the furniture was trying to kill her. Before she could regain her senses, the refrigerator attacked again. "Gu Yun, save me!" and Ling shrieked. As the appliance was about to fall on her, she wondered why she had called out to him. Resigning herself to the end, she thought that at least dying wouldn't be too ugly, though it was quite sad. Suddenly, Gu Yun leaped through the window and kicked the refrigerator away, leaving Ling in shock. Moved to tears, she threw herself into his arms and held him tight. She blushed with embarrassment when she realized her face was pressed against his firm chest. He finally realized his clothes had been shredded by the female driver earlier. "That's not important," Gu Yun said. "Now that I'm here, you'll be fine." Ling blushed and wondered what he meant. Was he actually a romantic expert? She expected him to say that a hero saving a beauty was only natural. Gu Yun stepped forward and grabbed Ling's shoulders firmly. "I know you aren't prepared for this yet, but I will teach you," he said. Ling blushed and avoided his gaze, thinking he was being far too bold. Gu Yun continued to speak. "Tomorrow I will teach you the destruction fist technique." Hearing that, Ling was completely baffled. He continued talking and demonstrated the technique for her. "This is the core knowledge of the weapon masters in our village. One punch can destroy a defensive wall, though the master was exiled for wrecking the village chief's house." Gu Yun firmly assured Ling that solving the problem only took 3 steps. First, find the source of the misfortune. Second, get close to it. Third, use the destruction method. As he spoke, Ling fainted again. "Don't worry, my methods never fail." She eventually woke up in a daze. She saw Gu Yun in the kitchen preparing a meal. "You only lost a little blood. I'm using your ingredients to make some nutritious food. It'll be ready soon." "You know how to cook?" she asked. Was she actually praising him? "Of course. To honor my superior survival skills, the people in my village gave me the nickname, the Wild Man." He placed a charred, black lump in front of her. "Here, try it," he said, confidently introducing his dark fried rice. Ling tapped it with a spoon and frowned. "It's as hard as a rock. Can you even eat this? You aren't a wild man, you're more like a beast." Gu Yun picked up a piece and ate it. "Is it not good?" he asked. "It tastes better than gnawing on bones," he said. Ling lunged forward and grabbed his neck, screaming at him to give back the cool moment he had just ruined. With a thud, they both turned toward the sound. Wang Lu stood at the door with his mouth hanging open, his food boxes and a bag of buns lying on the floor. Ling quickly tried to explain that it wasn't what it looked like. Wang Lu shouted, "I am a master of cinema. I won't be fooled by these cliché scenes." In his eyes, the two of them were already surrounded by a strange aura. "The death energy on you two is practically turning into a black hole," he said after calming down. Gu Yun recounted the events in detail, starting from the drunken rogue evil spirit and the midnight taxi to the Avatar's arrival, the pet killings, and the failed collection. Wang Lu was highly skeptical, remarking that any ordinary person would have died long ago and asking what earth-shattering trouble he had caused. Gu Yun calmly explained that he had let a rabbit escape, leading the other man to realize it was the same creature mentioned earlier that day. Wang Lu continued his deductions, questioning why the phone was unreachable, until Gu Yun clarified that the device had actually exploded. And Ling finally snapped, shouting, "Logic, my foot," and threatening to eat their dumplings since she was being excluded from their professional meeting. He told her to just watch quietly as a family member, which made her blush while Wang Lu returned his focus to the investigation. He mentioned that he had already consulted Shen Yue, confirming that the white-clothed witch and the man-eating demon were both well-known urban legends. He narrowed his eyes and deduced that while legends usually lack evidence, these stories had recently begun manifesting as real crimes with actual victims. Brother Shen suspected someone was turning these myths into reality, but Gu Wang remained unconcerned, noting these spirits were different from his previous targets. He dismissed the recent events as nonsense, but Wang Lu brought up the lucky rabbit, explaining its origins in Celtic mythology to a confused Enling. After Enling mentioned seeing celts in video games, a frustrated Wang Lu checked his phone and sarcastically asked if she was satisfied with his cultural knowledge. Gu Yun simply gave a friendly smile and refocused on the primary issue, even though he didn't actually understand any of the mythological terms being used. The lucky rabbit was actually a witch's incarnation killed by cruel magic to create a charm that would eventually kill its owner, causing Enling to pale. Gu Yun asked if San was that specific rabbit, and Wang Lu admitted he wasn't sure, though the situation regarding the creature was finally becoming clear. Upon hearing that the Liao group had offered a $1 million bounty for the rabbit, Gu Yun immediately began calculating the massive profit like a true warrior. Without another word, the two of them began a desperate search for the creature as Enling approached to whisper a question. She asked Wang Lu to read her fortune again to see if she would live long enough to enjoy any wealth, prompting him to smile with confidence. He told her that because of their bond, he would advise her to stay as close as possible to the man standing right in front of her. He promised she would be safe if she clung to him, and she immediately obeyed, leaving a bewildered Gu Yun to ask what she was doing. Gu Yun complained that it was ticklish, but Enling refused to let go and told him to proceed just as he suddenly recalled something important. Wang Lu, many people saw me and Rabbit return yesterday, so will Tian Tian be targeted? Gu Yun then pressed his remaining money into Wang Lu's palm, instructing him to hire elite bodyguards to protect his sister. However, the money provided was merely pocket change, making Wang Lu scream internally about how he was supposed to hire elite guards with such a small amount. With only 8 yuan, even a child might refuse the job, but seeing Gu Yun's disappointed expression made him break into a cold sweat. Wang Lu finally relented, promising to do what he could, while Gu Yun carried Enling and searched, determined to bring the person to him if necessary. Enling tried to compose herself, realizing she knew absolutely nothing about this man or his true identity. She wondered why he was helping her, just as Gu Yun's eyes turned sharp and he spun around instantly. Gu Yun pressed close to Enling, causing her face to flush bright red, as he signaled for silence to watch the armed mob approaching below. Enling whimpered in fear, but Gu Yun comforted her and told her to stay behind him, while the sound of the door being battered grew louder. Enling shook with terror as electric saws tore through the door, allowing Wei Hao and his group of men in black to storm inside. The large crowd quickly surrounded Gu Yun, who shielded Enling and made a serious declaration, prompting a confused look from Wei Hao as he issued a final warning. He warned that trespassing was illegal, but the man mockingly asked if they looked like law-abiding citizens while Enling watched them in terror. Terrified, she told them to take whatever they wanted since they knew nothing, but Wei Hao stepped forward and lewdly asked her to play with him. He threatened that with so many men, anything could happen, but Gu Yun intervened, warning that they wouldn't escape the law if they were caught by the police. He stated that the strong shouldn't target the weak and questioned their weapons, but Wei Hao shouted at him to stop his senseless babbling. The man challenged him while swinging his blade, but Gu Yun remained calm and flicked his finger, sending Wei Hao crashing painfully to the ground. Gu Yun looked down at the groaning man and clarified that he was the weak one, but Wei Hao refused to submit and tried to get back up. Gu Yun effortlessly dodged every strike and mocked the armed crowd, noting that 3 lives had already been forfeited. He remarked that 3 lives were lost due to their lawlessness, driving Wei Hao into a rage as he ordered his men to kill him. After Gu Yun finished off the entire group, Enling sat calmly sipping tea and decided to ask him a question. She asked how many people could keep up with a fighter like him, and he calmly replied that anyone from his village could easily defeat such weaklings. She hesitantly asked if his village was a place for warriors. But Yun Shen ignored her and grabbed Wei Hao by the hair to begin the interrogation, warning him to stop pretending before things got ugly as the man begged for mercy. "Sir, I won't break the law again. I'll change my ways," the man promised, to which he replied that the attitude was acceptable before asking if the organization had any other members or powerful experts left. Trembling with fear and not daring to hide the truth, Wei Hao admitted that their experts had already moved to another location, a fact that he seemed to have already anticipated. "It's not the Lantern Flower Avenue near my home, is it?" he asked, causing the man to break into a cold sweat as he stammered that it was actually the North District. A pair of murderous eyes suddenly appeared on the ceiling, followed by a gaping maw of sharp teeth lunging down, forcing Yun Shen to quickly reach out and restrain San-Er. "San-Er, be quiet," he commanded. Yet the creature refused to back down and continued to struggle with him in a fit of rage, leading Enling to wonder if the man had said something to offend it. Realizing the North District might be where San-Er's relatives were, she saw it wanted to bite the man who kidnapped it, while Wei Hao desperately begged the rabbit to spare his life. Since San-Er had no intention of letting the man go, Yun Shen had to intervene and protect him, eventually succeeding in making San-Er behave obediently once more. "Be good, I have something to ask him," Gu Yun said as he grabbed Wei Hao by the collar. "You lot couldn't even handle a few rabbits, so why were you sent here?" He finally revealed the whole story, explaining that after the rabbits' rampage left no survivors, they were only sent to see if anyone had slipped through the net. "The real expert is lying in wait," Gu Yun muttered, narrowing his eyes at Wei Hao. "An expert who can fight that rabbit. Is he truly that powerful?" He laughed loudly and replied that there was no comparison, for the man was a 4-category champion who wasn't even human. As skilled as Gu Gu was, that man was far more formidable. Gu Yun flashed a devious smile, noting that having a corpse in the house was a nuisance and he'd heard enough, while San-Er was now out on a crowded street, and Ling was driving him in a small vehicle. Observing the surroundings and realizing they were in the North District, where many were hunting the rabbit for the million-yuan bounty. Fortunately, the exhausted rabbit was asleep. Gu Yun could no longer contain his excitement, wondering if the champion was among the crowd, though Enling remained somewhat apprehensive. She asked if he truly wanted to seek out that champion and invite misfortune, but he confidently declared that, as Gu Yun, he had never mistakenly killed a weakling. "But I will never let a strong opponent escape," he added, prompting Enling to wonder if this was the same man who had just lectured on the law before they decided to split from the crowd to find clues. Gu Yun noticed someone staring intently at a nearby utility pole and pointed out the man in the corner, questioning if he feared the cold since he was wearing heavy clothes in April. Chang Hu waved him over, asking him to explain the meaning of a piece of paper, while Enling watched Gu Chang go to help and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She thought the man must be out of his mind to seek answers from Gu Yun, looking at the missing person notice covered in crude, shaky handwriting. Gu Yun speculated that it looked like a primary schooler's handwriting and suggested the owner must be worried about their lost pet, while Chang Hu rubbed his chin in thought. "Tell me, if someone found it, shouldn't they return it to the owner to earn 300 yuan? The man asked, and Gu Yun nodded, agreeing that returning lost property was the right thing to do. However, his attitude shifted as he mentioned that another owner was offering $1 million for the same rabbit, and as he pulled something out, he stated he would definitely choose the higher reward, leaving Gu Yun suspicious. "Who are you?" Gu Yun asked, just as the sound of tearing fabric rang out and Chang Hu shattered a nearby sign with a single punch before letting out a sinister laugh. "I'm lucky to finally face the 4-category champion," he sneered as he and Gu Yun began to trade blows, leading Gu Yun to realize that the man was indeed a formidable master. Chang Hu grew even more arrogant, claiming that only those of high status could truly utilize the value of power and that they weren't fortunate enough to enjoy such luck. "So you'd better behave," he warned, while Enling reported that his accomplices had already leaked their information, though Gu Yun showed no signs of concern. "Stealing from others doesn't make you a true warrior," Gu Yun said, but the man countered that he didn't care, as this mission allowed him to lie in wait for experts, which was his true goal since public matches were dull. "Unrestricted underground fighting is the only thing I live for," Chang Hu declared as he relentlessly attacked Gu Yun, who nimbly evaded every single strike. "When you fight until the very end, you are the champion," he claimed, but Gu Yun fearlessly challenged him back, asking if there were any true masters and demanding to face one. That man suddenly realized and Ling had vanished and shouted, "Wait, where is that woman? You're stalling me here while she escapes with the rabbit." Gu Yun frowned and analyzed the situation, stating it had nothing to do with him and that there were 3 issues with what had been said. Chang Hu, losing all patience, told him to get lost, but Gu Yun had no intention of stopping. First, true masters cannot wait, as I've searched this entire city only to find weak, pathetic spirits. He insisted on finishing his point even as he took a blow. Second, why haven't you tried to kill me yet? You are far too naive, Gu Yun remarked before delivering a devastating blow that would not be forgotten. Third, I hesitated with that destructive strike earlier, but now I can go all out, he said, while Chang Hu continued to mock him with utter contempt. I've discarded many corpses of big talkers like you in these matches. They all. But a moment later, that man was left in a state of total bewilderment. What happened to them all? Chang Hu wondered as he lay there severely injured, unable to recall anything as he questioned his own identity. Who am I? He pondered, while elsewhere in the night, and Ling returned Tam to its owner, and Xiao Guang emotionally pulled the rabbit into a tight embrace. And Ling felt a wave of happiness at the sight, and some time later, Gu Yun arrived to find her waiting leisurely by the car, asking if the fight was over. Gu Yun spoke while chewing, noting that the man's mental state was so unstable he began questioning his life after just a few words, while Ling felt a sense of regret on the way back. It seems my luck vanished with that rabbit, as 1,000,000 just flew away, she lamented, while Gu Yun remarked that those underground matches weren't impressive at all. However, Ling grew excited as she held the money she had earned, saying, "But I made 300. Now that we have cash, let's go eat," a soft smile playing on her lips. Gu Yun didn't want to be so wasteful and suggested she save it since she didn't have much left this month. But Ling remained firm in her decision. "Stop talking, I'm treating you," she said as she drove him away, mentioning a cheap barbecue buffet with free soda and inviting Tian Tian. While that night, Xiao Guang happily watched Tam eat. "Bunny, why have you started liking noodles?" Xiao Guang asked, while at the same time, Tang Mei stood in the corner staring at the 6 zeros on her phone's screen. "Look at this, dear. Chi Kai planned ahead, and with the help of our brothers, we have enough for the house down payment," she said, though she still seemed a bit hesitant. "But what about Xiao Guang?" she asked, to which Chi Kai immediately showed her the rabbit in his arms, saying the child wouldn't know, and that he had luckily bought a replacement at the market. Tang Mei happily embraced her husband and praised his intelligence, while he told her to handle the rest later and take Xiao Guang out to buy some delicious food now. "Let me handle this," he said, but Chi Kai's sudden appearance immediately put San on guard as its gaze grew fierce. At that critical moment, a knock echoed from outside, and as soon as Chi Kai opened the door, a massive surge of energy rushed in. It struck like a cyclone, tearing the house apart while out on the street. Shen Yue walked along with San in her arms. Her presence caused a man to break into a cold sweat, and he became even more terrified the moment he saw San placed on the table. Shen Yue got straight to the point, asking Boss Liao if this was his lost item, causing his face to darken as he realized she was no ordinary student. "Who are you?" he asked, but she simply pushed San toward him, claiming she was just a bounty hunter interested in the reward. Suddenly, the mark glowed again, and San lunged at Boss Liao's neck, while Shen Yue remarked that using it to overthrow Chairman Shi was a bad idea. He finally realized she was from the Foundation and begged her to take the creature away, but Shen Yue coldly replied that it was already too late. She turned and walked away, leaving behind a chaotic bar where a crowd of demons and monsters had gathered inside. President Feng sat in a corner discussing whether his introductory gift for the Foundation's young beauty was effective, making the other man feel uneasy. "Are you tired of living provoking the Foundation?" the man asked, but President Feng scoffed at his fear and began to threaten him. "Your fear can become nourishment for urban legends," he said, "as I intend to use a terrifying wind to shake this city and inherit divine power." Using Mr. Liao's fear as a catalyst, he recreated the lucky rabbit to control fate, though he considered it a tragedy that such power fell into incapable hands. He explained that spreading the news would spark a new wave of fear, and that his actions were merely a way to deliver the bait to its intended target. Everything would unfold naturally from there, while San continued to bite Boss Liao, who claimed Chairman Shi's rise to power was just as dishonorable as his own. Shen Yue remained dismissive, asking what that had to do with her, even as Boss Liao continued to hurl desperate threats at her. When he claimed that Boss and Xiao would never forgive the Foundation, she became intrigued to learn that he was working for such a group. Shen Yue pressed him for details, asking if they would send the 4th-ranked champion or the divine scribe Bai Lu, before suddenly demanding to know their location. "Only I can save you now," she declared, demanding to know who told him about the rabbit's power as Boss Liao turned pale with terror. He confessed that a man was forming a union of natural masters called Art of God, where every member possessed their own unique card. Boss Liao desperately searched his memory for evidence, wondering where the card he was given had gone, while Shen Yue grabbed his collar and demanded to know how he knew of the catastrophe. Boss Liao then explained that the man had handed him a card bearing the Union's symbol, yet he could no longer find it anywhere. Meanwhile, President Feng wore a devious smirk, noting that the man had been abandoned, just as a cyclone of energy surged toward the building. Everything inside was instantly thrown into chaos, affecting Shen Yue, Boss Liao, and San Er. She tried to use her powers to resist while Shen Yue reached for Boss Liao, but it was too late. Ultimately, she only managed to carry San Er to safety before collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, wondering who was behind this unexpected turn of events. President Feng watched with delight as the Foundation eliminated the secret squad's members, sowing seeds of hatred that threatened the peace between the two factions. Taking advantage of the chaos, he stirred the atmosphere and declared that, as the newly nominated god, he would rise from this moment while the evil spirits grew more excited. He urged them to create calamities so that no living soul could find peace, while at the same time, Gu Yun and his companions were enjoying a meal and a toast together. Wang Lu praised Gu Yun for helping them overcome the recent danger, while Ling stared intently at her phone, despite the seemingly haphazard use of her luck-based abilities. Wang Lu continued to ramble, suggesting that surviving such a disaster meant great fortune would follow and that their time to shine was approaching. Just as he finished speaking, Ling cried out in excitement that she had won, startling Gu Tian, who asked what was happening. Ling displayed her phone screen, revealing she had won a VIP console on her second attempt against odds of 1 in 2300. She excitedly invited Gu Tian to her home, leaving the young girl to wonder if this was actually Ling's true personality. Gu Yun contemplated that since she was in such high spirits, it was the perfect time to teach her the destruction fist. But Gu Tian suddenly made an announcement. She told him the time had come, and when he failed to understand, she explained it was the midterm parent-teacher meeting that all students dreaded. At City E High School, students were clamoring for Scholar Gu to explain a problem or for Boss Gu to join the art club when a young man suddenly approached. Sun Zheng declared he would make the school's top beauty admire him today and rushed forward, only to be instantly taken down by Gu Tian's neck lock. She coldly told others to take him to the infirmary so as not to delay the meeting, while Zhou Li remarked on her popularity as a flawless beauty who could deadlift 85 kilograms. When asked if they would benefit from her fame, a bashful Gu Tianchen claimed it was all just rumors, though Zhou Li continued to tease her. She asked if even a top student feared the parent-teacher meeting, and Gu Tian admitted her brother was attending, which triggered Zhou Li's memory. This was the same man who had spent over 3 hours lecturing on the necessity of muscle training for the college entrance exams, leaving Gu Tian to do nothing but sigh in exasperation. One person was bold enough to lecture while the others were brave enough to listen, and as a result, the class average dropped by 12 points last semester. Zhou Li even flexed his muscles at my slender frame. Gu Yun appeared and apologized to Zhou Lili, admitting his previous thoughts were inconsiderate, which left Zhou Lili overjoyed to see him. He asked if things would be different this year, but Gu Yun had an entirely different perspective after carefully studying the situation regarding evil spirits in City E. Risk training was indeed outdated, so a new training plan based on 4 core categories would be established this year. Gu Yun's words made Gu Tian want to hit him as she warned everyone to prepare. She warned him to read exactly from the script or else, and Gu Yun was so intimidated that he could only nod instinctively as Gu Tian continued her warnings. The teacher allowed me to sit in, so do not even think about causing trouble. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan politely asked if she was Lu Renjia's mother and if her child really started studying at 6 in the morning. She replied that it was nothing compared to Long Tao, who reportedly stayed for self-study until midnight, while Long Zhu humbly added that her child was simply very hardworking. She claimed her son was quite useless, and Gu Tian watched them with disdain, disgusted by how they competed through such false modesty. Even though they were over 100 points behind her, they were not even on the level of her desk mate Ma Wuxian, whose grades were consistently terrible because he never studied. His test scores had never even reached double digits, and only a god could save that seat now. Just as she mentioned her desk mate, his guardian appeared, and both siblings stared in shock to see Wang Lu. He awkwardly flipped through a notebook and introduced himself as the young uncle of Ma Wuxian, leaving Gu Tian exasperated that he had to check his notes just to remember the name. Gu Yun quickly asked what he was doing there, and Wang Lu revealed that this school had an urban legend, which caused Gu Yun to jump in surprise. He added that it was currently just an online rumor he had come to investigate, but Gu Tian skeptically asked what any of that had to do with Ma Wuxian. Wang Lu looked at them as if he had amnesia and asked who Ma Wuxian was. Her prediction was correct. as he clearly had no idea who the boy was. Seeing her dejected expression, Wang Lu reaffirmed that she should not forget he was a master fortune teller, but Gu Tian disgustedly called him out. She asked if he had just made that up, comparing him to those who called themselves village warriors and used such delusions just to convince themselves so they could scrape by each day. Wang Lu admitted that the kid named Ma had met him at his stall by the school gate and asked him to pose as his uncle for the meeting. She asked in shock if he had actually taken money for it. He arrogantly asked if 20 yuan even counted as money, then noted that the boy was marked by death and that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. He claimed to be an incredibly kind-hearted person, but as soon as Wang Lu finished speaking, a stack of test papers was slammed onto the table with a loud thud. Everyone watched tensely as the teacher standing before Wu Bai introduced herself, saying, "Greetings, parents, I am the head teacher, Wu. These are the midterm exam results with grade rankings included." Wang Lu's face darkened the moment he saw them. "Is she your teacher?" Gu Tianchen looked at her in terror. "Yes, she is incredibly strict with all students. Any rule-breaking results in parents being summoned. Her nickname is the Assassin." Wang Lu was immediately smitten, crying out, "Teacher, please take my life." Gu Yun rolled up his sleeves to strike him, saying, "It's just a title, she's not a criminal." Nevertheless, Wang Lu ignored him completely. "Hold on, let me cast a fortune to see how my romantic destiny aligns with this teacher." At that moment, Lu Yuan leaned closer. "Mr. Diviner, please cast a fortune for my little Lu to see how the grades turned out." Uncle Long joined in. "And for my little Long as well." Wang Lu didn't even bother looking before concluding. No need for a reading, they both dropped 10 ranks. Lu Yuan was skeptical until Wu Bai delivered the results. "How can this be? Our children were so diligent." Gu Tianchen was also astonished. "You actually know how to tell fortunes," Gu Tianchen exclaimed. Wang Lu then admitted, "When I was running my stall, I saw those two sneaking off to play games every single day. It would be a miracle if they hadn't." Wu Bai then approached their group. Wang Lu suddenly looked terrified as a result sheet was handed over to them. Wu Bai announced in a loud voice, "The class average increased by 7 points this term, but only Gu Tianchen managed to earn a perfect score. Her essay even earned 5 bonus points for its conceptual depth. I now invite Gu Tianchen's brother to the stage to share his methods." She then leaned toward Wang Lu, blushing shyly. "As for Ma Yangshen's guardian, your child ranked last. We will speak privately later." Gu Yun stepped up to the podium and began his speech. "Greetings, parents, I am Gu Yun. As time passes by," and so on and so forth. "It is an honor to stand here and share my insights," and so on. Below, Gu Tianchen was gnashing her teeth in fury. Gu Yun's speech was so fragmented he just skipped through it. "Skip this, skip that. Here is the secret." Gu Tianchen, watching from below, looked ready to commit murder. "Do you even know how to read?" she hissed. Yet all the other parents were listening with rapt attention. Gu Yun continued reading intently. "Based on my years of analyzing exam papers, the questions follow a distinct pattern. The next slide will outline the essential points. Open PPT, next slide." Everyone pointed at the projector to remind him. "The slide isn't up yet," Gu Tianchen shouted from below. "Brother, you haven't even plugged in the USB drive." He raised his hand in a cool gesture, and she was prepared to hand it to him. However, a moment later, Gu Yun used all his strength to crush the USB drive into pieces. Never missing a chance to practice his combat techniques, he thought, "You've truly matured." Gu Yun then continued reading as if nothing had happened. Listed here are the shifts in the natural science subjects. Next slide, along with 4 distinct methods of inductive reasoning. Next slide. Below, Gu Tianchen was weeping in despair. "Stop pretending to be blind to what's happening." The parents in the audience were absolutely stunned by what they heard. "You only need to master these 5 key points. It can easily boost literature exam scores by 10% or more." Gu Yun was quite proud of himself. "That is all, thank you," he said with a bow. He confidently returned to his seat and asked, "Was my presentation okay? I followed your instructions perfectly." Gu Tian lowered her head, wondering if she would survive the day. Suddenly, Gu Tian felt a spirit drift past the window. Gu Yun immediately turned toward Wang Lu, sensing that something had just flickered by. Gu Tian was bewildered and understood nothing. "Not at all," she said. Gu Yun asked once more, "Wang Lu, did you notice anything unusual?" He nodded and said, "I've discovered something extremely abnormal." But what Wang Lu was actually focusing on was a different detail on Wu Bai. Gu Yun misunderstood and rushed outside, shouting, "I see, I'll search the entire school now." Wang Lu quickly chased after him, wondering what he thought he understood to make him run off like that. Wu Bai leaned against the door in silence, watching them. Li Fu then approached enthusiastically, asking, "So, Ms. Wu, is there anything else you need me to do?" Wu Bai unhesitatingly criticized Li Ayu, saying his family always forged parental signatures in his workbooks and that he should be strictly punished. While Li Fu left in a rage, Wang Lu took the opportunity to approach. "Ms. Wu, let me treat you to a meal later." I know all the best barbecue spots in this city. Lu Yuan, standing nearby, looked disgusted by his behavior. Wu Bai then asked, Ma Heashan's guardian, do you actually care about the child's issues? Wang Lu was in no mood to care about such trivialities. I am a super pro maiden killer, and I have many personal questions for you today. She looked at him with suspicion, wondering if he had come for any official reason. He smirked and replied, actually, I am burdened with the responsibility of investigating an extremely dangerous matter. If I don't act now, a large-scale tragedy might occur. Outside, Gu Yun and Gu Tian ran down the hallway with a phone. That's why I've handed the phone containing all my data to the enforcers, Wang Lu continued as he approached Wu Bai. While I stay here to conduct a deeper investigation with you. Gu Tian frowned as she looked at the content on his phone. Super Pro Wang Lu's investigation report? What on earth is this? The first entry is from 3 months ago. A boarding student saw the Nam Duong ghost after evening self-study and was incapacitated for 3 days. The second entry, from 2 months ago, says a basketball player saw a ghost in the parking lot, leading the school to increase security. Students were then required to walk in groups at night. Gu Yun then shouted angrily, wait, why didn't you tell me about something this important? If you hid this during an epidemic, you'd be held accountable. Gu Tian immediately fired back. Hey, that guy isn't exactly a good person either, she said crossly. That's just his nature. How many of his words are actually true? Honestly, if you believe in science, there's no such thing as the supernatural in this world. Gu Yun continued scrolling through the entries. What about the student from class 11A 7 weeks ago? He questioned suspiciously. He was just carrying study materials but fell out of sheer terror. He fell all the way down the stairs. Gu Tian then explained, Hu Wei is the class academic representative. It's quite common for him to offend others. Why don't you consider the possibility of someone seeking revenge through foul play? If it were a student, it wouldn't be hard to push him by exploiting a camera's blind spot. However, Gu Yun was thinking along a different line. He suspected an evil spirit had infiltrated the school and felt the only option was to scour the earth to eliminate it entirely. Tian Tian, go home. I'll head back after I've dealt with this. Seeing her brother channeling his power, Gu Tian could no longer remain calm. Hey, what are you planning to do to the hundreds of teachers and students at this school? Are you going to set the place on fire? Even if you aren't at the scene, you'll still be an accomplice. Gu Yun refused to give up, recalling the village chief's words that being indifferent to an enemy was being cruel to oneself. Once they realize they sacrificed themselves to expose the culprit, they will surely smile in the afterlife. She stepped forward to stop him, saying there were no more villages in the city. Then Gu Tian noticed something new. Wait, brother, that fake fortune teller also attached a file about an illusory urban legend here. Bloody Mary seemed to be a character from a comic book Zhou Liu had read. Gu Yun immediately asked if there were any candles. Gu Tian seemed a bit wary and asked if he wanted to try it. He confidently crossed his arms and stated that verifying a legend required only 3 steps. Step 1 is to test it personally. Step 2, if nothing happens, the legend is false. Step 3, if something happens, the legend is true. As Gu Yun began to imagine that scenario, Gu Tian grew even more frustrated upon hearing his words. How many times in your life can you afford to test that? He immediately countered her. Don't you disbelieve in legends? If so, I certainly won't get any results, so what is there to fear? She was truly at a loss for words, wondering if she was actually speechless. Gu Tian suddenly felt relieved that there were no candles in the school, thinking it was quite fortunate. Suddenly, a message appeared on the phone. Gu Yun nervously messaged back, asking who the person was and how they knew him. Wang Lu, who was currently being detained, struggled for a moment and snapped, "Prove my foot. I was dragged away by security for harassing a teacher. This is his phone. Hurry up and finish your business, then come pick me up." Both siblings were instantly stunned, realizing it really was him. They proceeded to a dark location where Gu Tian timidly kept her distance. In the pitch-black bathroom, she wondered if such a place even existed in the school as Gu Yun struck a light. Isn't this a restroom? Besides, there's no door. She had just seen a dark room with a mirror. The door is important. Now let's begin the experiment, Tian Tian. Stay back a bit. She remained adamant that nothing would happen and suggested he should go rescue that fake fortune teller instead. Outside, the wind continued to howl in gusts. Inside the filthy, grimy restroom, Gu Yun was lighting a candle to perform the ritual. He had scribbled the words Bloody Mary onto the mirror. Gu Yun narrowed his eyes, prepared for the ritual, and summoned all his resolve to read the words aloud. B. Gu Tian watched carefully from a distance as the sound of running water persisted. Everything remained silent as if nothing was happening. Gu Yun turned back to his sister with an awkward expression. How do you pronounce this word? In a fit of rage, Gu Tian snatched the candle and shouted, "Unbelievable, you don't even know this word." she continued to yell in her frustration. Just like that, Gu Tian completed the Bloody Mary incantation, and the surrounding space shifted instantly. Violent gusts of wind surged as Gu Tian, experiencing this for the first time, turned pale with fear and was swept away in a daze. It was late at night at the school, where Wang Lu hid trembling while Wu Bai remained preoccupied with a phone call. What, you said you encountered a tiger? Is it the Foundation? I see. President Liu paid a 100,000 deposit before he died, so don't worry. The target will be eliminated cleanly without a trace. Wang Liu shivered, realizing it was definitely not the right time to reveal himself. He had planned to surprise Ms. Wu in her office, but now he was the one terrified, peering from under the desk and dreading being cleaned up as she approached. She sat down without noticing him, leaving Wang Lu to desperately plead for Gu Yun's help in his mind, just as the scene shifted to Gu Yun. The winds continued to howl before suddenly vanishing, prompting Gu Tian to run out happily, convinced it was just an ordinary breeze. Nothing mysterious about it, it's perfectly scientific, she thought, just as a security guard on patrol called out, "Who's there? Don't you know the curfew?" As they approached, Gu Tian panicked, terrified that an elite student and flawless beauty like herself would be caught in such a situation. She was about to be caught acting suspiciously in the men's restroom, and frantically begged her brother for a way out. "Save me, brother," she cried, and Gu Yun immediately carried her away, leaving the guards to find an empty room moments later. After a fruitless search, the guards wondered if they had missing someone, while the siblings emerged from hiding once the coast was clear. Gu Tian asked why he didn't just jump out the window to escape, but Gu Yun snapped back, asking how he could possibly do that while carrying her. "Are you slow?" he teased, infuriating her as she retorted that such an insult felt even worse coming from someone as uneducated as him. Ignoring her, he reminded her of their deal, adding 10 more sets to her training because her inability to lift 100 kg was embarrassing him. Gu Tian reluctantly complied, unaware that a spirit had begun to shadow her from the darkness. This malevolent spirit clearly harbored ill intent. While back at the office, Wu Bai's phone rang again, prompting her to stand and leave. Wang Lu finally exhaled in relief once her footsteps faded, cautiously crawling out while wondering why that woman's scent was so overpowering. He felt as though he had nearly suffocated under her skirt, completely unaware that a figure was already waiting for him from behind. Wu Bai's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she furiously choked Wang Lu, who realized with bitter regret that she had set him up. Wang Lu struggled to reach out, thinking he must leave a clue about his death, so he used all his strength to scrawl the name Wu. Wang Lu struggled and pleaded, "Stop, it's only because you were so rough that my writing went crooked. I won't tell anyone, please spare me." At that moment, Gu Yun's voice echoed from outside as she kicked the door repeatedly, shouting, "Wang Lu, where are you? I know someone is in there. I'll report you for kidnapping," Gu Yun shouted, annoying Wu Bai, who warned Wang Lu to behave before opening the door just as Gu Tian was about to kick it again. The two nearby guards explained, "Miss Wu, this woman was stubborn and insisted we were locking someone in the security room, forcing her way in despite our denials." The two of them looked disheveled and awkward, with Wu Bai's face turning as red as a tomato, while the guards shared a knowing look. Wang Lu quickly put his shirt back on and joked about having a private talk with a parent before dragging everyone outside to stop wasting time. Wu Bai was so enraged, she nearly broke the corner of a wooden table, her lethal gaze following Wang Lu as he left with a cheerful remark. "I didn't expect you to actually come for me. Do we have telepathy?" he asked, but Gu Yun explained the guards wouldn't reveal his location even after seeing the message. "So I just charged in," she said, leaving him confused as he went back to confirm the message, wondering if he was the one who had asked her to come. Wang Lu was still baffled about the message, but when he saw the screen of Gu Yun's phone, he was completely shocked. He insisted he was with Wu Bai the whole time, and even later at a restaurant. He remained fuming with anger as he questioned the logic behind the message. "It falsely accused me of being caught for lewdness, but with my skills, I've never been caught." Then Gu Tian picked up her phone, making his face turn pale instantly. "Hello, 112. There's someone here." Wang Lu suddenly turned serious, noting that he only dared to speak because the yang energy here was so potent. "Don't you find the person who guided you through the ritual suspicious?" he asked, as Gu Yun looked up curiously, wondering if he was finally voicing his doubts. "What if the sender was actually the real Bloody Mary?" he suggested, but Gu Tian vehemently disagreed, telling him to be more scientific or at least logical. "Can a mirror ghost really send texts?" she asked, while Wang Lu slowly lit a cigarette and prepared to share a story he had never told them. "Actually, I once had a bizarre experience. Childhood memories are flooding back of when I was young and desperate to see the unseen. I trusted a ritual and met her, asking to see what she saw. Bloody Mary granted my wish, and since then I have possessed extraordinary vision." He was still talking enthusiastically, unaware of the price he would have to pay, while the Gu siblings were no longer in the mood for stories. "Is the last skewer mine? It shouldn't matter if I eat two and you eat one," Wang Lu said, leaving them speechless before Gu Yun remembered something. "So you're interested in the Bloody Mary legend rather than a commission?" Wang Lu nodded, suspecting she had chosen them from the start despite his concerns. Investigating required entering the school, but Gu Tian had secretly eaten the skewers and acted innocent, making Gu Yun realize there was no reward. Wang Lu remained confident, claiming that as a top-tier strategist, he had already devised a plan to achieve two goals with a single stroke. They discussed until late before the Gu siblings headed home. Wang Lu waved goodbye cheerfully, still unaware that anything was out of the ordinary. Once the siblings left and the area became deserted, Wang Lu began to ponder the situation regarding Gu Yu, which he already understood. But then a tall figure appeared behind him and told him that since he was the only one left, he should know what to do. Wang Lu broke into a cold sweat as a blade was pressed against him, wondering if they were always waiting for a chance to corner him. The man replied that he couldn't let him go, and as Wang Lu prepared to flee, he demanded 72 yuan for the beer and skewers. Realizing he had been tricked, he asked for a discount while paying. The next morning at school, Gu Yun sat in the hallway feeling quite frustrated. Applying to be a security guard seemed ridiculous, but Wang Lu felt he had no choice but to join them. Before asking another curious question, he asked if Tian Tian had acted strangely after returning home, but Gu Yun reported that she had simply gone to bed early without any issues. Wang Lu remained worried, wondering why the message was sent to Gu Yun instead of himself, and if the siblings were being specifically targeted. Gu Yun grew wary, questioning if their actions were anticipated and if the other applicants were actually malevolent spirits, but Wang Lu corrected him. He explained that the crowd was just a result of the economic crisis, pointing out a top university graduate and a 5-time champion among the job seekers. Beside him, Gu Yun, the annual runner-up of Star Avenue, looked on in confusion, asking if he could actually see those things, while Wang Lu remained composed. "No matter where I look for work, these people are always there. The competition is brutal," he said, and when asked about his education, he honestly admitted he never finished primary school. Gu Yun looked at his expression with irritation, noting there was nothing to be surprised about since he was already overage when he arrived, and his village lacked any concept of a school. Wang Lu finally conceded, agreeing to stop discussing the remote countryside and concluding that they held no advantage in competing against the others. With a daily wage of 500 yuan, these minor tricks weren't worth much, yet it was understandable why unemployed youths would try their luck. However, he remained undeterred, possessing a foolproof plan for victory. Wang Lu inquired out of curiosity to prevent any mishaps, while Gu Yun cracked his knuckles and asked if his foolproof strategy was to simply knock everyone out and be done with it. But he vehemently objected, reminding him that they lived in a lawful society and should follow his method instead. Soon, number 182 was called, and they entered the principal's office where he carefully examined their records. After taking a slow sip of tea, he finally announced they should go home and wait for a notification, prompting the naive Gu Yun to ask how he would receive it with a broken phone, while Wang Lu immediately understood the implication. "He means we've been rejected," he said, questioning if the recruitment was serious, to which the principal helplessly replied that the current situation was quite difficult. They hadn't originally planned to hire security, but now offered 500 yuan a day because the Parents' Association pressured the school to resolve the supernatural incidents. That was the reason for this recruitment, and when asked why he should choose them specifically, Wang Lu finally made a direct offer. He requested only 300 yuan a day, and soon they were dressed in security uniforms, patrolling the hallways in the school's backyard. Hao Tian was attempting to sneak out of school, but as he reached the top of the wall, he froze before Gu Yun accidentally kicked him back down. Meanwhile, Wang Lu relentlessly attacked with a toy gun, causing Hao Tian to shield himself while shouting, asking if such seriousness was truly necessary. The boy cried out in grievance, claiming he was only going to a bar for a moment, and that he, Hao Tian, had just been beaten by his father over midterm results and still hadn't recovered. Wang Lu looked up at the child and identified him as Hao Tian, who angrily shouted back that it was all the fault of that fake fortune teller. "I haven't even settled the score for you snitching to my father, and now you're here to catch me," he said, while the man arrogantly crossed his arms and stated they had just been hired as security. "Since you climbed the wall right in front of us, who else would we apprehend?" he asked. While on the other side, Gu Yun reported that the boy's name didn't seem to be on the list. Wang Lu presented a list and asked if he knew these 3 individuals, prompting Hao Tian to carefully examine the names: Bai Fei, Hu Wei, and Sun Zheng. Are you two here to investigate the haunting? Look who it is. Taking advantage of the moment, the kid escaped, leaving them in a state of confusion. Where did he go? The two of them proceeded with an alternative plan. Gu Yun, let's split up. You go investigate Sun Zheng. Sun Zheng? I think I heard Tian Tian mention that name. I'll go ask. Gu Yun then walked down the hallway searching for Tian Tian, who was in Class 8. A moment later, he shouted in anger, Tian Tian, how dare you? In broad daylight, right here in the classroom during lunch break. Gu Yun loudly reprimanded her for her supposed self-study. No wonder the reserve students' grades never improve. Having been exposed, Gu Tian jumped up defensively. Can you just stop it? She threatened him. Listen, dear brother, you have to maintain my image at school. Otherwise, I'm moving out. Seeing this, he immediately lowered his voice. Fine, fine. Though reluctant, Gu Yun had no choice but to comply. If it weren't for the fact that you found a decent job, I wouldn't waste my lunch break study time chatting with you. She led Gu Yun to the school's basketball court. There, that's the basketball team Sun Zheng is on. They're playing in this gymnasium right now, Gu Tian explained. That's Sun Zheng, the one with the bulging muscles. Gu Yun nodded in approval. Now that's the kind of physique that can actually take on an evil spirit. You should learn from him, he said, but she retorted in annoyance. Who would want to learn from that idiot? Just then, Sun Zheng spotted Gu Tian and shouted her name loudly, Gu Tianchen. Immediately, the boys below all expressed their admiration, chanting, Gu Tianchen. Gu Tian covered her face, unable to face the reality of the situation. I'm doomed, she thought. Sun Zheng seemed to go into a frenzy instantly. His movements shifted as he glided past his opponents with ease. Then, Sun Zheng executed a perfect shot into the hoop. Unfortunately for him, the ball struck the referee instead. Just like that, Sun Zheng was ejected from the court. Player number 28 was penalized. At that moment, the rest of the team also seemed to go wild, thinking, Gu Tianchen is looking at me. Gu Yun watched the group of people scuffling below and sighed in admiration. This is quite interesting. Their bodies are all rather sturdy. They don't seem exhausted despite such a collision. Gu Tian, becoming furious, shouted, Enough, she said irritably. I suggest you don't think too highly of Sun Zheng. He's a scumbag who has ruined countless girls. Hao Tian had sat down beside them at some unknown point. Exactly. This man is the enemy of all girls and boys. In short, he's the enemy of the people. Gu Yun asked curiously, Are you Ma Hao Tian? However, the boy dodged the question. What Ma Hao Tian? I'm just a righteous witness passing by. If you're looking for information on Sun Zheng, you've come to the right person. Here are all the details about him. Wang Lu happened to arrive just then. Sun Tang, courtesy name Mingchuan, 710-794. Great general of the Nara period. Notable work, cherry blossoms of the old home. Specialties, rapping and basketball. You've been pranked, boss. Luckily, I took my mission seriously. Bai Fei, a student in Class 8. Nothing special about him. He likes writing reports and has been ostracized by the class. 3 months ago, he was terrified by a ghost. Hu Wei, the class monitor of Class 7. A bookworm who collects assignments relentlessly. He has no friends and was pushed down the stairs last week. Wang Lu then asked them, Have you noticed the common thread between these three yet? Gu Yun replied innocently, They're all male. Hearing this, the other man was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. I really shouldn't have asked you. All three victims were widely despised. And he nodded in agreement upon hearing this, while Wang Lu, observing from a corner, wondered if this could really be true. In short, they deduced that the next victim would certainly be someone hated, leading Gu Yun to ask if they should find and deal with that person first. He quickly corrected himself, saying they should protect the person so the evil spirit couldn't kill them, while warning the other not to involve him if caught. They decided to split up, with one heading to the statistics lecture hall while the other took the administration building, and Gu Yun quickly departed after accepting the task. Walking alone through the corridor, Wang Lu felt a chill down his spine, feeling naturally fearful of the administration building and hoping that person wasn't around. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a figure appeared behind him, making him wonder why he was so paranoid and how he could keep running into her everywhere. Wu Bai rushed toward Wang Lu, who dodged in terror and told her to stay away before frantically bolting into the restroom. However, Wu Bai followed him inside without hesitation, turning his face pale as he realized she was even willing to enter the men's room to take his life. Wu Bai suddenly leaned in close to Wang Lu, and after glancing at the paper in his hand, correctly guessed that they were investigating Bloody Mary. Wang Lu tried to convince her that they were professionals and that ignoring the situation would harm the students, but Wu Bai suddenly suggested detaining him for a few days. She demanded daily reports on the investigation, threatening to kill him if any student was harmed, while Gu Yun stood blocking the entrance. He told the student to view things objectively and questioned why they had voted for Gu Tianchen as the most despised person. Ji Lu indignantly argued that since he had been rejected by him, he had every right to hold a grudge. but the man refused to let the matter drop. He proposed a three-step solution. First, Gu Tianchen rejected him. Second, Gu Tianchen might be wrong. And third, the truly detestable person was him, so he should write his own name. Lu picked up the pen and asked for his name, to which he instinctively replied, Gu Yun, before looking at the list in confusion and lamenting about Gen Z. Finding it all very perplexing, he began stopping every student he saw, introducing himself as Gu Yun and asking them to cast their votes or name someone they hated. He introduced himself to Hao Tian, who ignored him and urged him to come watch the unfolding drama, leading Gu Yun to recognize the two people involved as he drew closer. It was Sun Zheng and Tianchen's best friend, Zhu Li, who carefully handed over a stack of papers, asking him to look at the comics she had drawn of the two of them. However, Sun Zheng acted with great arrogance, coldly questioning why he should keep the drawings since she refused to come to his house before turning away and ending their relationship. Zhu Li immediately chased after him, but Sun Zheng went so far as to shove her aside and harshly told her to stop clinging to him like a lunatic. The paintings in Zhou Li's hands fell freely as she collapsed to the ground in grief, while Gu Yun watched the scene and sighed in disappointment. Hao Tian joined in, calling him a total scumbag, and Gu Yun nodded in agreement, noting his poor form while using props to fly. Before running off, the boy asked Gu Yun to cast a vote for Sun Zheng. Hao Tian rushed up to confront that bastard Sun Zheng, who looked at the boy mockingly and asked if even a messenger was coming for such nonsense. Sun Zheng showed no mercy as he kicked Hao Gu, asking what it had to do with him before leaning against the railing and laughing incessantly. However, the area began to crack a second later, and in an instant, Sun Zheng lost his balance and plummeted along with the glass. Everyone watching from below was absolutely terrified by the sight, yet Sun Zheng's body stopped just inches before impact. Fortunately, Gu Yun arrived in time to catch Sun Zheng's leg, and as the man cried out in pain, Gu Yun realized that evil spirits were indeed behind these urban legends. Gu Yun then instructed those nearby to take him to the infirmary, since his joint was likely dislocated, prompting a new teacher to curiously ask who he was. He left without revealing his identity, claiming to be just a passing guard, and after regrouping with Wang Lu, Gu Yun reported that Sun Zheng had been attacked by the spirit again. He then asked if the spirit's style had changed after meeting him, to which Wang Lu bluntly replied that he hadn't known him before, leading Gu Yun to analyze the situation. If it were the previous evil spirit, it would have pounced long ago instead of disappearing for days, and Wang Lu agreed, noting that if it really came for him using that cross style, you could truly take over as the president of our association, Wang Lu said, leaving Gu Yun surprised to learn that he was the head of the Evil Spirit Extermination Alliance in City E. Regardless of who the president is, let's look at today's statistics, as the nominee might very well be tonight's target. First, I surveyed the faculty lounge and dozens of students on the field, and the most hated teacher is the incredibly strict Ms. Wu. Those kids really are ungrateful, Gu Yun remarked, asking if she might be in danger, though Wang Lu couldn't say for certain. I'm not worried about that at all, and I bet 50 yuan that the wicked Sun Zheng is ranked second among your candidates. Gu Yun calmly presented the statistics showing himself at the top, causing Wang Lu to scream in disbelief, wondering what he could have done to be more hated than Sun Zheng. He scratched his head awkwardly, admitting that some might have taken issue with his attitude during the survey, and after a long silence, Wang Lu still couldn't let his anger go. Today's events are abnormal and deviate from the spirit's usual patterns. Gu Yun agreed, noting that it attacked one person twice and skipped its nightly assault because it was in a hurry. Wang Lu suddenly turned serious, noting how dangerous the situation was, so they decided to take a risk and hoped the spirit would come for them immediately. I can settle this immediately. Whether it's for the best, I don't know, but the legend is coming into focus. Let's move. If it gets too difficult, we'll just concede. Wang Lu glanced at the poll results in his hand before looking at Gu Yun, who was calmly eating noodles. Well, Mr. Number One, why don't you share your thoughts? Gu Tian let out a mocking laugh. Good grief, look at how many people can't stand your attitude. Now do you realize the kind of pressure I have to endure every day? She couldn't help but feel a bit narcissistic. It's quite a challenge to maintain such a perfect image like I do. Gu Lu watched her with a look of pure judgment. You certainly put a lot of effort into your school persona. Meanwhile, Zhu Li was still wallowing in sorrow over her breakup, so Gu Tian tried to comfort her in a soft voice. Zhu Lily, are you still pining for that scumbag? I heard he even got into a massive brawl with an intern. Wang Lu couldn't suppress his rage upon hearing this. What a jerk, he's absolutely hopeless. Does he think money makes him special? Gu Yun, don't you ever think about settling down and having kids? You spent that entire 4,000 yuan you earned on a treadmill. Gu Yun didn't offer much of a reaction, keeping his head down as he ate. When Tian Tian faced that evil spirit, who knows, this bit of training might just save her life one day. It's a steal. Zhu Li looked at them with suspicion. Evil spirits? Gu Tian hurriedly tried to explain. They're just talking about a video game. Wang Lu then turned his attention back to Gu Tian. By the way, Gu Tian, have you felt any mental instability lately? Like there's another personality inside you, or as if your mind no longer belongs to you? She gave him a pitiful look as she replied. Master Wang, are you describing yourself? All I ever think about is my studies. I don't have a wild, adventurous imagination like you two. Once they were finished, Zhu Li and Gu Tian departed. We're heading to evening self-study now. Work hard and try to stay out of trouble. Gu Yun found it odd and voiced his curiosity. What's the matter? Wang Lu was suddenly overcome with insecurity and self-doubt. Gu Yun, tell me, do you think this profession of ours, hunting evil spirits, is looked down upon by others? Gu Yun nodded in agreement. It's true. I'm often hauled off to the police station, but in cases like in Ling's, she never would have realized the danger if we hadn't stepped in. He lowered his head, looking dejected. To be honest, when I first gained this power, I truly wanted to become a hero. The scene shifts back 20 years. A young Wang Lu was playing chess with an old man. Old man Zhang, you're cheating? What are you talking about, kid? How could I possibly cheat at chess with you? He shouted back then. There's someone behind you. It's 2 against 1. However, Su Xing couldn't see the evil spirit behind him at all. There's no one there, Wang Lu insisted. That's impossible, can't you see it? Old man Zhang, that thing is cursed. The old man ignored him and prepared to leave. What nonsense. It's getting late, so I'm heading home. The door shut, leaving him all alone. He pounded on the door in a fit of helplessness. Don't go, open the door, open it right now. His mother then dragged him away by the head. What are you doing, brat? Stop bothering the old man. Hurry home and eat. But Wang Lu kept insisting. Mom, old Zhang is possessed. Good grief, it's not a comic book, it's real. It's the truth. Gu Yun curiously asked what happened next, so Wang Lu continued his story. The following day, the man was found dead in his chair. He was clutching a photograph said to be of his wife, who went missing during the war. From then on, the neighborhood adults began whispering about me. Eventually, my family was forced to move to the outskirts. Recalling this, Wang Lu felt a wave of insecurity, wondering if everyone was simply bound by fate. Our strength ultimately cannot overcome destiny. Instead of stubbornly making things miserable, wouldn't it be better to just turn a blind eye? As long as you see things but stay silent, no one can blame an ordinary person. Gu Yun didn't offer comfort. Instead, he rubbed salt into the wound. I think it's just because you're too weak. He suggested using force, saying a single punch to that female ghost's mouth would have ended it. Wang Lu retorted in a rage. Not everyone is like you. Gu Yun then explained that if he didn't step up to stop it, how could he know if they were willing to accept their fate? He spoke with great confidence. No one is born to just surrender to destiny. As long as they want to be saved, I will save them. Wang Lu lowered his head and spoke slowly. That's just like you, Gu Yun. So I'll be blunt. Just now there was something lurking behind Gu Tianxian. Hearing this, he was instantly terrified. What? He stood up to intervene, but Wang Lu told him not to rush, as it wasn't harming her. Wang Lu admitted he wasn't sure if the entity was good or evil. It was like her shadow, seemingly mimicking her every move. Gu Yun didn't care and dashed off, declaring that no foreign entity should be on his sister. As he tried to stand, a hand suddenly stopped him, telling him to wait. Shen Su ruthlessly pinned Wang Lu to the ground, shouting that he'd caught another dine and dasher who looked like a regular at this. Did he think he could escape? Meanwhile, Gu Yun was chasing after Gu, who was now surrounded by a powerful surge of evil energy. A strange cord appeared beneath a utility pole. Wang Lu shouted a warning, but Gu Yun ignored everything and rushed toward his sister. At that moment, the bolts on the pole came loose, causing it to collapse. He froze for a second at the sight, but Gu Wang didn't seem worried at all. She effortlessly caught it with her hands. Everyone was shocked to see Gu Tian casually holding up the pole. Seeing his sister was safe, Gu Yun began to analyze the situation. This pole weighs as much as an 80 kg barbell, and my Tianxian's push-up limit is 85 kg. Gu Tian turned around, her face flushing with embarrassment as she scolded him. How embarrassing, you mean brother? She cried out and dragged Zhu Li back toward the school. Wang Lu, trembling as he held onto a lamp post, was filled with doubt. What on earth did you do to your sister? Gu Yun used just one hand to drive the utility pole into the ground, explaining that extreme training was necessary for growth and daily physical exercise was a must. Wang Lu broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Now wasn't the time for this. If he hadn't been mistaken, they weren't just dealing with Bloody Mary. The scene shifts elsewhere, where a group of students is performing a ritual, chanting that stealing wives is loathed by all. and they must rid the world of scumbags. Pray to the evil god. That bastard Sun Zheng will surely face retribution. As they began their usual activities, the entire group was dragged into the security room. Wang Lu shouted incessantly, "You three, sneaking into the computer lab to play games at midnight? Luckily, I was investigating something and caught you red-handed during my patrol." Inside the computer lab, Wang Lu yelled, "Furthermore, why is Hao Tian involved every single time?" Hao Tian immediately retorted, "You're my nemesis. I've run into you twice in one day. We only skipped a few IT classes to practice," he shouted back, still stuck in bronze III. "Have you never won a match? I used to be a rank booster, but I've never seen anyone as pathetic as you. This alone is enough to report you all." Terrified, Hao Tian began to plead, "Sir, for the sake of our past cooperation, please don't tell the teacher." Just then, Gu Yun called out, "Shen Yue has replied." Hearing the title President, Wang Lu looked delighted, finding the term very pleasing, while Gu Yun was speechless since the man had given himself that title. But when he saw the information on the screen, he cried out in shock, "What? A gloomy doll?" Wang Lu broke into a cold sweat, realizing his previous lead was wrong and wondering what their true goal was. Who is the next victim? Gu Yun finally sighed in relief, knowing the target wasn't his beloved Tian Tian, who was adored by everyone, while Hao Tian's group prepared to make a move. The boy lunged forward and pushed Wang Lu, apologizing as they seized the chance to escape, leaving Gu Yun dazed and tempted to just ignore the whole thing. Yet a second later, he vanished from his seat, and with a single swift motion, Gu Tian apprehended them all, lifting the boy in front of him by the collar. "Too bad one got away. Wait, aren't you Bai Fei the first victim? Why did you all run when you heard that?" Hao Gu, however, remained stubborn. "I won't talk even if you kill me. The heroes of our anti-scumbag alliance are all men of integrity." Wang Lu took this opportunity to intimidate them. "Very well, if you won't speak, I'll have to find out another way. Look, this is your teacher Ms. Yu's number. I'm pressing the call button now." Bai Fei knelt in terror, begging them not to tell the teacher and confessing they hated that bastard Sun Zheng. So they formed the anti-scumbag alliance to make him suffer and get attention from girls, while Hao Tian called him a traitor. Wang Lu had identified his target, realizing the culprit was right beside them. "Tell me, how did you carry out the attack?" Hao Tian no longer tried to hide the truth. "We only prayed to the gods and complained a bit before going back to our games. If I weren't wearing a mask today, I wouldn't even dare speak to Sun Zheng, let alone ambush him." Wang Lu finally realized it wasn't any of them. "Then what about that other kid?" At that moment, someone was running frantically and had reached the rooftop, where they began searching through things. He pulled out a thread, but just as he was engrossed in his task, he was discovered. The boy turned around in terror to see Gu Yun appearing, carrying Hao Tian with him. Upon arrival, he dropped them off. Ji Lu was so terrified he was speechless. Wang Lu pointed directly at him, saying, "Ji Lu, it turns out you were the one behind the gloomy doll." Ji Lu continued to clutch the doll tightly. "You guys arrived quickly. Bai Fei, you betrayed us again." Bai Fei spoke helplessly. "These big brothers are too aggressive. I had no choice but to turn over a new leaf." He still found it hard to understand. "When did you all start suspecting me? Was it when I played tricks with that traitor Bai Fei? Or when Hu Wei refused to let me copy his work, and I pushed him down the stairs?" Wang Lu was speechless upon hearing this. "Your mind is truly warped. Didn't your accomplice tell us you were worshipping a strange doll? That's why we came." Ji Lu didn't seem to hear him. "Or was it when Uncle Li Li rejected me? It made me hate them so much I wanted to kill that couple, her and that man Sun Zheng." Wang Lu was so angry he wanted to scream. "I already told you your accomplice was the one who talked." Gu Yun was extremely furious at this moment. If he had asked Uncle Li Li earlier that afternoon if he had any enemies, the case would have already been solved. Hao Tian recognized the other's true nature and shouted, "Ji Lu, we were your allies. You only told us that doll could bring bad luck, but who told you to use the power of charms to harm others? You are the one who betrayed us." However, Ji Lu was not intimidated. He claimed the other was all talk and no action, which was why he was a useless person. "I am different from you all. That person gave me power. I must recite the incantations to become the deity of this school." Wang Lu did not want to push things any further. "Fine, you're just a kid and we don't want to destroy your future. Hand the item over to me. This matter is too deep for you to understand." However, Ji Lu would not give up so easily. "You were too careless. You're a useless president. Back in the computer room, I took a strand of your hair during the chaos. Once I tie your hair to the charm, it will take effect. Now, let's test the maximum level of terror." Immediately, Wang Lu was brought under control. "My limbs!" He then turned to threaten Gu Gu. "As for you, do you dare to strike your own superior? Or should I let him tear himself to pieces?" But he calmly broke the threads that were controlling him. Gu Yun finally reacted, his expression turning grim. Gu Tian had returned home by then, but she found the house empty. "He still hasn't come home? I should make him some food, but we're out of ingredients." Up on the rooftop, Ji Lu screamed in a panic, "You!" You are a demon. He retreated a few steps in fear. You actually dared to kill your own colleague. He wanted to keep living too. Perhaps he even had someone he loved. Gu Yun crossed his arms without a hint of remorse. Indeed, so I don't need to hear his opinion. I'll just use my professional expertise to beat him to the exact point where he's just barely unharmed. Hao Tian approached Wang Lu to check on him. Although his head had hit the ground, he hadn't sustained any serious injuries, and the strange doll had been successfully separated from him. Gu Yun walked over with a cunning smile. Now it's your turn. What is the logic behind your spells? How are you able to harness the power of darkness? How can I learn it? Ji Lu was sweating profusely from fear. I only obtained this doll from a strange man. He told me that my social anxiety could be transformed into power for the doll. I'm not good looking, and no one likes me. Even the old lady in the village gave candy to everyone but me. If I don't use the power of these charms, who would ever care about me? I despise people like you who are loved for doing nothing. Ji Lu sneered with a sinister grin. I'm dragging you all down to hell with me. Gu Yun began to lecture him, saying that whether others liked him was irrelevant as long as he remained true to his own path. Just follow your convictions to the end, he said, as Ji Lu laughed like a madman, shouting that he hadn't intended for things to be so complex. He pulled several pouches from his clothes, declaring his intent to eliminate everyone he hated and torture those he spared until they died. Tian Hao was frantic with worry, accusing Gu Yun of pushing the boy into an abyss with such terrible advice. But Gu Yun remained indifferent. I'm only stating the truth. His reaction is none of my concern, Gu Yun replied, while Ji Lu schemed, asking if he was Gu Tianxin's brother. You must be so proud to have the school's idol as a sister, aren't you? He taunted, causing Tian Hao's gaze to instantly turn dark and cold. Tian Gu tried to defend her, telling Yun's Lu to stop his madness because Gu Tianxin was a good person. But Ji Lu immediately revealed his recent actions. Your sister skillfully blocked Zhou Tian attack this afternoon, didn't she? Too bad I had already smeared glue on that lamppost, he sneered. He had done it to steal a strand of the school beauty's hair, pervertedly holding it to his lips while suggesting they all share in the fun. Let's use her for our entertainment, he proposed, causing Gu Yun to seethe with a murderous rage as he growled. How dare you? Ji Lu aimed his dagger at a doll, warning Gu Yun to stay back since the hair was tied to it, and any harm to the doll would injure her. The ground beneath Gu Yun's feet shattered from the sheer force of his aura, yet Ji Lu continued to mock him for his helpless fury. I'll use this doll to force her here and make her leap from the roof right before your eyes. My power can easily achieve that, he threatened. He claimed she would follow his every command, leaving her fate to chance, while Gu Yun clenched his fists in a silent, deadly warning. I will obliterate you and the very ground you stand on before that happens, Gu Yun vowed. But Ji Lu just dared the top student to try. Suddenly, Wang Lu appeared behind him, scratching his head awkwardly and apologizing for being there again, leaving Ji Lu in utter disbelief. Why is it you? Ji Lu gasped, as Wang Lu sheepishly recalled that he had also leaned against that same lamppost earlier that afternoon. He sprawled on the ground in utter despair, realizing the hair wasn't even from a girl, just as Wu Bai fired a precise shot and mocked his incompetence. She calmly retracted her weapon, wondering what she had been waiting for, while Gu Tianxin sighed in relief at her book as dawn broke. Wang Lu sat there sighing deeply at the unpredictability of life, a sentiment Gu Yun shared, never imagining magic could reach such a boundless level. Hao Tian was still paralyzed by fear, realizing he had nearly become an accomplice to a murderer, while Gu Yun curiously began to inquire further. By the way, do you know how to use this yet? Why not try it on me? Wang Lu warily pulled back at the suggestion just as a security guard rushed over. I couldn't find you all night. It turns out you were slacking off here and tying up students while the police cars are already parked below. Gu Yun departed in the police vehicle as another figure approached a nearby car where Wu Bai was already waiting inside. The organization could only capture you, Wang Lu said tensely, dismissively adding that Master Gu wasn't important and complaining that it was a bit cramped with Ms. Wu. She coldly told him to endure it as Wang Lu pulled out a stack of documents, apologizing that the case had nothing to do with Bloody Mary. Wu Bai flipped through the files in disbelief, questioning how the gloomy doll that had harmed students for 8 years could be unrelated. Then why was Sun Zheng unharmed when he first encountered the ghost in the parking lot? Wu Bai asked, making Wang Lu realize that time was merely a scare. Sun Zheng only truly met with disaster yesterday. Wu Bai looked out the window, noting his grandfather's son. He was a major benefactor of the foundation. She is calling out to us for help, she said with tearful eyes, leaving Wang Lu to wonder why she hadn't approached him directly. Meanwhile, Wang Lu failed to notice the doll had vanished from his pocket, as Wu Bai continued to wonder if the girl was paralyzed by some fear. Energy from the doll loomed over the slumped Gu Tian while in a skyscraper. Someone asked CEO Luo why he remained fixated on the decade-old Bloody Maria case. After observing for a moment, The man announced it was time and ordered Chen Jiang to lead Team 1 in escorting the S-rank asset to the station. They were heading to submit evidence to headquarters, discussing how this was the first time in 5 years an S-rank subordinate had been captured alive. Shen Yue was puzzled, wondering who had devised such a plan to create a diversion that spanned the entire high-speed train route to Enjing City. "Will carrying this lamp prevent a riot?" she asked, and Chen Jiang explained it was a ground wire suppression device designed to block luck waves from a rabbit's foot. "You don't understand a word, do you?" he teased, prompting her to flusteredly reply that she knew he was in charge of her studies as he smirked. An S-rank expert had actually been held back after failing exams twice and remained in that class, causing Shen Yue to darkly threaten to kill him. Chen Jiang cried out in embarrassed anger, reminding her he was an A-rank operative of the organization, yet she refused to stop her relentless teasing. "Why is everyone blushing?" Before departing, Shen Yue confidently declared, "Chen Jiang, you are no match for me like this," and then she briskly walked away. "Rest assured, this evidence will be safely delivered to the headquarters in Nanjing," Chen Jiang promised, caringly reminding her to stay safe on the road. However, Shen Yue's attitude was incredibly playful as she asked, "Did I hear that right? You are telling an S-rank to be careful. You all are the ones who should be cautious. Do not let your strongest fighter leave while the rear gets wiped out," she teased, leaving him infuriated as he called her a foolish woman. "Stay in high school forever. Let's go, everyone is working overtime this week." Shen Yue looked at the vast space before her with a hint of fear, realizing they had truly left. She stared at the massive ship before her with growing anxiety, worrying about potential danger since she had not seen real combat in 5 years. San-Er followed Shen Yue, trembling uncontrollably with fear, relieved there were no other passengers who might be killers as they shared a meal of instant noodles. Shen Yue returned to her primary objective, asking if anyone else found the recent occurrences in Aixi City to be strange. For the past 5 years, evil spirits had been suffering casualties, defeated by a mysterious person before the organization could even investigate. She noted that cases were being solved by this person before they could intervene, suggesting a mastermind was at work who even dared to kill the leader of the Dark Mark. Liao Shengquan's actions had earned the organization's hatred, signaling a potential riot. Yet the lazy Shen Yue only cared about finishing her mission and catching a new beast. Just as she wondered what mythical creature she might find today, the steam rising from her cup of noodles suddenly vanished in an instant. The liquid froze into ice so rapidly that it caught her off guard, while San-Er began to shake uncontrollably at the sight of an approaching figure. A rift in space suddenly appeared behind Zizia, and Shen Yue lunged out of it, screaming in a rage for someone to compensate her for her lost game progress. She called them rats of the Dark Mark, but Zizia was visibly bewildered by the situation and asked who she was talking about. Realizing she might have been mistaken, Shen Yue demanded to know if they were seeking revenge, but Zizia arrogantly told her not to question her. Immediately after, she transformed the entire train carriage into a frozen wasteland to begin the battle. Shen Yue remained undaunted, yet one wondered if she truly had the power to withstand a natural disaster, while Zixia merely responded with a cold sneer. The divine energy Shen Yue unleashed vanished instantly, leaving her stunned just as a foot clad in sharp ice lunged toward her. Caught off guard, Shen Yue was struck by Zixia, but she summoned her remaining strength to unleash the space-piercing slash. She gazed with satisfaction at the disaster she had averted, glad that someone as unfortunate as herself could still manage to survive. Having escaped, Zixia couldn't help but admire her spirit, while elsewhere, and Ling bowed in gratitude to Gu Yun, inviting him over after his hard work as she reflected on their journey. It was fortunate she had slipped her number into his pocket earlier, noting that local expertise was essential for such rescues, earning a thumbs up from Gu Yun. He apologized, mentioning he might need her help again, to which Ling jokingly asked if there would be a next time before he suddenly pulled her clothes. He asked if she could grant him a single request, causing Ling to blush as she wondered if things were progressing far too quickly. She questioned his intentions, but Gu Yun simply wanted to borrow her phone to access QQ and contact Yue Xiang regarding some business. Feeling let down and frustrated, she told him he should have just said so, but her expression soured when she saw the person on the screen. Seeing a beautiful girl with long black hair full of energy, she demanded to know who it was, while Gu Yun remained oblivious and answered truthfully. He described the person as a massive athlete nearly 2 meters tall, but she warned him not to lie and urged him to get to the point. After some thought, Gu Yun asked where he could learn dark magic, a question that left Ling stunned and increasingly irritated. Suspecting the girl fit his ideal type perfectly, Ling muttered to herself while Gu Yun walked ahead, asking if she was chanting a spell. She demanded to know which vixen had convinced him to study magic, but Gu Yun merely wondered why she lacked any passion for learning. He asked if she realized some spells were too strong for mere fists to break, prompting Ling to give him a skeptical look. She retorted that her fists only needed to handle the vixens around him before quickly leading him away, deciding to make the most of their time. She tried to treat it as a date, but Gu Yun was preoccupied with thoughts of combat until they finally reached their destination. Upon arriving at the Magic Academy he sought, Gu Yun marveled at the sight, noting how truly mysterious the place appeared. And Ling took charge of the expenses, offering to pay for the entrance tickets with the 500 yuan her father gave her while helping him get dressed. She kept thinking to herself, wondering if she had ever been here before, and concluding that true secret arts really did require a fee. She decided she would have to set aside some funds for Tian Tian to learn magic later, while Gu Yun was stunned by the unfamiliar scenery inside and asked if they had traveled abroad. Sensing danger, he suggested switching to a combat stance, but Ling remained perfectly calm as she blended into the outdoor party and began introducing the surroundings to Gu Yun, explaining it was built during the era when magic flourished. It was her favorite place as a child, but when Ling turned around, she saw Gu Yun focused on a notice board about Season 7's battle against the Coven, where summoned students would pause their studies to form teams and eliminate a Twilight Witch. Seeing this, she reminded him that this was the theme for the month's event and urged him to hurry so they could use the magic stones to see which academy he would join. In another corner, someone was screaming uncontrollably as Yuan Pan shouted in a fit of emotion, demanding to know why he wasn't allowed to join the Witch Coven. Gu Yun asked in confusion what was happening, but Ling couldn't explain it either, noting she hadn't seen this new attraction before and assuming they were just hardworking staff members trying to hype up the atmosphere. Avin quickly explained that it was a female witch coven, and he was a man, to which Yuan Pan shyly replied that his gender was actually female. However, the boy remained stubborn and asked where he thought he was. Just then, someone approached and ordered Avin to step back, prompting him to bow and greet the great professor. Professor Jingbai looked at Yuan Pan with disdain, questioning how a mere ant dared to dream of joining the coven before chanting La Luna IQ. After she finished the incantation, a blinding light appeared, and Avin approached them apologetically, saying he was sorry for the disturbance caused to the two of them. Introducing himself as Avin, their guide, he invited them this way to receive their academy sorting stones, while Gu Yun stood there seriously interpreting something. Mentioning the Witch Coven, the boy had already pulled Ling away, inviting them to follow him to the academy square as Avin handed them 2 stones and began his introduction. He told them to follow the text that would appear on the stones in 5 minutes and proceed to their respective academies to continue playing, all while wearing a devious smirk. He urged them to enjoy themselves, and while Ling felt something was slightly off, Gu Yun didn't overthink it, believing that this was exactly how witches were supposed to be. She remarked that he was even more immersed than she was, explaining that this was just a game using heat-sensitive resin to change colors, and that nothing had surprised or interested her since high school. She turned out to be the protagonist of Lionheart Academy again, and went over to check on Gu Yun, only to find his result was the Great Demon Lord, the Noseless One, leaving him completely bewildered. He asked if this was a new role, while she was so excited that she screamed out loud, exclaiming that she had never heard of anyone being assigned as the boss before. Passers-by immediately began taking photos of him, commenting on his powerful aura and asking if he was an NPC they could take a picture with. However, they were absolutely terrified when they saw Ling's fierce expression and quickly apologized for the intrusion, while Avin hurriedly ran off somewhere. It seemed the boy had come to report something to Professor Ling, who was still deeply immersed in her game, while Gu Yun looked at the stone in his hand and wondered why there was no Demon King plotline or how he was supposed to proceed. Perhaps I can master some dark secret arts on my own so this trip isn't a waste, he mused, causing Ling to turn pale with fright as she asked what he intended to do. She dragged Gu Yun over to On to demand an explanation, asking where the promotional witch from earlier had gone and why no one was there to provide any answers. Seeing Yuan Ben looking dejected, he called out to ask if the man had seen where the 2 witches from earlier had disappeared to. However, when the man turned around, his face looked as though he were gagging on something, causing a wary Gu Yun to immediately recoil several steps just before the next moment. A frog suddenly leaped out of Yuan Ben's mouth before he collapsed onto the ground, leaving Ling standing behind him completely paralyzed with fear at the sight. The other players nearby were equally terrified as blood-curdling screams erupted across the grounds, with people shouting that a demon had committed murder. Inside a high-rise headquarters, Chen Jiang was exhausted from struggling to restrain Ji Lu, wiping the sweat from his brow as he lamented how tragic it was for a mere high school student. The boy had been ravaged beyond recognition, prompting Tai Yi to curiously inquire if he was the victim of the voodoo doll from the third middle school. Unfortunately, the restraints loosened, causing Ji Lu to knock over Luo Xin, and though Chen Jiang quickly subdued him and asked if she was hurt, she remained silent with a darkened expression before issuing an order to her grandfather. "Fire him," she demanded, leaving Chen Jiang horrified while CEO Luo hurriedly explained that he should ignore her, as his granddaughter was simply being immature. "Luo Xin, how can you speak to others that way? Please don't leave. She is just going through a rebellious phase," he pleaded, while Chen Jiang and the others broke into a cold sweat from the tension. Just then, he received a phone call regarding a reported witch sighting and asked Tai Zai to handle the investigation on his behalf. He explained that he needed to investigate the high school linked to the voodoo doll, to which Tai Yi immediately complied, agreeing to head to the park as Brother Chen requested. Gu Yun adamantly insisted that a witch was responsible, yet the security guards refused to believe him since every witness claimed that he was the culprit. To prove his innocence, Gu Yun held out his hands and argued that since he had not yet mastered any sorcery, he could not have been the one who caused the incident. The terrified guards quickly reached for their phones to call the police, while Enling tried to persuade a stubborn Gu Yun to stop before he was branded as mentally ill. "But we clearly saw someone take action earlier. I must find that witch so she can teach me magic," he insisted, leaving her in a state of total panic. She warned him not to speak so recklessly as suspicion toward him grew, just as Tai Yi arrived on the scene and announced that he would take over the situation. Tai Yi introduced himself as the person in charge of the Myriad Magic Corner and asked if they were the witnesses to the attack, to which a relieved Enling shook his hand and inquired about the victim's condition. It was lucky he reached the hospital in time, despite a ruptured esophagus and heavy bleeding requiring a week in the ICU. Gu Yun happily remarked that it was fortunate nothing worse happened, and Ling was infuriated by his nonchalance, questioning how he could say it was fine, while Tai Yi solemnly added that the cause was now clear. It was ruled an accidental mishap during the performance with no one held liable, but they were asked to keep it off social media as Gu Yun continued to insist a witch was involved. He complained that the investigation was unprofessional for not checking the building first, prompting Enling to drag him away while apologizing for his behavior. She told them he suffered from chunibyo as they left, though she secretly worried about how they would handle the hospital's compensation demands. Tai Yi ordered the guards to monitor the entrance and forbade any further exploration without his permission. Enling ate ice cream in frustration over the terrible date, while Gu Yun remained completely preoccupied with the idea of someone being turned into a frog. Looking at him, she finally realized that the person who had come between them wasn't a long-haired high school girl, but a witch. Gu Yun suddenly asked if she had ever seen a witch, and though she wished she could turn him into a frog herself, Enling suppressed her anger to respond. When she said she had, he asked if she was serious, leading Enling to suggest that her house was quite large and had many great movies. She mentioned those films featured many witches and asked if he wanted to learn some theory, but Gu Yun misunderstood her and shouted in a fit of rage. He accused her of being that kind of person, forcing Enling to quickly clarify that her intentions were purely innocent. He suddenly became enthusiastic and urged teacher and to show him the materials, dragging her along before she could even react to his sudden change. Meanwhile, at the magic park, the professor sat perched high above and asked her dear sisters if everyone had been successfully chased away. She was satisfied with the report, but noted 2 stubborn witnesses remained, though the professor assured her they were being handled as students left school. While others headed to the internet cafe for some excitement, Gu Tian felt anxious because Mr. Wu was absent from school once again. She wondered why those people had spent the afternoon asking about her brother and old Fang being fired, and as she was lost in thought, Chen Jiang happened to pass by as she worried if something terrible had happened to her brother, just as a sudden downpour caught the girl by surprise. She hurried to a nearby bus stop to escape the rain, while President Luo focused on a phone call as Chen Jiang delivered a serious report. Chen Jiang stated that the voodoo doll case was still under careful investigation, and that statements had been recorded from everyone who had contact with it. The source of the artifact supplier remains unknown. He observed the state of the organs and noted that the spirit's erosion was even stronger than before, seemingly mixed with various natural disaster forces, meaning the boy was beyond saving. Chairman Luo immediately assigned the mission, wondering if the involvement of third middle school was a coincidence or something more, then ordered Chen Jiang to keep a close watch despite the reported lack of danger. "That's right, I've put Xu Zai in charge of the other team and narrowed down several suspicious targets," he asserted with confidence. "Do not miss a single clue," he ordered, just as Gu Tian boarded the bus and heard the announcement for the new Heaven and Earth Village station, only to notice two strangers she suspected were human traffickers. Gu Tian took advantage of the open door to leap out of the vehicle, while Lan Jing tried to stop her, shouting for her sister to wait. Gu Tian felt triumphant about her escape, but a second later, an invisible hand suddenly gripped her tightly. Just then, a high-speed motorcycle sped by, narrowly saving Gu Tian from disaster, leaving her sitting stunned and paralyzed on the ground. It took a while for her to recover and recall the strange event. Meanwhile, Lan Jing and the others on the bus were dealt with just as an old woman approached Gu Zhao from behind, with Qi Yao nodding in satisfaction at the girl's speed. "It hurts, let me go," Gu Zhao cried out as the woman revealed her cunning face and a devious smile, asking where she was rushing to and suggesting she come to her house instead. Gu Zhao struggled with all her might, refusing to follow even if it meant her life, and demanded to be released to find her brother. But Qi Yao effortlessly spoke his name. "Your brother's name is Gu Yun, isn't it?" she asked, causing Gu Zhao's expression to darken instantly before the woman swung a wooden staff down and shouted. "Then it's settled, come be our new sister," she cried. But her strike was suddenly blocked by an umbrella held by none other than Gu Yun. Qi Yao was stunned by his appearance and asked how he got there, while Gu Yun held his sister tightly and told her to take the umbrella as he watched his opponent fall. He was slightly taken aback as she collapsed, realizing this identity didn't belong to her and that the woman could no longer endure the torture. So he gathered his strength to drive the evil spirit away. He used his power to expel the entity, shouting for it to be gone, and as the soul flew out of Qi Yao's body, Gu Tian watched in bewilderment, asking what he had done. In a nearby corner, a sharp blade stabbed frantically while the woman muttered incessantly, asking if he was some kind of demon. At the city hospital, Gu Yun and Gu Tian stood outside the operating room listening to the doctor, while Ji looked at the medical report and began to scold them. "There are multiple complex fractures and organ failures. How heartless must you be to beat someone into this state?" he asked, but Gu Yun continued to deny the accusation. "I didn't do it," he insisted, while Ling complained irritably that she was still cooking when he called, demanding to know what Gu Yun had done this time as he offered an innocent explanation. "She's just framing me. I only separated her from something and then she collapsed," Gu Yun explained, recalling the scene while Gu Tian weakly added her input from beside him. "Sister Ling, it's so strange that an old woman with broken bones followed me the whole way and could fight like she was in a martial arts movie." And Z angrily pointed at the medical record, stating that regardless of who was responsible, the hospital deposit was 30 million and someone had to pay. And Ling leaned in close to Gu Yun's face to demand the truth, asking him to look her in the eye and confirm if the old woman's injuries were unrelated to him. He stared back at her without hesitation and confirmed he was sure. So when Ling decided to tell Nzi, she would advance the payment via Alipay. The three of them sat in the hospital room watching over Qi Yao, while Gu Tian looked at the lunch box in her hand with a heavy heart, noting that while Ling's cooking smelled good, she wasn't in the mood. Ling couldn't help but curiously ask why, to which Gu Yun explained that he had become a target. However, this time it had nothing to do with the Mo-He organization, but Gu Tian reproachfully told him to stop talking nonsense because the old woman was so pitiful. And Ling found it strange that her family hadn't arrived yet. So Gu Tian produced a piece of paper with an address the doctor had found on the woman earlier. But the phone number on the paper, which listed the contact information for Yiking Manor, could never be reached. And Ling refused to give up and wanted to try again using her own number, insisting that regardless of Gu Yun's involvement, they needed to apologize properly. A signal finally went through, and Ling was overjoyed when someone answered, quickly telling them not to hang up and explaining they were at the People's Hospital because his mother was in poor health. The person on the other end responded indifferently about the old woman, and despite Ling's frantic explanation that they had taken her for treatment, he remained unmoved and told her to just hang up. And Ling was stunned as Chi Wu heartlessly uttered unfilial words, claiming he no longer wanted that mother of his while he was busy enjoying the company of beautiful women. He said a sweetheart was all he needed, while Chen Jiang slammed his fist against the wall in rage, trembling at the sight of the cold bodies of Jing Lan and her teammates as a message displayed on his phone. The message warned his beloved disciple that the target was about to move against high school students and told Level 3 personnel to just observe without showing off. But Vice President Chen knew it was too late. Having received no response, Jing Lan had decided to take a risk and move in, leading Chen Jiang to question Tai Yi. "Zhu Sha, how on earth did this happen? This is already the third person." The autopsy report showed the two had strangled each other, so he ordered a report to headquarters to request reinforcements, since no S-rank members were currently available. Gritting his teeth in anger, Chen Jiang decided he couldn't just stand by for their sake and picked up his gun to deal with the enemy, noting that even sorcerers were human and would die if shot. The scene shifted back to the hospital, wherein Ling stared blankly at her phone screen for a long time, wondering what could possibly make someone abandon their own mother. She then suggested that since there were too many people there, she should call a car to take Tian Tian home, and though Gu Tian was reluctant, she gave her some worried parting advice. "Be careful, brother." Only Gu Yun remained there. Chi Yao, lying on the bed, stirred slightly and picked up a flyer to look at. Gu Yun noticed and asked, "Are you awake?" Chi Yao spoke listlessly. "Young man, why did you stay your hand back then?" He inquired about her well-being, noting that the entity clinging to her had vanished. "In truth, you could see it the whole time, couldn't you?" She nodded silently in admission. Gu Yun continued, "This flyer, it's your home, isn't it?" Chi Yao stared fixedly at the paper. "His father passed away early. We worked so hard and saved everything to buy this house. The realtor promised it would be a home of happiness." Memories of the past came rushing back. "When my son got married, I felt the same way, that my life's work was finally worth it. However, everything changed the moment he brought that woman home." Siki was relentlessly threatening Xiaoru. "Ma'am, you wouldn't want everyone to know about your husband and me, would you? Be patient. I want to keep you all here to play a little longer." Chi Yao then revealed the whole truth. "She claimed to be my son's business partner, yet she walked straight into his bedroom. Soon after, my daughter-in-law vanished without a trace. I went to my son for answers, but he had become a different person, even forbidding me from entering the basement." Meanwhile, Siki was seducing Chi Wu, asking, "Darling, are you satisfied with dinner? Let's drown in sweetness tonight." Overcome with worry, Chi Yao pleaded for help. "I was terrified, so I asked a delivery man to open the basement. He ended up running out like a madman. Suddenly, my body began moving on its own. I, Chi Yao, could no longer control myself. She kept moving like that, wandering the streets endlessly. She won't let me stop. Perhaps once I've killed everyone she desires, my own life will finally come to an end. That's why when your fist swung toward me, I felt a sense of liberation. And yet, that woman who destroyed my family is still out there, living her life." Gu Yun felt a hint of suspicion. "This is a witch's sorcery, isn't it? May I borrow your flyer for a moment?" The kind-hearted Chi Yao urged him to be cautious, but he made a proposal. "For a wager of 2 coins, I will help you reclaim it in its entirety." And Ling, standing outside the ward, asked skeptically, "You aren't planning to call the police, are you?" Gu Yun nodded in confirmation. She didn't stop him. Instead, she agreed to follow. "I'm coming with you." Gu Yun suddenly grabbed Ling, leaving her dazed. "Then hold on tight." He leaped down while holding her, causing her to cry out in terror. "This is the 5th floor." And Ling was so terrified that she clung tightly to Gu Yun. Meanwhile, Chen Jiang was racing toward them in his car. Siki and her group remained oblivious, still dancing joyfully. By this time, Chen Jiang had reached the house. The sound of gurney wheels rattling echoed rapidly. Liang Su didn't have time to think, sprinting as fast as he could. "The patient in bed 10 is in shock. Begin emergency resuscitation immediately." While performing CPR, he asked, "Where is the family? Have we still not reached them?" Standing outside, Su Chu replied helplessly, "We still can't get through." As the defibrillator paddles were pressed against the patient, Chi Wu was relaxing to music and enjoying a steak. He and Si Ki began dancing happily inside the house, praying together that this moment would last forever. However, the moment those words were spoken, the door was blown off its hinges. The one who had smashed his way in was Gu Yun. "This apartment complex of yours." Every building looked exactly the same, and Ling kept complaining from behind that she had already said the 13th building was behind the 12th. Si Ki and Chi Yu stared at them in confusion, while Ling, sensing the situation, immediately stepped back and told them to carry on. Instead of being afraid, Si Ki acted flirtatiously, asking if he was the troublemaker the professor mentioned, and mocking him as a child starved for affection before offering her help. But Gu Yun ignored her and coldly turned away. He approached Chi Yu and scolded him for being there while his mother was gravely ill. Yet the man remained seated calmly as if nothing was wrong. He retorted that her condition had nothing to do with him since he was busy pursuing happiness, while Si Ki approached Gu Yun again to seduce him, calling it a wise choice if they all joined her happy home. She claimed they could live happily there forever if they remained loyal to her. But Gu Yun calmly countered that the oath had already taken effect. She was stunned by his reaction and wondered why her control wasn't working, while he narrowed his eyes and seriously asked Ling if she was finished speaking. Flashing back 10 minutes, Ling had discussed a plan with Gu Yun, asking for 3 minutes and guessing that not everyone was under control. Ling struggled to crawl out from a corner, warning him that he wouldn't want to see what was there before leading Ru away, and telling him not to worry now that the victim was safe. Gu Yun stopped pretending and prepared for a massacre, asking if he could now destroy the area, which left Si Ki trembling with rage. Furious that a survivor had escaped and her villa was ruined, she demanded compensation and unleashed a magical formation in her anger. Waves of power radiated outward as a massive entity suddenly appeared near Gu Yun, yet he stood his ground calmly until a loud explosion erupted, affecting even Ling. She looked back to see Gu Yun had been thrown into the distance and turned pale with fear, wondering what had hit him since she couldn't see anything. Ordinary people could not see evil spirits, and Si Qi was now laughing atop a three-headed hound, showing no mercy to anyone. Chen Jiang trembled as he organized his ammunition, thinking to himself that there was no turning back for an A-rank operative like him. As the former second-in-command of the Love City branch, he believed everything would end tonight and cautiously stepped inside. He used a Type B sedative to numb his pain for an hour, hoping he could take her down with him for the sake of his comrades. Vowing not to forgive the witch, he activated his spirit-seeing glasses and prepared for battle, but Chen Jiang froze and shouted in shock upon entering. Everything before him was already in total chaos, and old memories began to flood back of a young Qi Yu constantly asking questions. The boy had asked where his father was, and Qi Jiao, who carried the family's burden alone, urged him to eat well as she worked day and night to raise him until he finally graduated. Despite life's hardships, the mother and son spent many joyful days together until Qi Wu achieved success and acquired a spacious home. However, Qi Wu began to despise Qi Jiao's poverty, telling her to stop selling goods outside and stay in the back room he had prepared for her. He told her not to shame him anymore, leaving her standing dazed before her son's grand but cold mansion before the scene returned to the present. The three-headed dog was about to attack the security guards, who stood frozen in terror, but a loud crash echoed as Gu Yun successfully blocked the strike while Ying scolded the beast. He warned that walking a dog without a leash was like being led by it, and demanded compensation for the lack of control, leaving Si Qi utterly stunned by Gu Yun's intervention. His eyes glowed red as his murderous intent surged, and as he asked to meet her sisters, a terrified Si Qi cried out for her boss before her body suddenly erupted into fierce red flames. Gu Yun marveled at the sight of the long-distance curse, while a cold voice from the high castle declared that magic should not be used that way, calling her a traitor. Qi Jiao lay silently in her hospital bed, her trembling hands reaching out until Ling and Gu Yun understood and took hold of them. He informed Qi Jiao that the matter was resolved, and she squeezed Gu Yun's hands tightly to express her profound gratitude. He stared at the 2 coins in his palm with a complicated expression, and Ling told him to accept them, knowing the weight of this request. This commission held a special significance, and in the hallway, Ling held Gu Yun's hand affectionately, telling him not to forget their bond even if they became wealthy. Qi Wu finally woke up in his hospital bed and felt immense regret upon reading a letter from his ex-wife stating she was leaving and asking him not to find her. Qi Wu stumbled out of bed, searching for his mother and blaming everything on that woman while promising to give his mother a proper apology. He rushed toward her, hoping for forgiveness like in the old days, but the nurse arrived to deliver the news regarding the elderly woman in bed 10. She informed him that the woman had just passed away, and the scene shifted to the Tiandi apartments where a video was being viewed on a phone screen. After the video was approved, another was downloaded showing a person bursting into flames like a witch amidst the glowing red signs of the evil chrysanthemum shop. The evil spirits inside the shop were struck with terror when a voice called out, asking the newcomer to join him for a drink. President Feng gave a noble bow to Zizia, apologizing and noting that the local gangs had become completely lawless, Twilight Witch. She remained cold and silent as he chuckled, introducing her as an honored guest of the calamity and ordering everyone to serve the veiled Zizia properly. Her seductive lips moved as she stated she would overlook it for the god's sake. Then she mockingly asked President Feng if he enjoyed the toy she had requested. Our witch coven has eyes and ears everywhere. Yet before that voodoo doll could even spread any terror, someone had already finished it off. President Feng gritted his teeth in fear as sweat poured down his forehead, replying to her that regarding magic, he still had to rely on a witch like her. He promised to immediately dispatch men to deal with the threat and asked if there was anything else, while she rose into the air without touching the ground and spoke to him. She told him it wasn't necessary as the coven had their own ways, then flew away, leaving a bewildered President Feng behind to properly prepare for his debut ceremony. Meanwhile, Luo Song and Chen Jiang were conversing while Luo Xin sat quietly in a corner reading. Luo Song remained expressionless while an enraged Chen Jiang pointed at him, questioning how that witch had managed to locate their people with such precision. He wondered why the witch was silenced the moment he obtained evidence against her, his eyes burning with resentment as he claimed someone in the guild must be colluding with the calamity, while Luo Song placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Turning toward Luo Xin, He whispered that this matter was of great importance, and given the company's current state, it should not be disclosed for the time being. He told Luo Xin to go play with Uncle Chen since he had to meet a client, but she looked at him and said she wanted to take a stroll in the magic corner. She told Uncle Chen to play by himself, causing an infuriated Chen Jiang to slam his hands on the table and shout for the information on the witch case to be compiled. Asking where Tai Yi was, the scene shifted to a strange corridor with flashing red lights where a half-beast silhouette roared behind glass, while Tai Yi peeked through a cracked door into the room. Ji Lu was filled with terror as the professor stroked his face and gloated that his consciousness hadn't been entirely eroded yet, telling him to leave it to her as she crossed her arms with a smug expression, remarking that children always lose control with new toys. She said she wouldn't blame him for his lack of restraint. Then the cruel professor placed her hand upon Ji Lu's head. However, she added that being captured by those useless guild members was truly unforgivable, and soon his eyes looked as though they were about to bulge out. Amidst his agonizing screams, she declared she would only teach this once, while Tai Yi watched with folded arms and marveled at such a use of magic, before the sinister woman looked toward the door and ordered the scene to be staged. She commanded her servant to report that the cameras had glitched, and the criminal had exploited the opening to hide a hammer and commit suicide. Meanwhile, in another location, Gu Yun was deeply engrossed in a game, and Ling thoughtfully noted down his playtime of 7 hours and 53 minutes with 0 missions completed, remarking that his prospects of becoming a professional power leveler seemed hopeless. He insisted he could still improve, but she pointed out the account owner was about to check the progress and took over for him, leaving Gu Yun to scroll through social media and sigh. He mused that if his gaming intuition could be applied to reality, he might even stand a chance against a tundra direwolf, but she told him to stop his incessant rambling. She asked him to check if the views on yesterday's video had increased, and he noted it had reached 3 million views and made the homepage, which surprised Ling as she suddenly remembered something. She suddenly asked how he had repaired the door that those people had broken previously, to which he replied that he had simply used super glue. A knock sounded and both turned their heads to look. Suddenly the door crashed down. "Hey, don't you dare blame me for this. I barely touched it before it broke on its own," Zia Mu exclaimed, regaining her composure. "You commoners are obstructing official business. I have a proper letter of authorization." A while later, a tense volleyball match between Gu Yun, Sun Zheng, and their teammates reached a difficult turning point. In the stands, Zia Mu looked triumphant while Ling appeared panicked. How did things end up like this? Returning to the previous scene, Gu Yun and Ling watched as Zia Mu stood by the collapsed door. The story must go back several hours. "What is it, young lady?" Zia Mu asked with a smug grin. "The affairs of my Zia family are none of your business. You're the ones who broke Jin Chan's curse, right? He told me over the phone that I could find you here." Gu Yun deduced the situation as Ling stifled a laugh, thinking it must have been that fat guy Wang Dai who gave out the number. Master Wang truly knew her well. Zia Mu's demeanor shifted as she pleaded, "Master Gu, please help me break this curse." And Ling invited her inside before speaking. "Tell us what kind of curse it is. We just finished several cases involving sorcery," and Ling said. Outside, a delivery man walked by singing, glancing into the house as she explained that strange supernatural events always occurred around her. Then bodyguards suddenly appeared and began pummeling the delivery man. She remarked that if anyone stayed near her for more than 3 days, they would either vanish or be forced to transfer schools. After a moment, only the delivery man's legs could be seen being dragged away. Zia Mu suddenly became bashful and narcissistic, much to the annoyance of Gu Yun and Ling. "With a constitution like this, perhaps the heavens are jealous of me and cast down these chains of misfortune." And Ling pointed toward the door and shouted, "Those chains of misfortune are committing a crime right in front of us. Anyway, let's set the curse aside for a moment. Don't you plan on explaining those 2 men behind you?" On the ceiling, the 2 bodyguards, Duan Yu and Wei Lin, had been clinging there for some time. She turned toward the door in shock, wondering which man they meant, as if she were the only one there. "In my experience, what you've encountered isn't a supernatural phenomenon, because victims of supernatural events don't survive long enough to transfer schools." "Exactly, now wake her up quickly. Is that really the main point?" Zia Mu's eyes narrowed as she began to sob, saying that setting aside the cause for now, she actually came here because of a certain person. She confessed her feelings for a boy, fearing what would happen if he vanished too. In pain, her tears flowed as she revealed her father would never allow Dan Ling to step foot into her home. He might end up like the others, falling victim to the curse. Subconsciously, she already understood its origin, and Ling took Zia Mu's hand like a superhero. "Don't be afraid, little sister. Those who fight for love must never give up." "How far have things progressed between you two?" "Regarding that, I've already gathered all the information on Dan Ling. Her eyes sparkled with shock as she heard Zia Mu describe what she had discovered about the boy. I've bribed all of Dan Ling's friends and followed his school schedule for several rounds. I even won a bunch of Dan Ling's old belongings at second-hand auctions. Some even still have his original scent. Suddenly, Ms. Yun shouted in shock as she realized something was wrong, asking how many times they had actually met. Proud of her research yet acting shy, she admitted they hadn't met yet, and she had only seen him from a distance. It was like a splash of cold water hitting Ling, leaving her stunned and confused. This is illegal, isn't it? Ms. Yun spoke coldly, saying she was sorry, but this matter had to be reported to the Security Bureau. Zia Mu then pulled out a thick stack of cash, making both their eyes light up. I'm offering 7,000 yuan with a 3,000 deposit. Boss, when do you need the person? The three of them walked toward a large stadium, talking as they went. This stadium looks familiar. Oh right, what's the name of the person you like? Dan Ling. Meanwhile, Sun Zheng was sprinting while dribbling the ball amidst the noisy chatter. Sun Zheng, someone actually likes that kid. Now that is what I call a supernatural event. Zia Mu then recounted that. During the last basketball game between my school and school number 3, he threw a ball that knocked over the referee and got himself ejected. Elsewhere, Wu Bai and Wang Lu were searching for information in the archives. Wu Bai looked thoughtfully at the document in his hands. Beside him, Wang Lu recounted that 10 years ago, the first bloody case involving Bloody Maria occurred at high school number 3. Dozens were injured to varying degrees, and every year since, rumors spread of students going mad after imitating it. But the case originated with these three, the blood script trio. This is the victim, and this. Wu Bai's expression softened as he revealed, this is me. That was me 10 years ago. Inside a private casino, Luo Song and Zia Mu were discussing business. Luo Song spoke first, noting that CEO Zia's current success was due to the Zia Corporation's support for the charity fund. Zia Mu laughed and replied that Chairman Luo was being too modest. Sponsoring you is just a way to keep my business running smoothly. Since Chairman Luo is a grade A employee, I truly wish to build a relationship with you. Seeing him speak this way, Luo Song dropped the formalities and got straight to the point, stating that X was currently facing a massive crisis. Zia smiled and asked for clarification regarding the Sorcerer Association, while Luo Song gestured and explained their sinister plot against the city's elite. Since the foundation only has the Jin and Sun families as top-tier partners, if General Manager Zia wants protection, Zia immediately grasped his meaning. He swirled his glass of expensive wine and remarked that if Jin Wanhua and Sun he could pay that much, then surely he could as well. Zia insisted he could afford it and invited Chairman Luo to share the wine, promising to show him something exciting shortly. Meanwhile, Gu Yun appeared at the basketball court, prompting Sun Zheng to shout irritably, asking why he was there since he had stopped chasing his sister. Gu Zia smiled with the ball and said Zia Mu had a message for him, but Sun Zheng scoffed, claiming there was no chance for them while Zia listened nearby. Zia was shocked and clutched his face as Sun Zheng smirked, adding that their families were equal and getting tied down after a fling was too much trouble. And Ling was enraged by his arrogant demeanor, clenching her fists and asking Gu Yun if there was a quick martial arts move to punch him. Gu Yun held up 3 fingers to strike a deal with Sun Zheng, explaining that since he had been paid, they would play for 3 points. He stated that if he won 3 points, Sun Zheng would have to follow him, but the man growled, asking who gave him the right to decide that. He mocked Gu Yun as an amateur who only played on weekends for daring to challenge a sports student, but Gu Yun just dribbled the ball and questioned his courage. Provoked by the taunt, Sun Zheng accepted the challenge and pointed at him, vowing to show him what professional-level fear felt like before taking a defensive stance. He told Tian Tian's brother to come at him, but while Gu Yun seemed to be charging, he simply stood his ground and shot the ball into the hoop, stunning everyone. Sun Zheng turned pale and shouted that it didn't count, claiming that shooting directly like that was a foul, but Gu Yun ignored his complaints. The ball somehow returned to his hands, and with a simple "is that so?" he threw it right over Sun Zheng's head. The ball slammed against the backboard and bounced back, allowing Gu Yun to leap up, catch it, and score again within seconds. Sun Zheng was completely helpless and began to cry, saying he only wanted to play basketball, before turning to sneak away in humiliation. He declared he was done playing, but Gu Yun reached out to stop him, offering to give him a handicap and play with one hand. In an instant, Zia Mu's 2 bodyguards, Duan Yu and Wei Lin, who were disguised as students, shed their gym clothes and rushed to capture Sun Zheng. Sun Zheng, don't leave just yet. He was so terrified by the 2 of them that he ran blindly. How do you know my name? Wei Lin kindly explained that they originally intended to wait until he was exhausted from playing before acting, but the boss was in too much of a rush. After saying that, the 2 men used a bag to cover Sun Zheng's head and sped away. Gu Yun, standing behind, was bewildered and didn't understand what was happening as they vanished. Seeing Sun Zheng being taken away, Zia Mu screamed in terror. De Ling and Gu Yun threw off their jackets and hurriedly gave chase. "Don't panic, boss, I'll be right back." By now, Sun Zheng had been tossed into a car. As the vehicle started to move, Gu Yun wondered how he could possibly catch up. Gu Yun grabbed a public bicycle and pedaled at full speed to keep up. As the car accelerated, he had to strain himself to maintain the pace. Seeing this, Ling pointed ahead and hesitantly asked Zia Mu if the bike rental would be refunded, to which she helplessly replied that it would. Car carrying Sun Zheng sped down the road toward a casino. Duan Yu and Wei Lin dragged Sun Zheng into a private room where General Manager Zia and Luo Song were waiting. They immediately reported that the man had been brought, identifying him as the young lady's lover. Seeing General Manager Zia, Sun Zheng stammered in confusion, pleading that it wasn't him. He insisted he hadn't done anything yet. A second later, General Manager Zia hurled the wine glass in his hand at Duan Yu's head and roared, "My daughter is a virtuous woman. Do you dare repeat that?" Duan Yu endured it and pointed at Sun Zheng, accusing him of being the one who planned to assault the young lady. Hearing this, Sun Zheng turned pale with fear, claiming he hadn't done anything and mentioning that his grandfather often spoke of Uncle Zia. He argued there was no need for their families to be enemies. General Manager Zia ignored him and turned to Chairman Luo, noting that the Sun family boy had caused quite a mess. Out of respect for the charity foundation, he decided to spare him once, but as for the senior partnership, Sun Gu still hadn't given up hope and kept shouting to clear his name. He truly didn't do it, but Luo Song showed his respect to the man, praising General Manager Zia's magnanimity and expressing his admiration. Wishing for everything to go smoothly, Gu Zheng suddenly burst in from outside and kicked Duan Yu right in the face, shouting that he had caught the human traffickers. He then pointed at General Manager Zia and Luo Song, asking if they were part of a trafficking gang. Both men looked at him in shock and questioned who he was. Gu Yun honestly replied that he had just recently changed careers to Sunset. Upon hearing this, Luo Song prepared to stand up. He apologized to General Manager Zia, explaining that the man wasn't their official employee but likely a subordinate's contact, and said he would handle the matter. He then stepped forward to face Gu Yun and warned him that this was no place for a newcomer like him. He told him to go back, but Gu Yun didn't seem to listen and curiously asked if he was a bodyguard they had hired. Luo Song lost his patience and loudly declared he was his superior, but Gu Yun doubted him and asked if he was Wang Lu in disguise. "Your skills are decent, but you've gotten much worse than before," Luo Song said angrily. "What, Wang Lu? You haven't even reached C rank yet. You're just a rookie, yet you dare to be so disrespectful to your superior. It seems I must give you a proper introductory lesson today." He then shed his outer coat and lunged at Gu Yun, who showed no fear but was instead filled with excitement, remarking that things would have been settled sooner if he had just said so. Luo Song struck first, swinging his arm to deliver a punch, but Gu Yun managed to dodge it. Despite missing, Luo Song smirked triumphantly. A second later, he punched Gu Yun squarely in the face, sending him crashing into the wall behind him. As night fell, Zizia gathered her followers in the tower, where the professor stepped forward to present her with a book, identifying it as the list for City X. Zizia smiled with delight, remarking that so many suitable candidates were found just by setting up a stall in the park, and she praised Xiao Pai's choice of city for its simple customs before ordering her subordinates to spread the word. "Sisters, our period of hiding is over. It is time to act. Each of you will take charge of a suitable candidate, starting by seizing control of their relatives and friends." Meanwhile, a taxi pulled up in front of the casino entrance, and Enling and Zia Mu hurried inside. Enling looked around and questioned Zia Mu. "Are you certain Master Gu is here?" she asked, to which Zia Mu replied with a smile that since her father was the one who bound Sun Zheng, the butler confirmed he had come to this location. Enling grew worried upon hearing this, hoping Master Gu wouldn't act rashly or at least refrain from hitting the boss. But just as she finished speaking, Gu Yun was sent flying out of the room right before her eyes. The man who sent him flying was none other than Luo Song, while Mr. Zia sat in his chair smoking and enjoying the performance, smirking as he told the chairman that the older ginger was indeed spicier. Mr. Zia remarked that the 50 million spent was truly worth it and told him to prepare the check, while Luo Song turned to return to his seat, his tone carrying a hint of humility. Luo Song is merely an A-rank employee. The S-rank staff guarding the branch are far more reliable, General Manager Zia. "Your choice was absolutely wise," he said, then looked down at the Type 0 on his wrist, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that he had brought his exorcism equipment today. This watch was considered the first prototype of the Type 0 exorcism equipment, and the entity sealed within was merely an incomplete portion of natural disaster energy. This sonic bomb could have its power levels adjusted to fire intense waves of evil spirit energy, though it was not as potent as the finished version, containing full disaster energy. However, when switched to attack mode, it was still powerful enough to obliterate low-level evil spirits in an instant, leading Luo Song to smile and offer Gu Yun a compliment. "You're quite something for a young man, kid. I set the device to stun mode, so make sure you return to headquarters tomorrow and write a proper self-reflection report." Gu Yun had re-entered the room at some point, appearing completely unharmed, and asked Master Luo if he could perform that previous move once more, causing Luo Song to spin around with a look of pure shock on his face. "What, you're perfectly fine?" Gu Yun smiled at him and replied that it was the first time in his life he had encountered someone capable of launching an attack using their willpower like that. "I want more, hit me again," he said. Hearing this, Luo Song broke into a cold sweat and glanced back at Zia, his mind racing with anxiety. Boss Zia was still hesitating. What on earth was happening? Someone was actually causing trouble during a sponsorship request. He vowed to fire the man immediately upon their return before charging forward. He threw a punch into Gu Yun's stomach, but Gu Yun didn't dodge. He seemed to be waiting for it. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he thought, "This feels great." Meanwhile, Luo Song found himself unable to pull his hand back, his body frozen in place. Sensing the danger, he activated the Tai Po attack mode and unleashed a flurry of punches on Gu Yun. The strikes were incredibly fast. Watching from the doorway, and Ling remarked that the master looked as if he were merely getting a traditional scraping massage. Standing nearby, Zia Mu suddenly blushed and whispered how handsome he was. Luo Song's face turned red from the effort, while Sun Zheng sat on the floor behind them, having wet himself in fear. Just then, Zia's subordinate arrived with stacks of cash to report. "General Manager Zia, the 50 million is ready," the subordinate said. Zia snapped at him to get lost, asking if he couldn't see the current situation. Gu Yun continued to nonchalantly take every one of Luo Song's punches. He even calmly turned to ask Ling what time it was. She hesitantly replied that it was 11:30. Hearing this, Gu Yun suddenly remembered something and shouted that he was in trouble, as Tian Tian would scold him if he wasn't home by midnight. He then reached out and precisely caught Luo Song's hand, declaring the fun was over. With a single shove, he sent the man flying into a table behind him, leaving Luo Song pinned and motionless on the floor. Gu Yun looked at him and said in a low voice that his strikes were powerful, but the gaps in his offense left his defense dangerously exposed. He warned that failing to fix this could be fatal. Seeing this, Sun Zheng trembled and tried to sneak away. "Can I leave now?" the man asked. Before he could escape, Zia shouted a warning, telling the young son that their business was far from over. Zia Mu quickly ran to her father's side, clinging to his arm to calm him down. She told him that those matters no longer mattered because she had finally realized something. She stared directly at Gu Yun with eyes full of infatuation, declaring that he was the one she truly liked. And Ling initially agreed, but a second later, she cried out in shock. "That's right, young people should love freely without family constraints. Wait, why is it Master Gu?" and Ling exclaimed. Zia Mu replied bashfully. She admitted she simply had a weakness for powerful men. Seeing this, and Ling rushed over to Zia and grabbed his hand, seriously warning him that this was a case of puppy love. "You must nip this in the bud or it will ruin her studies," she urged. Though confused, Zia agreed to keep a close eye on his daughter while wondering to himself who this woman even was. After leaving the casino, a frustrated Ling walked ahead while Gu Yun followed with the thick bag of cash, telling her she should keep it all since she had advanced his hospital fees. He remarked that the young lady was quite generous for settling the balance so fairly, and Ling ignored him, muttering that he was a scumbag. Noticing her strange behavior, Gu Yun asked why she was angry since Boss Zia had already released Sun Zheng. He noted that their mission was a great success, but Ling replied cryptically that one could never be too careful around a little vixen. This young lady truly couldn't reach such heights. She turned around completely, pointed at Gu Yun and spoke seriously. "Gu Yun, if you're interested in another girl, just say so and I'll simply step aside." Hearing this, he felt confused and asked what she meant. And Ling replied hesitantly, "I'm just afraid of getting hurt. Do you understand?" In the next instant, San suddenly rushed out from nowhere. San bit Gu Yun's hand and pulled him toward a certain direction. "San where are you going?" After a while, it stopped at a hidden thicket. Shen Yue lay there unconscious, her body covered in wounds. The scene shifted elsewhere as Luo Xin walked down a hallway while answering a call from her grandfather. "How strange. Grandfather, let's go home together. I've reached your private room." That role in Fea wasn't fun at all. She looked down at the gemstone in her hand. Assigned to the lead role at the academy as usual, she stepped into the room where everyone was already seated and waiting. "Hello." Luo Xin looked at the two men deep in thought on the chairs and asked, "What are you two doing?" Zia Mu gestured for them to leave and said softly, "It's getting late. Perhaps Master Luo Hai?" Seeing that he intended to see the guests out, Luo Song spoke up urgently. Wait a moment, what happened earlier was just an accident. The Witch Disaster Prevention Organization is not limited only to combat. He began his persuasion. Have you ever heard of the Twilight Witch? During the Dark Middle Ages, a wicked witch ruled Europe with cruel magic. She remained youthful for centuries, and rumors even claimed she was a natural disaster. He recounted the life story of the witch. Demon hunters from all over gathered to destroy her, yet that witch did not truly die. After centuries of hibernation, she regrouped her coven and eliminated every descendant of the original witch hunters. Furthermore, her evil intent is to brainwash those around her into obediently following her commands. With a face full of sincerity, Luo Song added, "Our organization has listed the Twilight Witch as the greatest threat. We are currently investigating her subordinates throughout the city." Ziamu laughed and rejected him outright. "Forgive my bluntness, but even if you find them, you won't be able to defeat them." He then pulled out a pair of glasses to persuade him. "President Zia, our organization's technological prowess isn't just for combat. For instance, it's known that witches have summoned beasts. They are three-headed hellhounds invisible to the naked eye. By using our spiritual glasses, one can detect the movements of evil spirits in advance. This allows for safety measures to be taken before a threat emerges." Ziamu took the glasses and looked at them skeptically. "This is quite good. How do I turn it on?" He demonstrated the operation of the glasses. "Just press this touch-sensitive power button." Instantly, a ferocious three-headed dog was summoned right before them. Seeing the creature, both men gasped in terror. Meanwhile, Shen Yue, her body riddled with injuries, bolted upright in a panic. Nearby, Gu Yun and Enling were talking, with Gu Yun pointing at a phone and criticizing it. "With a budget of 2,000 yuan, Enling agreed. "This phone is quite expensive. Isn't it just a specialized device for taking evidence? I'd rather choose one that I've optimized myself." She looked at the two talking and asked in a daze, "Where is this?" Seeing she was awake, Enling asked warmly, "Oh, you're up. You're the one who looks after San-Er, right? You two must be very close. San-Er dragged you all the way here." Shen Yue's face was full of gravity as she warned that this place was perilous, and the three-headed dog witch's reinforcements would soon arrive. She put her hands on her hips and asked if she meant the creatures downstairs, adding that the teacher had already dealt with them. Still staring at his phone, he asked if she had also offended the witches, noting how they even targeted young children. He said it was fine for them to come after him, since he was broke after buying the phone and needed the work, while Shen Yue watched him skeptically. Gu Yun calmly identified himself when asked, leading Enling to eye them suspiciously for any criminal connection, though Shen Yue insisted she had simply been observing him for a long time. She asked if he was the legendary folk exorcist, and he laughed with delight at his own fame while Shen Yue watched him and thought to herself. She thought the real man was even more eccentric than she had imagined, especially since he was broke after buying a 2,000 yuan phone. Before she introduced herself, she admitted that because he was Gu Yun, she would reveal her status as a high-ranking official who had nearly lost a precious item to witches during a secret mission. Gu Yun bluntly remarked that she simply wasn't strong enough to beat the witches, prompting Enling to whisper a plea for him to stop mocking her. With her face turning beet red from the teasing, Shen Yue insisted that her failure didn't matter as much as teacher Gu's immense potential. She urged him to join the organization instead of wasting his talent, though she admitted the sudden invitation might require some careful thought. Gu Yun pondered for a moment before asking if she was an exorcism expert, and when she agreed, he happily pointed toward the room where his sister was. He explained that ordinary people couldn't see spirits, and asked if she could help prove his profession to his sister while she was busy with homework. He hoped this would convince her to accept his training so she could face the world's dangers with her own strength, his voice becoming quite stern. Shen Yue agreed that normal people might not be able to handle the dark side of the world, and quickly accepted his request to help. Gu Yun cheered her on and thanked the expert, who gave a thumbs up and a smile before opening the door to greet his younger sister. Shen Yue and Gu Yun spoke at once as she pointed at Tian Tian in shock, but the girl just angrily grabbed Shen Yue's collar and called her senior. She snapped that there would be no greetings, demanding to know why the girl had dodged her tutoring and ignored all the assignments sent via WeChat. She asked if the girl was quitting her studies or just making up more excuses about missions, while the girl fearfully begged for forgiveness. Enling was stunned to see that they were already acquainted, while the still fuming Tian Tian turned to explain the situation to the others. "This is the student I tutor every Friday night. She's been a high school freshman for 2 years now, Shen Yue," she explained while trembling. "I truly went on a mission this time," she said, as Gu Yun's body was completely covered in wounds. Standing nearby, Enling asked doubtfully, "Is this expert really reliable?" He pointed at her and spoke solemnly. "Shen Yue, you truly are a vibrant Yue Xiang." Her eyes widened in shock upon hearing the name Yue Xian, and Ling clenched her fists as she looked into the room, her eyes flashing with fury. Is this the 1.9-meter, 200 kg powerhouse you mentioned? Gu Yun, you lied to me. Over at Luo Song's side, Mother Zia fearfully clung to a bodyguard and screamed, You fraud! Didn't you promise to keep us safe? There's a massive dog right there. With an unwavering expression, he ordered Luo Xin that the organization's reinforcements would arrive soon, telling her to escort President Zia away first. I won't let anyone lose their life today, he declared before charging at the three-headed dog. He landed a punch, but the beast remained completely unfazed. Luo Song calculated his options, wondering if this was the summoner's living creature mentioned in the files, as exorcism weapons had limited effectiveness against it. It would take at least 3 people to wound it, if only an S-rank were here. Moments later, the dog sent him flying into the adjacent banquet hall. Furious that his party was ruined, Chang Hu trembled with rage at the beast for spoiling his fun. He and Wu Bai charged forward to attack just as Luo Song's reinforcements arrived outside. Chen Jiang and his heavily armed squad arrived and anxiously asked if old Luo was all right, looking at the ruins left inside the room. Luo Song leaned wearily against the wall while outside on the grass. The injured group contacted Zizia, the matriarch. Fortunately, Zio AI and QQ had managed to escape quickly. Upon hearing the report, she chuckled, noting that since a rare guest had arrived, she would have to personally attend to him. The scene then shifts to Gu Yun's home. Shen Yue's cries for help rang out, but Tian Tian ignored her and dragged her into the room, scolding her for being lazy with her previous assignments and forbidding her from leaving. I can't cram any more knowledge into my head, she wailed. Gu Yun opened the door and advised, Tian Tian, this is the high-level exorcist we reached out to. Treating the professional I mentioned like this seems a bit much, he said, but she snapped back that it was between teacher and student, telling him to leave while he encouraged Shen Yue to study hard. Now alone in the living room with him, and Ling questioned him with a forced, angry smile, demanding that he explain the situation clearly. She asked about his relationship with that cute, innocent girl with long, straight black hair, to which Gu Yun surprisedly replied that she was an external advisor of the Consumer Association. And Ling gritted her teeth in frustration, asking why he had claimed the person he messaged for hours every week was a man, and if he was hiding something. He pointed back and replied that she was indeed a girl like her, but since she was now the organization's exorcism expert, and Ling needed to focus on training her own destruction boxing skills. Since no one is using the treadmill tonight, I'll let you train more, Gu Yun said, but Ling shouted back in frustration, calling it nonsense. She lowered her head in sorrow, realizing she wasn't just being sensitive. That little vixen had indeed stolen her place, and Ling turned her back on him. Mr. Gu, if you don't like me, just say it, she said. Gu Yun tried to convince her. Is it impossible? Your cognitive foundation is vast. Perhaps one day you could even surpass her. She brushed him off petulantly, claiming she had no interest. Entering your world was my mistake. Go live happily with that little vixen, she said, walking toward the door. Goodbye, Mr. Gu, Gu Yun called out after her. Wait, since you've been to my world, have you met the third elder? Could you pass on a message for me? And Ling ignored him and stormed downstairs. She glanced back at the brightly lit apartment, tears welling in her eyes as she thought to herself. He's not even chasing after me. My heart is broken. I won't talk to him for 3 days. Suddenly, the sound of something melting echoed behind her. Strange, smoking black droplets manifested all around Ling. Immediately after, something lunged at her so quickly she couldn't react, and Ling's legs were severed from her body and fell to the ground. Within moments, she had completely vanished from the street. The next morning, Shen Yue trembled as she dragged herself out of her room, wondering if it was already dawn. She walked out and greeted him. Master Gu, is that you? Gu Yun sat in a chair, lost in thought, wondering how Ling had reached his world and if she knew a way back. Shen Yue opened the door to retrieve a package. I'm back. Is that a new phone you bought? Gu Yun pulled out the device and answered softly. And Ling bought it online and it just arrived. I'm just entering her number. It's a good thing she left a spare SIM in her bag. Gu Yun felt a pang of anxiety as he dialed Ling's number, remembering how hastily she had left the night before. I hope nothing happened, he muttered, but the cold, automated voice informed him the subscriber was out of range. Gu Yun emerged from Ling's apartment complex and told Shen Yue that she hadn't returned home. I forced the door open to check inside, he explained. She asked in surprise if the door could even be bent like that, and he replied that he had taped it back together. He held the phone, his face etched with worry. I can't reach her. Where could she be? Shen Yue leaned over and pulled out her own phone. Let me contact the branch and have the staff help you look. Wait, let me turn this on. She stared at the screen in confusion. Gu Yun asked urgently if it was news of Ling. She looked at the incoming message and replied, the branch chief sent a location. It seems he wants me to go there. The man from City A, he asked, surprised. Shen Yue looked down, puzzled as to why it was sent to her as it bypassed all standard procedures. Master Gu, come with me quickly to check it out. Meanwhile, at Luo Song's house, Luo Xin helped him into the living room. He leaned back in his chair, exhausted. Zinner, get me a glass of water, she grumbled slightly, asking if he couldn't do it himself. Just help me out this once, Luo Song pleaded. She relented and went to get the water. Luo Song picked up a notebook and began to write. Although he was the president of the Akesi City organization, he was merely an A-rank operative. He had originally intended to retire this year. I had hoped to use this exorcism tool to reach S-rank, but the youth of today have made me realize that remaining unranked might be a blessing. Luo Xin slid the glass of water toward him, and Luo Song spoke in a voice heavy with sorrow, admitting that his strength had likely reached its limit. He apologized to Zinner for being unable to provide a better life, but she calmly comforted him, saying she preferred a quiet and peaceful existence. Leaning down, he solemnly told Zinner that no matter what happened, she must remain strong and keep living, for the era of the youth would soon arrive. Suddenly sensing something, Luo Song hurled the water glass to his side, where a woman's hand reached out from thin air to catch it. Luo Song watched warily as Zizia materialized in the room, while elsewhere, Gu Yun pedaled his bike furiously and asked if this was Mr. Luo's residence. Shen Yue replied from behind that she was unsure since she hadn't spoken much with Mr. Luo, but since he wasn't the one in charge, it had to be an emergency. He bypassed all protocols to contact me, and Gu Yun gritted his teeth in regret, feeling guilty for his irritable behavior when he left yesterday. He pedaled faster until he overtook cars, knowing they had to help the weakened man. While at the house, Luo Xin panicked as her grandfather was struck, and he wiped blood from his lip while telling her to hide. He lunged at Zizia with a Type 0 strike, but with a single move, she completely shattered the watch on Luo Song's wrist. GCI looked down at him with disdain, mocking the organization's chairman Luo Song for being a disappointment despite his reputation, prompting him to ask what the witches wanted as she summoned her weapon, declaring that the dead had no need for answers. She was caught off guard when Luo Song revealed a glowing watch in his mouth that triggered a sudden, blinding explosion. Taking advantage of her distraction to retreat, the battered Luo Song admitted he might not be her match, yet his eyes remained filled with an unyielding determination. He proclaimed that the youth would surely surpass him and continue to face the darkness, but Zizia merely summoned shards of ice and launched them toward him. She mocked his words and prepared to finish him as Luo Xin rushed over in terror, while her grandfather lay trembling on the ground, pleading for her to just spare Zinner, but she laughed with disdain and reached for the girl, asking if he truly thought she had come only for an old man. The girl screamed for her grandfather as Luo Song reached out for Zinner with trembling hands. While outside, Gu Yun carried Shen Yue on his back as he sprinted toward the house. Luo Xin cried out for her grandfather to save her, but he could only hold his phone in helpless desperation as her faint pleas echoed through the room. As Luo Song lost consciousness, a golden light suddenly emanated from a painting on the wall and enveloped him just as Gu Yun and Shen Yue burst through the door in a panic. The room was now filled with the presence of an evil spirit that had claimed him, and it looked at the newcomers, sneering that the S-rank should have taken a different path. Shen Yue anxiously called out Chairman Luo Song's name as he frowned, and explained that they had arrived a step too late, nearly an hour behind schedule. He had been entirely consumed by a mental assault, and looking toward the entity, he added that the man had now transformed into an evil spirit. Gritting her teeth, she rushed toward the spirit and begged Master Gu to save him, noting he had even saved a vampire, while Gu Yun followed and spoke softly. He apologized, explaining his abilities only worked on the living and that there was no turning back for him, as Shen Yue recalled her memories of Luo Song. Shen Yue, the path is treacherous, so be careful. We will look after your family, just come back alive. She stood before the spirit, feeling a pang of sorrow. This old man spent his life worrying for others, even fearing at the end he would become a monster and cause harm. From behind, he offered to help set him free. She refused, insisting she handle it herself as she turned back with a tear-streaked face, saying Chairman Luo had specifically requested her presence. To see him off, she closed her eyes and unleashed a strike in the illusory space, memories of him flickering through her mind like a slow-motion film. You are the S-rank ace here to assist us, right? Luo Song had been elated when she joined, glad that City A could finally demonstrate its strength. He had often comforted her about her grades despite her combat success, promising the best tutors for her graduation and constantly worrying about her future. Stop wasting time, Shen Yue, or you will end up a failure. Those memories fade as reality returns, with everyone standing before his grave. Shen Yue gazes at the headstone engraved with the name Luo Song. She appears completely dazed, her body devoid of any vitality. Reaching out to clutch my clothes, Shen Yue is unable to suppress her grief and bursts into tears. I want to protect this city and become a true trump card. Looking toward the heavens in prayer, she vows to do whatever it takes, pleading for old man Luo to return. Standing nearby, Gu Yun is also consumed by remorse. He blames himself, thinking that if he had only taught him the destructive boxing technique before departing yesterday, perhaps he would still be alive. It took everything I had to find that courage. Suddenly, Chen Jiang emerges through the rain behind her, calling out to Shen Yue. He bows to deliver the news that yesterday, Chen Lu and those held at the branch were murdered. Gu Yun cannot hide his utter shock at the revelation. Ji Lu notices him pointing toward him as Shen Yue explains that someone managed to bypass the branch's security system. Since you aren't outsiders, please speak freely. Chen Ji grits his teeth and voices his suspicion that there is a mole within the branch, coinciding with the time Master Luo was assassinated. Branch's records were severely sabotaged, suggesting this was all the work of the same group. I hope those outside the branch like you can find clues. Gu Yun steps forward and suggests they search externally as well. Chen Jiang looks skeptical and asks who he is. He immediately introduces himself as a mortal realm exorcist, mentioning that he also requires assistance with a certain matter. His expression turns grave after hearing the explanation. Your girlfriend is gone, and last night many single women in the city were reported missing, including old man Luo's granddaughter, Luo Xin. They are filled with doubt, wondering if the women are being held in a prison. Meanwhile, Enling approaches to comfort a young girl who is weeping. Suddenly, a noise from outside catches everyone's attention as Zizia and Avro bring heavy iron chains to the group of captives. After a while, they are all shackled and led to a different location. They are brought into a church where Luo Xin is seen tied securely to a frame on the altar. Zizia sits in a chair on the platform, smiling at the crowd and remarking that her future sisters have finally arrived. She laughs with delight, calling them the heirs of Mary and Zizia. Upon hearing that name, Enling's face fills with shock, recognizing it as the Twilight Witch. Zizia chuckles, saying she shouldn't have used such violent means to invite them and asks for their understanding. Her gaze turns cold as she calls them the beautiful and talented young women she carefully selected in Akezi City. Enling blushes, thinking the witch is quite the flatterer, but the woman continues, saying humans are weak and beauty is fleeting. However, I want to offer you a chance to join us and preserve your youth and charm forever. Covered in wounds, Luo Xin screams that she is a murderer who will kill them all, warning everyone not to be deceived. Zizia gestures toward Enling, noting that some sisters are still narrow-minded and do not yet trust their power. She adds that she feels a special connection with this particular beauty. She invites her up, and Enling points to herself in surprise. Holding a stone, the woman introduces her as the one with the highest magic power in their test. Enling looks at the stone, thinking it resembles a sorting stone. It turned out the academy was a testing ground for the witch Zizia, who held up the hands of the two girls, labeling them the top and bottom students. A demonstration of witchcraft followed, and in an instant both their arms were severed, causing Enling to scream in pain. A moment later, she cast a golden light upon them, and the wounds were fully restored. It's healed, Zizia laughed heartily. This is the power of a witch. Once the academic exam is passed, everyone can wield this power. Enling approached Luo Xin and whispered, My arm is whole again. Is yours the same? Clutching her arm, she replied that it felt less like it had healed and more like it had never been injured. Enling asked, My name is Enling. Why did they tie you up here? Luo Xin recoiled in fear, warning her to stay away and muttering that being near her would only bring misfortune. Seeing her reaction, Enling grew even more worried and asked for her name, but Luo Xin merely cast a sorrowful gaze aside. Luo Xin, Avro said, approaching with a stack of books and introducing the history of dark magic, potions, witchcraft, and defense against demon hunters. And etiquette, this is everything you must master in a week, the child said, pointing to himself. I am the apprentice witch who will oversee your studies. Avro, Enling shouted, pointing at the child. You're the girl from the magic corner. Don't you remember me? The professor then cast a spell toward her as a warning. You must remain absolutely silent while the professor and your seniors are speaking. As your professor, it is my duty to ensure as many of you survive as possible. Before the ritual was complete, Adazer checked the phone and announced that the matriarch's time in this city was limited. If the ritual wasn't finished in a week, everyone would suffer. The tragedy of witches being killed by curses. Has anyone not seen it? I happen to have a video right here. Watching the footage, and Ling broke into a cold sweat. I haven't just seen it. I'm the one who posted it. My gossiping has finally caught up with me, she thought, as the professor warned them about the dangers of lethal magic. You must first understand the basic subjects provided. Atazer opened a door and declared that from now on, except for eating and sleeping, all their time must be spent studying incantations. Receiving the pile of books, and Ling shouted in frustration, "Damn it! Why do I always run into such bad luck? Gu Yun is going to forget all about me soon. That little vixen Jika is probably enjoying herself right now." Beside her, Luo Xin seriously flipped through the pages, thinking, "I cannot die here. I must have my revenge against her. And the others? They will surely regret not killing me and allowing me to obtain this new power." Seeing Luo Xin's resolve, and Ling also opened her book to study. "Luo Xin, I won't give up either." Meanwhile, in the library, President Feng was firing off questions, wondering why they had traveled all the way to Akesi City. With so many enemies lying in wait, was it really just to recruit newcomers? "Sister Zizia, are you making a mountain out of a molehill, or are the rumors about you true? Are you looking for something?" Zizia coldly replied, "It's none of your business." He approached Zizia and whispered, "Why don't you discuss what you're searching for with me? After all, no one understands your words better than I do. For instance, the skull of Winchester. You've seen it while I've only heard rumors, as you know. My specialty is turning rumors into reality," she asked excitedly. "What do you want in exchange?" He chuckled, revealing his gold teeth. "You know exactly what I want, your grimoire," Zizia shouted angrily. "In your dreams, your ambition has already surpassed the limits of Akesi City." He leaned back and laughed with delight. "Don't be so agitated. This is just a private deal between us. I'll return later, and I hope you can satisfy my curiosity." Seeing him leave, she called for the professor, who quickly approached and replied, "I am here, great matriarch." Zizia coldly ordered, "Transfer the magic to them today." Meanwhile, Kang, who could not hide the surprise on his face. "A witch, you mean? Someone has placed a massive bounty on capturing a witch. Does the organization still issue such missions?" He immediately became incredibly excited. "Isn't this the Cerberus we fought last time? I went easy on it and let it escape." Wu Bai looked at him coldly and said, "Calm down, Kang Hu. The question is, where can I find them again?" Wang Lu suddenly suggested, "I can ask the brothers about this." The scene shifts to the castle where Zizia resides. In the room from before, the professor stood on the podium giving instructions. "The other witch candidates have already been transferred. You are the final group. Now, the magic catalyst will be transferred to you. Those who successfully channel the magical power can continue their training and gain the ability to see evil spirits." And Ling, sitting below, raised her hand and asked, "What if we can't channel it?" The professor coldly replied, "Then at least you'll be released from your suffering sooner." Her face darkened as she questioned, "How unfortunate. What was the success rate of the previous groups?" The professor replied indifferently, "You don't need to know." Failing to get an answer, and Ling lunged to attack. "Then I'll just have to save myself." The professor dodged the attack and thought, "A magic pouch." A moment later, the professor's cheeks flushed with excitement. To think she mastered the mid-level witch's heart-painting art in just a single day. "As expected of the elite student I've been waiting for, and Ling." The professor excitedly used magic on her. "Unfortunately, you can't master it through cramming. The witch's heart-painting art is naturally ineffective against witches. Mana transfer." She spoke coldly. "Just try to survive the day." Meanwhile, at Gu Yun's house, everyone was investigating the whereabouts of Enling and Luo Xin. Suddenly, Shen Yue received news and turned to Gu Yun. "Gu Yun, the bodies of several missing girls have been found in the outskirts." Hearing this, he lost his composure and asked about Enling. She replied, "No, neither Enling nor Luo Xin were among them." He clenched his fists, his face filled with anxiety. "I must find that witch quickly and demand the truth." Chen Jiang, sitting nearby, spoke up. "If you just want to find the witch, there is an opportunity." He looked at his phone screen and continued. "At this upcoming gala for the elite of Akesi City, it's rumored that a witch will appear." Meanwhile, Enling slowly sat up from the ground, blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked around as if searching for something, and then Luo Xin's voice rang out. "Stop searching. Aside from the 5 of us here, it is unlikely anyone else survived the mana infusion," Enling said as she looked toward the voice and quickly approached her. "Luo Xin, you are safe. Where are the other witches?" Staring intently at the flame in her hand, she replied that no one was left by the time she regained consciousness. "As for the witches, we have now become witches ourselves." She scanned her surroundings in confusion, seeing no exit and wondering how the others had departed from this hall. Luo Xin looked around and shared her theory that they likely used high-level magic, and that the only way out was to learn more from them. Only then will we have a chance to survive. Meanwhile, Gu Yun attended a banquet with Zia Mu, who clung to his arm, unable to hide her infatuation with him. People's lives are not the same. Some would endure any hardship just to claw their way into this world. Yet we were simply born into this social circle. "Master Gu, why not marry into my family and enjoy an effortless life far above others?" His body stiffened as he backed away from Zia Mu, saying he needed her confirmation. Seeing his reaction, she covered her face and told Master Gu to be at ease since he could handle her affection, while Gu Yun pointed at the food on the table. He asked if the food was free, and Zia Mu replied from a distance that this was merely a standard cocktail party featuring a meager selection of self-serve dishes. "Should I order some special dishes for you?" she offered, but Gu Yun continued stuffing his mouth, insisting that the free food was perfectly fine. Shen Yue shouted furiously into the earpiece from her car, asking Gu Yun if he was actually working, while she reiterated the details of his mission. "Your mission is to locate suspicious witches, not to indulge in an all-you-can-eat buffet," Shen Yue snapped, while Chen Jiang stood nearby with his own thoughts. The microphone was on the verge of exploding from her screaming. Gu Yun stopped eating, stuffed the food into his pocket, and remarked that his partner once warned him. "Rich people might poison the food," he said, while Zia Mu watched with a forced smile and told him to stop pocketing food. Meanwhile, Mr. Zia sat in the car, worried. "Will Miu Miu be all right? This man is such an opportunist," he fretted, but Shen Yue reassured him that Master Gu was very reliable during critical moments. Suddenly, a man approached and ordered Gu Yun to stop. He turned around calmly, thinking a suspect had appeared, but Yang Zhao saluted and reported an emergency in Sector C. Gu Yun realized he had been mistaken for the security captain and immediately played along, telling the man he arrived just in time as their security was full of holes. "Let me show you how it is done in just 3 steps, he declared. Zia Mu watched his dramatic acting and silently told him not to take it so seriously as Gu Yun left. Before departing, he told Zia Mu to explore on her own while he helped resolve some security issues, leaving her blushing and screaming internally. "Do not just abandon the main mission," Zia Mu thought, resting a hand on her hip while tossing a stone, regretting that she had even prepared a room for them. It was a wonderful moment until a voice suddenly rang out in front of her, asking if she could help hold something for a moment. Zizia approached with a smile and held the stone towards Zia Mu, who immediately collapsed as the stone fell to the ground, prompting a cry for Miss Ling. In the corridor, Gu Yun followed him and asked doubtfully if this was the parking area, to which Yang Zhao replied cryptically that it both was and wasn't. He stopped and crossed his arms, looking at him with suspicion, noting that while he fit the role of security captain, Yang Zhao shouldn't have made such a mistake unless it was his first day, prompting Yang Zhao to drop his facade and attack. Demanding a life for his sisters, he lunged at Gu Yun with a knife, but before he could strike, Gu Yun kicked the weapon right out of his hand. Yang Zhao quickly launched another strike at him, prompting Shen Yue to ask what was happening, to which Gu Yun replied that he had encountered one of the witch's subordinates. It seemed she recognized him, and the man replied that it was impossible not to, as his sisters shared memories through their matriarch's magical power. Avro sat in the surveillance room with arms spread triumphantly, declaring that since he had repeatedly interfered with their plans, he would die today. Gu Yun identified the man's weakness and reported to Shen Yue that even with broken bones, he could still attack unconsciously. Then he prepared to blow him away. In the corner, a guard trembled in fear as the boy recalled the flames into his ring, noting that this man's will was far stronger than that of the old woman. His magic pouches would not be blown away again, and while Gu Yun was occupied with Yang Zhao, Zizia secretly carried Zia Mu away from the party venue. Shen Yue urgently informed him that the blonde witch was escaping through the main entrance in a taxi, and she had to give chase, leading Gu Yun to ask who he was currently fighting. She warned him that they could manipulate others from a distance and told him to escape quickly, but he just smirked and cracked his knuckles, deciding to use that specific technique. Yang Zhao laughed hysterically with excitement, vowing not to let him escape and claiming to be the great demon king sent to slaughter all the elites in the hall. After dealing with him, Gu Yun nonchalantly brushed the dust off his clothes, wondering why their manipulation was so ineffective before looking for the exit. Avro slammed the table in a rage and called him a devil, ordering all magic pouches to activate and commanding the puppets to surround him at the exit. He had to be stopped at the door, and with a face flushed red with anger, Avro clenched his fists to ensure there was no way out before preparing to give an order. Just as he began to command the water, Gu Yun suddenly appeared behind him, causing a pale Avro to turn around and ask how he had found the room. He coldly replied that he had simply lost his way before asking if she was the one claiming to be a witch, prompting the boy to drop to his knees and beg for his life. Out on the street, Wu Bai and Chang who were walking along when they noted that the witch had indeed appeared at the location, proving that appearances could be deceiving. Wang Lu, at this moment, Zizia was completely within her sights. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Lu frowned slightly. A comrade remarked that the witch had already harmed many people, Just as he finished speaking, Chang Hu suddenly accelerated, causing the vehicle to soar into the air. After a while, Shen Yue's car followed Zizia's to a deserted building. Chen Jiang watched her figure run into the building and gripped the steering wheel tightly. "We can't let her escape," Shen Yue said, pointing toward her while wondering why the witch's taxi had come to such a desolate place. The two quickly exited the vehicle, and she ordered them to get out and give chase. As she looked up, she spotted a figure on the upper floor. Without hesitation, Shen Yue aimed her gun and fired. Leaning against the car alertly, Chen Jiang asked if she had killed her, but she replied uncertainly that she didn't know. Suddenly, someone from above fired at Shen Yue. "It's an ambush, find cover." Mother Zia lay on the ground, crying in fear, wondering why she was in a direct confrontation when she only came to check the surveillance cameras. From a corner, Shen Yue aimed her gun along the trajectory of the bullets. This trajectory belonged to the Jade Companion spear. Wang Lu held his head in terror. Wasn't the person who ran into the building the witch? Why does the enemy have a sniper? Alex City is far too dangerous, Wang Lu cried. Wu Bai replied coldly. "What are you saying? Our citizens are simple and kind. Based on these gunshots, the opponent is a high-ranking member of the Foundation's branch office." Shen Yue and Wu Bai simultaneously accused them of conspiring with the witch, declaring it unforgivable. Immediately after, both sides continued to exchange fire. President Feng and Zizia stood above, looking down at them with a satisfied smile. "I'm impressed. With just one move, you've pitted the Foundation against the hidden mark. You truly are skilled, sister." Holding a suitcase, Zizia coldly replied. "Get lost already. Looking at you makes me sick." Hearing her dismiss him, he laughed sinisterly and restored his original form. President Feng turned to leave, but not before giving a final reminder. "Then I'll be going. Oh, by the way, the items you need are on the table." Zizia looked down with contempt, thinking that if they had confirmed their targets before firing, you wouldn't be dying at the hands of a non-existent enemy. Foolish humans. She triggered an explosion below, causing Chang Hu to frown and press himself against the ground. What kind of monstrosity did the Foundation develop? It would be great if we had that much money. There's no other way. We haven't made any profit and are losing ground here. He immediately unleashed his power and charged toward Shen Yue's position, shouting, "Let me handle this." Chang Hu channeled all his strength into his legs and launched an attack at the car. "Brat from the Foundation, prepare to die." Shen Yue swung her scythe powerfully toward him. He immediately called for help. "Wu Bai, she's S-rank. Shen Yue provides sniper support." Hearing her name, Wang Lu shouted in surprise, "Shen Yue, did you say the opponent is Shen Yue? I knew it. She's definitely from the Foundation." "That's my comrade." Wu Bai couldn't help but frown, asking why he knew everyone. He turned back, laughed, and gave her a thumbs up. "All right, it's my turn to join the fray. You'll have to show me some respect." He rushed toward the gunfire below, shouting, "Captain, don't shoot. It's me, Wang Lu, the president of the Demon Hunter Association and a law-abiding citizen." To prove he really knew her, he pulled out his phone and said, "I'll call Gu Yun right now to prove it." Shen Yue smiled sinisterly as she pressed her scythe against his neck, while he fearfully asked if he was the one who had fabricated the rumors about her. "Die, you witch's lackey," she spat, recognizing her as Shen Yue, while Wang Lu held out a phone connected to Gu Yun, who answered with a simple hello. Gu Yun asked if it was Wang Lu, mentioning he was out hunting a witch since Shen Yue wasn't answering. So Wang Lu urged him to explain the situation to her. 2 hours later, the 5 of them were lost in thought. Meanwhile, Zizia smiled and praised them for mastering mana guidance, noting that a new sister had also passed her trial on the way there. Tied to the ground, Zia Mu gritted her teeth and cursed them as peasants, demanding to know what they planned to do to her, while Enling was stunned to see her capture. Exuding a murderous aura, Zizia congratulated the 6 on their new lives, declaring that although witches had been hunted and slaughtered for centuries, they endured through the flames of vengeful fury. She vowed to burn this wicked world into their desired image, her cold gaze sweeping over them as she lifted Enling's chin, proclaiming them to be their new, unquenchable flames of hatred. She welcomed them as sisters, hoping the eternal fire would burn within their hearts, just as a 3-headed hound was summoned before them. She coldly announced that as lovely little sparks, they only had one final trial remaining to truly become witches, questioning if they could actually endure it. It depended on their willingness to sacrifice their lives during the graduation ceremony in 3 days, where they must summon a hellish servant, while elsewhere, Shen Yue grumbled as she climbed the stairs, annoyed that Gu Yun hadn't followed her. After AI Yun captured a witch on his own, Wang Lu seized the moment to show Chen Jiang his phone, promoting the Spirit Exorcist Association, and inviting him to scan their business card for paid services. leading the way with gritted teeth. Chang Hu boasted that his family in AI City feared no one, questioning if anyone had ever seen a true master living in a school dormitory that lacked even an elevator. He threatened to show them a fist the size of a clay pot if he caught him lying, while Chen Jiang hesitantly mentioned witnessing a witch's death and the inhuman destruction it caused. Chen Jiang worried that Master Gu might be in a desperate struggle, while the man leading them suggested the witch might have already killed him and forced the call to lure them into a trap as they reached the door. Everyone turned to look at Chang, who, as Wang Lu gestured for him to leave, admitting that he was now too afraid to open the door himself and inviting Lord Hu to take the lead. Infuriated, he marched to the door and called them cowards, challenging the witch to face Lord Hu before throwing the door open to find Avro desperately pleading for mercy inside. Avro begged his dear brother for mercy, promising to do anything he asked, leaving everyone stunned as they stared at the supposed witch in disbelief. Gu Yun turned toward the door as they entered, casually noting the arrival of the fourth-place champion, which caused Chang Hu to grit his teeth in silent fury at the sight of him. Suddenly changing his tune, he sat down next to Gu Yun with a loud laugh, claiming he was only joking, and that he, Chang Hu, was actually a man of peace. He hailed Gu Yun as his own brother, prompting Wu Bai to whisper a question about his sudden change in attitude, to which Wang Lu replied that Gu Yun was the one who had hospitalized him previously. Shen Yue approached the girl and frowned, telling her to stop the chatter and questioning if she was truly a witch since she looked like a minor. When asked for proof, Avro immediately handed over her student ID, and Shen Yue quickly scanned the basic information written on it. Avro was 16 years old, a graduate of the Gui Lin branch of the Witch Alliance assigned to City X, and she spoke with eyes brimming with tears. She explained that she only signed up because she heard witches stay young forever, and she hated studying, insisting she never agreed with their ideology. Claiming she was just an apprentice with no criminal record, she clung to Gu Yun's leg and begged, offering to clean, cook, or do any task, proper or otherwise. She pleaded for her life, claiming she was useful, which made Shen Yue laugh at her strong survival instinct, while she sternly asked about Enling's whereabouts. When asked if they had captured her, Avro frowned and asked if he meant the woman who was with him before, whispering that she feared the worst. She had already become a witch, and at that moment, a professor was instructing Enling's group on how magic originated from the fundamental forces of the world. Referring to the Twilight Codex, Enling whispered a question about whether Zia Mu had woken up yet, but Luo Xin merely stared at her book and dismissed the concern. As the professor continued the lecture, Luo Xin coldly noted that mana gates were only the beginning, and true elemental control required mastering the flow of magic. With only 4 days to master every spell for the graduation summoning ritual, she warned Enling to abandon her naive concern for the weak if she wanted to survive. Enling hunched over her book and muttered about mastering all types of magic, while the professor summoned a pouch to begin the next demonstration. The professor began explaining the principles of the witch's wicked heart art and the magic pouch, a tool that Gu Yun's group was also currently discovering. Avro cheerfully explained that this was a tool used to control people by channeling mana into it, and then secretly slipping it into the target's pocket. By maintaining the mana supply, one could force others to obey, leading a furious Chen Jiang to wonder how many had died because of such a simple device. Gu Yun pointed at himself and suggested she test it on him, but the girl recoiled in fear, insisting she would never dare to do such a thing. He sat down and calmly ordered her to proceed, prompting the girl to flash a sinister smile as she noted that he was the one who had made the request. Thinking she had successfully lured him into a trap to start a massacre once he was controlled, Avro approached and slipped the magic pouch into his pocket. She reached toward him as silence fell between them, then pointed at her face and asked if she was beautiful, to which Gu Yun responded by picking his nose. After he called her average, a stunned Avro wondered why it failed, while Wang Lu grabbed the pouch and asked the girl if the item was a fake. As soon as he grabbed the bag, the spell took effect, and he rushed forward to embrace the girl. "Enling, for you, I'm willing to commit a crime. I'll trade 10 years in prison for just one look at your smile." Gu Yun didn't hesitate to punch him. Seeing the effectiveness, Avril couldn't hide her fear as she reminded him, "Actually, there's no need to hit him. You just need to take the bag away." "Wait, can he actually break magic?" The girl approached and grabbed his arm, pleading, "Big brother, please save me. Use that same punch on me." A flame flickered from the girl's body, and Gu Yun asked in surprise, "Is this the guiding flame that witches use to channel magic?" Avril replied solemnly, "That's right. If the matriarch discovers my betrayal, she can ignite this flame at any time, causing me to burn to death." Shen Yue held the video in front of the girl. "Is this the video?" Avril gritted her teeth and added gravely, "Furthermore, I'm afraid Enling has already received the guiding flame. If she doesn't graduate, she will be killed even if she tries to escape." Suddenly, he noticed a grilled meat stall where Enling was staring at him. Gu Yun gasped, "Enling." She immediately fled and he gave chase. "And Ling, where are you going?" Upon reaching a street corner, she vanished into a magic circle. Gu Yun bolted upright and shouted her name. "And Ling!" He then noticed an item in the magic bag was glowing. The next morning at the castle, a loud noise erupted outside. Gu Yun stormed inside, grabbed two people, and yelled, "Witch, where are you? Hand over and Ling right now." A person in wizard robes collapsed and tried to explain. "Sir, what are you talking about? Our business here is perfectly legal." He quickly explained that the bespectacled witch was a human trafficker. The person clarified, she was just a temporary worker who has already resigned. The Witch Alliance only operates this small souvenir shop. Look, does a place like this seem like it could hide someone? As he stepped out, a guard rushed in, shouting, "Who's vandalizing public property here?" Gu Yun glanced back at the building and clicked his tongue. "Just wait, I'll definitely find the entrance." Meanwhile, Zizia was channeling her power into a skull. "It's finally complete. These are indeed Green's memories. Give back everything you stole from me." The skull began to crackle as if it were about to shatter. Seeing this, Zizia immediately lowered her magic output. "Can't it handle the influx of mana? As expected of someone who once lost to me, I'll have to find another way to extract these sealed memories." A moment later, the professor arrived and reported respectfully. "Matriarch Zizia, last night, someone from the student dormitory cast a grave whispering spell." Hearing this, Zizia turned her head in surprise. She walked toward the crowd and said coldly, "One of you is trying to send a message to the outside." And Ling fearfully hid her face behind a book. Zizia laughed and gestured mockingly. "It doesn't matter. Go ahead and invite whoever you want," she continued. "This church is connected to the magic horn witch coven via a teleportation circle. Even if that place is blown up, it won't affect us here at all. The more people you call for help, the closer they come to the darkness I've prepared for them." Zizia approached and lifted in Ling's chin, telling her that only by witnessing her beloved being killed before her eyes could she understand, like her, that survival requires hating the entire world. Meanwhile, Gu Yun kicked the door open in a rage after finding nothing. Avro looked up from her cleaning to ask if he truly intended to remove the magic seal. Her eyes filled with worry as she reminded him that the matriarch had already placed a restriction on it. He grew furious upon learning that entering the academy was impossible without using the teleportation array, snapping at her for not saying so sooner, and causing a terrified Avro to cling to his leg and beg for mercy. She pleaded with him not to hang her up and beat her all night or sell her to an illegal den, a display of fear that left Wang Lu completely stunned. He asked if her former home had truly been that cruel, before pointing toward the door and suggesting that bullying a young girl was beneath him. While Wu Bai kept watch on the witches, they decided to discuss their strategy over barbecue, though Shen Yue approached Wang Lu with a devious smirk and asked him to explain the 1.9-meter-tall, 200 kg strongman he had mentioned. Wang Lu's shout echoed through the building as he agreed to foot the bill for the barbecue, telling Shen Yue to order whatever he liked. But when the food arrived, he saw Avro trying to eat the skewers whole. He quickly stopped her, explaining that she shouldn't eat the wooden sticks, which led the girl to apologize in confusion, admitting she had never tasted such high-quality grilled food before. Gu Yun frowned as he ate a skewer, questioning what the witches' true purpose in the city was, and if they were there for more than just human trafficking, prompting Avro to begin her tale. She revealed that since being defeated by the hunter Green Winchester centuries ago, the matriarch had been trying to restore her magic by ordering the sisters to infiltrate various families. Their goal was to locate Winchester's descendants to reclaim a lost treasure, while amassing enough wealth to regain her status as a natural disaster-level threat. Gu Yun gripped his skewer tightly, his face etched with worry as he declared that if Ling were turned into a wicked witch who harmed others for gain, he would have no choice but to incinerate every last one of them. Wang Lu turned to him in fear, silently wishing he wouldn't say such grim things with such a serious expression. As the girl knelt in frantic apology, Shen Yue checked his phone and noted that Marian Zizia had been removed from the disaster watch list at headquarters after her supposed death at Winchester's hands. If she truly regained her strength, the consequences would be catastrophic, leading him to wonder if the witch-hunting branches were useless while Chen Jiang worked on the computer. She reported that all leads had gone cold and that recovering the data would take several days, her eyes eventually turning back toward Avro to ask if there were any other clues. The girl softly replied that the graduation right to summon hellhounds was essentially a type of teleportation, array linked directly to the underworld. Shen Yue was surprised by the mention of a teleportation array, and under the dark night sky, they began planning to intercept the transmission and send their own person through. As dawn broke, Ling and Luo Xin shared a smile while reading their books until the professor announced that the graduation ceremony was beginning and the summoning materials for 6 people were ready. She scanned the crowd to see who would step forward first. While Gu Yun, Wang Lu, and Avro moved stealthily through the streets as Wu Bai watched for the wicked witch's spies from a rooftop. Everyone stay hidden. If necessary, toss Wang Lu out to draw enemy fire, Chen Jiang noted as he pulled out his phone to read an incoming message. Pocketing his device, Chen Jiang moved forward and declared that they would maintain total control, ensuring not even a fly could escape the perimeter. From her hiding spot in the bushes, Avril told Wu Bai that the formation only worked at close range, necessitating a move toward the church. Positioned on the roof with her sights set, she assured him that the Sunset Witch had left earlier that afternoon, making this the ideal time to strike. She pointed at the formation the girl was sketching, asking only how much the success rate could be increased, as Avril replied while drawing. After pushing her limits, the girl looked up and cited a mere 5%, leaving Wang Lu stunned while Gu Yun produced a wicked smile and reached for something. He pulled a rabbit from his pocket, telling San that one's existence was meant for the right moment, as the creature let out a devious laugh. The professor stood before them with 6 bags and a formation at his back, using his staff to distribute the parcels among the group. He noted that the summoning ritual's difficulty lay in the material proportions, the formation's completion, and the summoner's presence. To look after everyone, we have prepared the materials beforehand, as we have no desire to lose our sisters so easily. The professor narrowed her eyes at them and said, "Next, let us see if you can seize your own destiny." And Ling and the others clutched the bags she had distributed. Scanning the group, the professor asked who would go first. Zia Mu blushed and raised her hand to volunteer, saying, "Let me. I want to earn the Great Witch's recognition as soon as possible." Standing behind her, and Ling felt a bit anxious and asked, "Wait, Zia Mu, why the sudden change in personality? You've almost never memorized the textbooks, right?" She summoned a 3-headed dog and introduced it. "First, reacquaint yourselves with the companions you will summon. Guided by magic, you should all be able to see it now." It bared its teeth at her, causing her to recoil in fear. The professor looked at them and praised, "Not bad, some of you can still stand firm. Now, what about the first volunteer?" Zia Mu backed away in terror, refusing to proceed. "No, this young lady's pure body does not want to be devoured by such an ugly creature," she cried. Luo Xin then stepped forward to volunteer, saying, "Let me do it." She knelt on the ground and began drawing a formation. The professor crossed her arms and praised her. "Impressive." Luo Xin reached out to summon, and a flash of purple light erupted. She furrowed her brows and shouted a command, "Sit down. Are you trying to rebel?" The 3-headed dog she summoned whimpered with tearful eyes, looking deeply aggrieved. The professor praised her. "Very good, student Luo Xin has successfully graduated." Seeing Luo Xin return, Ru Luo stood up and volunteered, saying, "Hurry up and get this over with." "I'll go next," she said, and Ling tried to stop her in a panic. "Don't. Showing off before the final strike is a fatal mistake." She began drawing the formation, but it was slightly misaligned. The professor cast a cold glance toward her as a monster appeared and swallowed Ru Luo whole. An image flashed of Ru Luo handing him a piece of candy. "Eat this candy, we'll be fine tomorrow." At that moment, and Ling's entire body trembled with intense fear. The professor stood within the formation and gave a reminder. "I forgot to mention that any error in the formation or inner turmoil during the summoning will affect the creature produced. Furthermore, if your luck is poor, you might even summon a Lord of Hell." Now, who is next? Those behind her, having witnessed Ru Luo's fate, were too terrified to step forward. She used her magic to ensnare Zia Mu's legs, dragging her closer. And Ling stepped through the flames and moved forward, saying, "I'll do it." Seeing him advance, the professor smiled with satisfaction. "Our top student, and Ling, I'm counting on you then." "I'm no top student," he thought. "Since childhood, my grades had always been average, and my only hobby was gaming. I had very few friends, only a couple of people I would swap consoles with. If not for my recent streak of bad luck, I would have remained an ordinary person, never fitting into society and simply living a mundane life. Perhaps it was that person who changed me. Thinking back, I have known him for a long time, much longer than he has remembered me. My life has been extended many times because of him. In my darkest moments, he was my only light." Then the professor's voice echoed in his ears. "Silently chant the name of the one you wish to summon. Powerful, loyal, upright, and just protect me." A brilliant light erupted. Amaterasu. The professor was stunned, wondering if a novice could truly perform such a summoning ritual. Alex glanced at the 3-headed dog and frowned slightly. Judging by its aura, the beast was terrified. Pointing his staff at her, the professor commanded her to stop and ordered her death. Flames surged toward Ling, but left her unscathed as a head slowly began to emerge from the summoning circle. Gu Yun appeared through the summons, radiating a murderous aura as he glared at her, declaring that her grandfather had arrived to deliver a beating. The onlookers erupted in a frenzy, questioning what was happening. Wasn't that ritual supposed to summon a 3-headed dog? She must have secretly altered the formation's structure. At that moment, Ling threw her arms around him and wept. "Gu Yun, you heard me? You actually came." He hurriedly warned her to stop, explaining that the teleportation wasn't finished and was being interrupted, but she simply asked if such a thing could even break. "So it really can be interrupted?" The professor angrily barked that a life-defining summoning ritual had been wasted just to bring someone else in, promising she would regret her choice. He ordered the mage's execution while the teleportation was still incomplete. As the three-headed dog's claws lunged forward, and Ling frantically urged him to hurry, shouting that time was running out. "San-er, gather some luck and move faster." Luo Xin arrived at Gu Yun's side riding a three-headed dog, clarifying that he shouldn't misunderstand as she was only borrowing his family's ritual. Having obtained the witch's power, she announced it was time to depart. Gu Yun questioned where she intended to go with such a perilous force in her possession. Luo Xin coldly remarked that power itself knows no good or evil before turning away from Gu Yun, driven by a blood feud as deep as the ocean. And Ling rushed over to ask if she had left, and he explained that her reactions were incredibly swift. She had made her decision long ago. Gu Yun spoke in a chilling tone, declaring that the remaining wicked witch should now prepare herself for death. The professor quickly manipulated the formation and sneered, mocking the idea of anyone still fighting for justice in this era, before ordering her sisters to kill him. The three-headed dogs lunged at them with bared fangs and claws, driven by a ravenous hunger. Gu Yun gathered power in his fist and cursed them as cowards who only knew how to hide in the rear. He delivered one fatal blow after another, leaving no beast alive against his might. And Ling watched in awe, admitting she had never seen the three-headed dogs before and could never have imagined the intensity of Gu Yun's battlefield until today. It was truly brutal. The professor continued to command her sisters to attack personally using the 5 fireball formation, but Gu Yun simply swiped his hand and sent the attack flying back. The fireball streaked toward one of the witches. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the professor used 2 of her followers as a distraction to lure him away while she quickly fled. Gu Yun eliminated the 2 without hesitation and gave chase, but she vanished just as he reached her. On the other side, the professor was thinking anxiously. "Matriarch, the intelligence was flawed. He lured us into a trap. It is too dangerous here." As soon as she finished speaking, she began coughing up blood. Wu Bai appeared and executed the professor while others surrounded her. As more people surged toward the gate, Gu Yun began shouting curses in frustration. "Is this all? Where is the Twilight Witch and the grand battle I was promised?" It ended just as I was getting warmed up. And Ling spoke softly to calm the others, urging them to go report to the police, while she leaned in to ask Yun Shen if his anger had subsided yet. Yun Shen gritted his teeth and admitted his long-standing restlessness, leading Ling to tease him about what exactly was weighing on his mind. He asked what could be done now in his fury, and she whispered that she had a way to both vent his anger and strike a painful blow against the Twilight Witch. Outside, 2 people were frantic with worry about their eldest brother being inside so long, but the woman was too terrified of being killed by her senior to go check. Something flew out and caught them off guard, making Ling laugh about a new little demon, though she noted she was in a good mood as the scene shifted back to the castle's empty shelves. And Ling was delighted that they had successfully swindled all the treasures the witch had hoarded, earning a thumbs up and praise for her clever scheme from Yun Shen. He promised to appoint her as the expedition strategist, while elsewhere, a frustrated foot stomped down hard on a stone tablet as something shattered. A voice cursed the thief who dared rob their home, while at the hospital, a doctor informed a somber Chen Jiang that the woman was stable but required constant monitoring. Chen Jiang gazed anxiously at the patient, identifying her to the professor as an anonymous high-ranking member of the Witch Alliance. He noted her involvement in the deaths of 33 people and the chaos in AI City, his voice growing hoarse as he spoke. He mourned his fallen subordinates and old La, but was interrupted when Tai Yi aimed a gun at him, confirming that the truth was finally out. Chen Jiang realized Tai Yi was the traitor, and when asked how he knew, he explained that his suspicions began when Tai Yi started protecting the Alliance. He recounted how Tai Yi had smuggled witches into the branch and erased surveillance footage, explaining that he had been waiting there specifically to gather the missing evidence. Gripping the bedsheets, he questioned if her final command was to retrieve her master, asserting that whoever sought her out was the mole. Tai Yi declared his loyalty to the High Mistress and fired, but Chen Jiang threw the blanket up in time to divert the bullet's path. Chen Jiang revealed that Tai Yi's greatest failure as a B-rank was lacking the access to classified intelligence that A-ranks possessed, just before Tai Yi collapsed unconscious. Sitting by the bed, Chen Jiang told the woman that her secrets had long been known and that her inside agent would not be able to save her. He shouted that this was vengeance for old La, only for an assistant to inform him that the stray bullet had struck the witch's heart, killing her instantly. After a moment of reflection, Chen Jiang ordered a report to headquarters stating that 3 witches were killed and 2 injured ones were captured during the hunt. as a witch flew overhead, confirming the Twilight Witch's reincarnation and escape, and Ling cheered over their massive haul of valuable materials and wealth. If it were a matter of farming, she would likely control the entire country by now. She felt something large and screamed in terror upon picking up a shriveled face, and Ling fell to the ground in a panic, questioning why there was a mummified corpse and asking if it was also a magical ingredient while Gu Yun observed. It appears there are incantations written here. Do you recognize them? Avril replied that she had never heard of them, so the three of them stared intently at the head. Gu Yun asked helplessly if they were truly witches, to which Ling sourly made the excuse that they were just interns who had recently graduated. A moment later, she noticed something. See a name, Green Winchester. Meanwhile, Shen Yue uncomfortably announced that Gu Tian had a phone call, while Gu Tian scolded her angrily. You said you were going on a mission today, but have delayed so many assignments. Didn't you say Friday was inconvenient? She replied tremblingly that Master Gu was calling. It must be business, yet she thinks my brother never does anything decent. I will give you only 1 minute. Shen Yue hurried to answer, asking what Master Gu needed. Green Winchester? How is that possible? Isn't he dead? Gu Yun explained that he knew the man was dead as his head was currently in his hands. Shen Yue then clarified that Green Winchester was the demon hunter who had slain the Twilight Witch and was the sole survivor of that campaign. She stated he not only possessed the Twilight Grimoire, but also founded a massive demon-hunting organization. Shen Yue found it confusing, noting that his body should have been cremated upon death to prevent him from becoming an evil spirit. And Ling speculated that regardless of how he died, the witch still collected that head, meaning she wanted to retrieve something from Winchester. Avril mentioned the Twilight Grimoire, and the kid explained. To restore her magical power, the matriarch has always been searching for the grimoire. She likely took the head because she wanted to extract Winchester's memories. Shen Yue confirmed that the head would certainly attract the Twilight Witch and suggested they hand it over. At that moment, Gu Tian snapped her pen and sternly reminded them that time was up, telling them to stop playing and study, causing Shen Yue to scream in despair. Senior, this really isn't a game. Please let me go. Meanwhile, the two girls turned pale with fear, wondering if the head would truly attract the Twilight Witch. Gu Yun reached out and picked it up with some interest, saying it was fine. He spun it in his hand like a ball and announced that he had an idea. While Taiyu was being suppressed, Shen Yue struggled with her homework under Gu Tian's supervision, and Ling and Avril were tidying up their newly stolen goods. Wu Bai was celebrating a victory, and Gu Yun was sitting in a park eating bread. Just then, a security guard shone a light and shouted, asking what they were doing there in the middle of the night and where that human head had come from. He pointed at it and explained it was just lost property that a girl named Marian Zizia would come to reclaim. The man then asked if he couldn't just wait for her at home. If a fight breaks out and the treadmill gets damaged, the warranty will be void. He then reached out to take the head, saying he was confiscating the evidence and telling him to leave. Gu Yun's face darkened as he coldly questioned who the man was, noting he wasn't the manager. The person immediately transformed, impressed that he had been seen through. I am none other than Marian Zizia, she declared. Gu Yun pointed and asked, Wait, aren't you a man? I thought only women could be witches. Her face turned purple with rage. It's a transformation, you country bumpkin. Do you understand? Zizia fumed. I've spent so long setting things up in Love City. To think I'd lose to someone like you. He simply provoked her. Male or female, it doesn't matter. If you're here, let's fight. She suddenly looked seductive. Actually, I've been watching you for a long time. The way you defeated my subordinates was quite gentlemanly. No woman could hate that. Perhaps we can still talk. But Gu Yun was already in a fighting stance. No need. We'll talk after the fight. Zizia grew even more excited. What an impatient man. Aren't you curious why a pitiful girl became a vengeful witch? She pointed to the sky, and a barrage of lightning bolts descended. Gu Yun was surprised. With just a wave of her hand, she could change the weather. Zizia boasted, Look closely at everything I endured in that downpour. The rain began to fall. It poured down. Centuries ago, a plague turned Welling into a literal hell. I crawled out from a pile of corpses, reborn. The Twilight Magic Tome was my only protection. Gu Yun asked curiously, Who gave you that book, and why don't I see it now? Are you bored? Zizia snapped. It was stolen. I'll tell you later. Just keep watching. The story continued. Only one man dared to approach her and lead her out of despair. Green Winchester. But I never expected his only goal was to seize the magic tome for himself. Which, the one who kills you today is Green Winchester. After killing her, the crowd cheered. Excellent, a new era has begun. Green stood amidst the flames, laughing triumphantly. Now there is only one final task. The demon-hunting army and the evil witches will perish together. The magic tome will belong to me alone. He used my power to establish the Demon Hunter Association and dominate the world. Until the day he died, Zizia spoke softly. Do you understand now? Gu Yun replied firmly. I understand perfectly. He then delivered his blunt judgment. You are Green Winchester. Zizia grew even more enraged. What are you even looking at? He stood by his words. No wonder you're a man. She clenched her fists. Are you tired of living? You're infuriating me. Gu Yun clicked his tongue, looking at the head in his hand. Wait, if you were green. Then whose head is this? Zizia snapped. I told you I'm not him. He was confused. But you said only green survive. Hearing this, Zizia flushed with embarrassment and explained. No one can kill a genius like me. I was resurrected, but without the magic tome, my power is insufficient. I had to recover Green's head, understand? Gu Yun finally understood. I see you want this head back. She was delighted and about to speak. You really are someone I can talk to. Become my ally. Together, we can not only maintain eternal youth, but also destroy this hideous world. He pointed to the pink bag and said, Before you get disappointed, let me tell you something. That thing you slipped into my bag has no effect on me. I have no interest in your goals. Are we going to fight or not? Zizia gathered spiritual energy in her hands. Fine, you certainly know how to push my buttons. It seems there's only one way left to negotiate. Shards of ice appeared behind Gu Yun. She shrieked, but he wasn't surprised by his victory and simply snapped his fingers, remarking that it should have ended long ago. Zixia issued a final warning, stating it was not too late for him to submit to her. Gu Yun showed no fear, telling her that instead of trying to recruit him, she should focus on surpassing him. Decades of warfare had taught him that only by growing stronger can one turn the impossible into reality. If she could not even overcome his challenge, she would never be able to face the powerful enemies of the past. Realizing negotiation was futile, she unleashed her power, declaring that he would get his wish as shards of ice surged forward, coalescing into a massive frozen block under Zixia's command. She raised her other hand and commanded the lightning to strike, sending a bolt crashing directly into the ice block, while she stood back to observe in silence. However, Gu Yun remained unscathed after the attack, leading her to wonder if she had missed, only to realize the strike landed but failed to pierce his skin as he began shattering the surrounding ice with his kicks. In an instant, he lunged toward her, but his punch was intercepted by vines, and Gu Yun soon found himself completely bound by the flora Zixia had summoned. She encased his position in ice, while a massive floating island loomed above, ready to plummet, and a moment later, it crashed directly down upon where he stood. Afterwards, she commanded the island to rise back into the air, revealing a deep crater in the ground from which a torrent of flames erupted at her gesture. Nearby, Chen Jiang watched in horror as he detected a shallow 6.2 magnitude earthquake within a 50-meter radius, marveling at the sheer power required to cause such devastation. After the prolonged struggle, a sweat-drenched Zixia grew exhausted and told him he had brought this on himself, noting that the elemental chapter was her second most proficient grimoire. She reached out to seize Green's head, but at that moment, Gu Yun's hand emerged from the earth to snatch it away, his appearance now transformed into something truly bizarre. Zixia wondered what had happened to his body as Gu Yun pulled back his arm to strike, declaring that elemental forces were merely external powers and could not compare to him. He explained that his success came from unifying his body, soul, and spirit into a single entity, which was why she had failed, as his steel-clad fist surged forward. The sheer force of the wind began to tear at Zixia's clothing, and she gasped in shock as she realized the air had been displaced, leaving her unable to breathe. His punch created a vacuum before her, and as Zixia struggled against the pressure, Gu Yun launched himself like a missile, coldly declaring the end while she desperately tried to ward him off. A moment later, she opened her eyes to see that everything around her had frozen, including Gu Yun, as she revealed that her most powerful grimoire was actually the time chapter. He wondered what was happening as she played her final trump card. Though logic dictated she should eliminate him immediately, she approached him and decided to spare his life for now. She intended to leave him with a surprise he would never forget, placing a kiss upon Gu Yun's forehead. But an instant later, a crack began to form in the air before her. The frozen space she had created was beginning to shatter, leaving Zixia in disbelief that a crack could form in a time barrier where no one should be able to move. Gu Yun was attempting to shatter space itself, a feat Zixia found utterly unbelievable unless he intended to breach the spatial barrier through sheer brute force. Was he truly planning to force his way into a fragment of time? Her face turned deathly pale, as time suspension should be something ordinary people could never perceive, let alone sense its beginning or end. How could someone react in such a fleeting moment and shatter the wall of time with raw power? It was remarked that the difficulty of this feat was akin to maneuvering a racing car at extreme speeds. She imagined Gu Yun driving while simultaneously reaching out to thread a needle for an elderly woman in the back seat of an oncoming car, causing Zizia to recoil in terror. She realized she possessed no magic capable of harming him anymore, and if this blow landed, she might perish. A moment later, she used her mana to activate a magic circle. I can only maintain this balance for now. It is time to stop while I still hold the head in my hands. Let us part ways here, Zizia said as she began to fade, bidding Gu Yun farewell. I shall await you in your dreams, she declared before vanishing, just as Gu Yun's powerful strike landed with such force that debris flew everywhere, leaving him to wonder where the witch had gone as he demanded to continue the fight. Gu Yun clenched his fists in frustration. His wounds had already healed, and he felt certain that if he could witness that magic just once more, victory would be his. Right then, the police announced that the building was surrounded and ordered him to immediately cease his destructive behavior before he made any more mistakes. Gu Yun frantically tried to justify himself, claiming he wasn't responsible for the entire mess, though he admitted to the destruction right in front of him while insisting there was a valid reason. He tried to negotiate, calling out for Arthur to stay calm and asking to make a phone call to the director for help, before the scene shifted to the next morning with Ling leisurely sipping coffee. As she gazed at the objects in the sky, she wondered if her master had triumphed, watching the witches fly off in one direction, while a butterfly arrived to deliver an urgent order from the matriarch for all sisters to retreat from City X. They were to fall back to Welling, and as she let the messenger go, she noted that with the professor dead, they could no longer utilize the magic she had prepared to incinerate her. And Ling smiled gleefully at the defeated losers and wished them a safe journey, just as Gu Yun arrived at the door, and she glanced at him before tracing a line with her wand. Food instantly appeared on the table, and she handed a sandwich to Gu Yun, softly welcoming him home before the scene shifted to the interior of a bar. Eerie sounds began to echo, featuring a bass solo accompanied by a rapid drum beat, followed by the resonance of a deep male voice in a heavy metal style. A monster stood on stage singing about that arrogant witch and her ridiculous flattery, mentioning forbidden powers, the chosen descendant of a god, and the miraculous child of the wind. He urged the breath of the wind to howl through his strange song, calling for nightmares to struggle, fears to be realized, and for the living sacrifice of urban legends to roar and tear. President Feng held the microphone and sang of despair and bounties, telling the weakest on the path to becoming a legend to open their eyes and look up. As President Feng envisioned himself becoming a legend, he laughed with delight, declaring that everything was ready in City X, a land of peril where the hell of fear and pain was about to begin. His voice echoed at the very place where my legend was born. On the other side, something emerged from the building, stretching out as if to devour the aircraft. Inside, everyone was working diligently when a sudden shout rang out, telling Wang Lu to get up as he woke in a panic. Dai Jai, that's right, the witch. It's time to hunt the witch. Bai reminded him to complete the commission, noting that while they were indulging in pleasure, the witch had already managed to escape A Chang. Hearing this, he asked in alarm. So the mission failed? She asked before urging him to move, questioning if he still remembered why she brought him along. Meanwhile, the scene returns to Gu Yun and Ling. Before them was a chaotic scene as people rushed about frantically, while a reporter on the screen provided further details. Welcome to the morning news. Last night, a tornado destroyed the parking lot at Nanjiao Park, but fortunately there were no casualties. We hope the public remains safe while traveling. Upon hearing this, people began to argue incessantly, questioning why the witch was reported as defeated when a mobilization meeting to attack her was scheduled for today. Now there is a massive pile of documents to organize. Gu Yun looked at the people wondering who was causing the trouble and realized they seemed to be talking about him. However, Ling shyly told him to focus on eating his cake. At that moment, Shen Yue approached and said apologetically, I am sorry, Master Gu and Sister Ling. The Foundation has undergone many changes recently, so it is a bit chaotic. Did you call me here to receive a reward? He asked warily if there was a processing fee, or if his past contributions earned him points, as this was his first time requesting funds. She pushed him along, saying they would settle past matters privately, and that they had prepared a reward this time, inviting him to speak with the branch president. In the elevator, Gu Yun remarked that the branch president must hold a high rank. He wondered how much money he would receive, perhaps 5,000. Upon entering, the man apologized for the wait, explaining he was new to the position and lacked experience as Chen Jiang turned around and confidently asked for his understanding. Seeing a familiar face, Gu Yun asked in shock if he wasn't the same subordinate who had accompanied him a few days ago, surprised that he had already become the branch president. Standing nearby, Shen Yue shyly introduced him, explaining that Chen Jiang was originally one of only 2 A-rank employees in Ashi City. After Chairman Luo's sacrifice, Chen Jiang was appointed to the position for his merit in purging the traitors. He then lowered his head and began to recount the past events. I had originally mobilized support from various branches and even invited overseas exorcist teams to prepare for a full-scale offensive today. He hadn't expected that the witch would be banished by him just a day prior. Seeing him there, Chen Jiang was deeply moved and approached to grasp his hand. "Master Gu, you are incredible. Could you give me your autograph?" Gu Yun was somewhat bewildered by this, noting that he only ever signed things when he was borrowing money. Shen Yue could hardly bear to watch, thinking that he shouldn't reveal his fanboy nature and embarrass the entire branch. Afterward, he stepped forward to hand over the money. "Thank you, Master Gu. The funds originally intended for foreign aid are now being given to you as a reward of 100,000. He could hardly believe it, thinking it was too much, while Chen Jiang grew worried upon seeing his expression, asking if it was too little. "Our budget is extremely tight, so if this isn't enough, I'll have to sell my DX and Chogokin collection on the second-hand market." Gu Yun jumped for joy as he held the money, wondering if he could buy the whole building, while Shen Yue was shocked he couldn't even afford the rundown place he rented. "Since Master Gu has no further objections, I have a personal request that is somewhat difficult to voice," Chen Jiang said as he began to share his inner thoughts. "Our Vice President, Luo Song, had the chance to meet you, and on the night he fought you, he left behind a final testament like this. It turned out his master had entrusted Chen Jiang with a task, stating that the youth capable of saving X had appeared and should inherit everything he owned." Hearing the familiar name, Gu Yun asked if Luo Song had made this decision before passing, and Chen Jiang offered a gift as thanks for avenging him. Looking at the precious watch, Gu Yun asked in confusion if it was an exorcism weapon and why they were giving him public property, so Shen Yue stepped in to explain. This was created when President Luo worked in the development department for exorcism gear, and she added that the foundation was established to combat natural disasters. They researched deceased or non-combat disasters using this typo fragment for pioneering studies on exorcism weapon prototypes, leading Gu Yun to ask if it held a witch's power. Shen Yue clarified the distinction, noting that unlike her own void ability, this watch did not contain a complete supernatural entity. It is merely a semi-finished product, which is why Mr. Luo never ranked it as S-Class, but he believed that you would be the one capable of using it. She reiterated his final wish for him to use it, so Gu Yun accepted the watch and put it on, deciding he would give the matter more thought. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ship as someone walked in, slipped on a banana peel, and fell flat on their face, angrily shouting about the litter. And Ling sheepishly apologized, but the man stood up and sniffed the air, remarking that finding his target had turned out to be effortless. Spiro pointed his weapon threateningly at the Twilight Witch, shouting for her to take his holy spear barrow as the outer door was blown to pieces. Gu Yun asked if 100,000 yuan would cover the damages, but they hoped insurance would handle it as he sensed something wrong and hurried downstairs with the girls. Without a second thought, he leaped down from the heights and immediately kicked a shard of glass into the man, injuring him and knocking him aside. Spiro fell and shouted to find out who had ambushed him, warning them not to be fooled because the girl beside them was no ordinary beauty. He declared she was the Twilight Witch, before sternly asking Gu Yun who he was, arrogantly assuming the locals wouldn't recognize a legend from the West. "I won't blame you for not realizing the gravity of the situation, for I am the high-priced exorcist invited by the Foundation, the last demon hunter, Spiro Winchester." But Gu Yun feigned deafness and asked, "Who? You are the descendant of that book thief." This infuriated him, and he pointed his finger, shouting, "What book thief? Our family are heroes who sacrificed themselves to slay the Twilight Witch. Meeting a great figure like me is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity." "Watch your words." Gu Yun listened, slightly confused, and asked, "Your ancestors killed the Twilight Witch. Then let me ask, why did the Foundation come looking for you?" Spiro replied bluntly, "To deal with the Twilight Witch." He didn't expect such honesty. "So your ancestors' sacrifice was in vain." Startled by the trickery, he pointed back, realizing he had nearly fallen for a verbal trap. Gu Yun didn't back down, saying it had nothing to do with him. Refusing to accept this, the man clutched his head and explained that while his family gained glory, they also suffered a tragic curse. Whenever traces of the witch's magic appear near him, he is plagued by relentless misfortune. Recalling that scene, she mocked him. "That truly is pathetic." Spiro couldn't take it anymore and prepared to charge, saying, "That's why I'm certain. The person beside you is definitely the Twilight Witch, or at least an evil witch hiding her identity. Get out of the way." Let my holy spear barrow strip the flesh from her bones. Seeing this, Shen Yue rushed over in a panic to stop him. Stop! What are you doing? Master Gu Yun is an important partner of our foundation. Hey, you're the Spiro mentioned in the files, right? Seeing her, he was overjoyed. You must be a foundation official. As expected, only elites can communicate with each other. We should join forces to handle this. Unexpectedly, Shen Yue directly dismissed him. You can go home now. He froze mid-sentence and asked, this witch and her accomplice, go back. She then directly confirmed, that's right. Marian Zizia has been defeated by Master Gu. Your bounty budget has been given to him. This sudden reversal made Spiro lose his mind. What? You ignored an international elite like me and gave it to this protector. Gu Yun told him to leave. You can go now. What are you looking at? Master Gu Yun misunderstood, so she reminded him. Spiro translates to little breath. He repeated, you can go now, little breath. Outraged, Spiro fumed. I, an international elite and noble descendant, you call me little breath? Gu Yun turned and asked, is the translation wrong? It doesn't have the same meaning, she said, raising her hand to praise the name. At that moment, he couldn't take it any more and charged, I want to duel you. The security guard of X, Gu Yun, quickly accepted. Fine, choose your way to go, little breath. Seeing this, Chen Jiang seized the opportunity to turn back. I can finally observe Master Gu's combat from a close distance. I have to record this. In the end, they made a simple choice. The duel was set as a gunfight, which Ling found unacceptable, stepping forward to argue for fairness and questioning if her Gu Yun even knew how to use a gun. Spiro explained that the Holy Spear Barrow had recognized him as its master since he was 3, and he would use it to shoot anyone who approached. He claimed he would fire even if 100 people came, but Gu Yun fearlessly accepted the terms, stating he would simply use his fists. Recalling movies where they count to 3 before firing, they took their stances as Shen Yue shouted, 1, while Spiro felt a flicker of nervousness and thought. The witches had been expelled, yet losing his luggage and passport upon arrival suggested the city held many more, leading him to suspect the entire organization was compromised as he charged. He felt burdened by the mission to eliminate these controlled puppets, and as Shen Yue shouted, 2, Spiro reasoned that abandoning fairness was justified when facing evil. He lunged forward and fired his weapon, screaming for the minion to die. But as she continued her count, a fist came flying toward him. At 3, Gu Yun delivered a light punch that left Spiro with a bloody nose, while Chen Jiang noted on the monitor that Spiro had struck first. After watching him collapse, Gu Yun questioned the man's purpose for being there, while Spiro could only scowl in response. It appears I have misjudged you all. Perhaps there really are kind-hearted witches who have escaped the Twilight Witch's control, but I will still remain skeptical of you, Ling countered. If you're so capable, then don't eat these noodles I bought, Shen Yue interjected, advising that the Cheng Exorcist Association guaranteed both were reliable, and telling the last demon hunter to leave after eating. Spiro slammed his hand onto the table and explained that he actually could not return, stating that his title as the last demon hunter was due to more than just his bloodline. It was also because the demon hunting profession was failing, as guilds, cyborgs, dancers, ninjas, and onmyoji made the exorcism industry far too competitive. With tears streaming down his face, he lamented that he barely survived in Waikeng and had nearly sold the holy spear of St. Balao 3 times already. Ling approached him mockingly and suggested he change careers since there were hundreds of options rather than clinging to his ancestors' dying profession, leaving him dejected. He noted that others didn't earn money as quickly, which surprised her, but Spiro's face darkened as he revealed the guild had allocated 100,000 just for support, leaving Ling stunned. She rushed to embrace Gu Yun and begged him to take her as a disciple, and though he was confused since she was a witch, she insisted she could change careers before he turned to Spiro. He admitted he had never held such a large sum and offered to share some with Spiro, asking how much he needed, while Ling warned him not to spend money recklessly. Blushing, he refused the offer, claiming that as a descendant of a prestigious family, he could not accept charity and wanted to earn money through his own exorcism skills. Ling mockingly asked if proper exorcism meant sniping people from behind, leaving Spiro speechless. Yet Gu complied, still generously offered to share. How about this, since you're unconvinced? Little Shen, find an evil spirit for us to hunt, and whoever eliminates it first claims the entire reward. He quickly accepted the challenge, and Shen Yue complied by sharing information in the group about several pending cases involving mid-level evil spirits. That evening, a voice asked if the 2 of them would be all right inside, noting that the school had been the site of a series of student deaths over a decade ago. Because it was located in such a remote area, it had been abandoned, leading Ling to remark that such places were prone to supernatural occurrences, as she asked a question in annoyance. She asked why the others were following, her eyes sparkling as she claimed that witches should also actively participate in exorcisms, especially for the reward. At that moment, Avro acted submissively, explaining that she didn't want to eat for free and offered to help, promising to disappear immediately if she wasn't wanted. Ling told her not to be so insecure, while Gu Yun waved his hand and stated that he didn't actually require any assistance. He told her to go back, but she spoke up irritably, telling him to just focus on finding the spirit and claiming her carefully staged demon-maid scenario would surely top the charts if posted online. Avro became excited and thanked Ling, promising to do her best, while Spiro watched and walked ahead, telling Gu Yun he could bring whoever he wanted. The final demon hunter is forever a solitary hero. Smile and look at the lens, he shouted out, I'm going in first. Gu Yun remarked that the man was quite strange, but Ling didn't care, telling him to ignore him and move on. She noted that according to records, a female student was once murdered in the first-floor restroom. A few days later, her friend was also found dead in the dormitory restroom. People gossiped about whether it was the same killer or perhaps a serial-killing pervert. Gu Yun commented that he had been suppressing evil spirits in Cheng for years. While some cases involved human culprits, this time felt different. He then asked if she had mentioned the place had been abandoned for over a decade. Shining his light on the wall, he questioned the fresh scratch marks. Ling fearfully hugged Avro, wondering if an assassin was lurking and if they were being targeted. Just then, a dark shadow flickered past, and Avro rushed forward to stop it, shouting for Mau Mau to halt. Ling wondered if that was her three-headed dog. The young girl explained that she had lost Mau Mau after their previous mission failed and hadn't expected to find him here. Meanwhile, Ling noticed something else. It was typing on her phone, saying it thought she was dead so it hid, eating rats every day and gaining 10 kilograms. Little Avro, do you want a dog meat hot pot recipe? Just then, Gu Yun warned them that the murderous intent from before didn't come from this dog. Suddenly, a bullet was fired at them, but Gu Yun quickly stepped forward to block it, and Ling hurriedly asked if he was all right. It was just a cold shot, but Avro was shocked to realize it was a silver bullet from the Holy Spear Barrow. And Ling was surprised, finding the name familiar. When asked how she knew, the child explained it was a weapon the Demon Hunter clan had put all their effort into creating. It was infused with 36 types of incantations specifically designed to kill witches. Hearing this, she felt a surge of fear. Suddenly, Spiro charged from behind with murderous intent, but fortunately, Gu Yun intercepted him and questioned him. Didn't we agree to fair competition? Gu Yun asked. Spiro shouted back that they were harboring a three-headed dog, a minion of hell, making them all the same. He was resentful, claiming these three-headed dogs had killed many of his comrades. He vowed to wipe them out, both master and servant, despite Gu Yun's attempts to reason with him. However, since becoming witches, they hadn't harmed anyone. Attacking those who couldn't fight back was no different from being an evil spirit. Ling was moved and called out Gu Yun's name. He then recalled a memory from 8 years ago, before he became an expert exorcist. A crowd was arguing loudly. At that moment, a child threw a flower pot from a balcony. What if it had hit someone? Did you see him throw it? I didn't, but who else could it be sneaking around the balcony? The boy sobbed while an evil spirit held another flower pot, taunting them. It kept dropping pots, but this time Gu Yun leaped up to strike back. He declared that he despised those who stabbed others in the back like that. That was my first time exorcising an evil spirit, the kind that can turn humans into one of them. Now, with Ms. Yun's guidance, I aim to purge AI City of them and prevent anyone from ever becoming one again. Spiro mocked the evil spirit, declaring he would stop pretending and asking if they thought they were superior, as humans were truly the most untrustworthy beings. And Ling wondered what was wrong with him as his body floated into the air amidst white smoke. She was confused, noting it wasn't a deathly aura and asking what it could be. It seemed he was possessed. His roommate had slandered him to steal a scholarship, resulting in his expulsion, but a transfer student had fortunately lent him power. He intended to make those two women kill each other, leading a terrified Ling to realize he was no longer human and had likely been possessed by a campus evil spirit. Spiro screamed that everyone must die, and Avro quickly ordered an attack since they couldn't escape, yet Mau Mau had already turned and fled first. After being coaxed to return with the promise of grilled meat, Mau Mau leaped up and struck Spiro from behind, much to Avro's surprise. He questioned if it was a counterattack as the white energy hovered around the girl, acting like a sharp blade that shredded Avro's clothes into pieces. And Ling quickly noticed it involved mirrors, realizing the enemy's ability allowed her to enter them, and told Avro to smash all reflective objects. At that moment, Ms. Yun suppressed the evil spirit. When he asked what she said, and Ling speechlessly replied it was nothing while someone watched them from outside. President Feng grinned with yellow teeth, stating he had found the one preventing him from becoming a god and that he now held their weakness. Elsewhere, as Tian was studying, She suddenly sneezed and wondered if she was catching a cold, unaware that an evil spirit had appeared behind her. She decided she shouldn't wait for her brother to return before sleeping anymore. The video ends here, so please like to support the creator. Thank you and goodbye.